Okay. What's going on, guys? So, today, I have a deep dive I'm going to take. I don't know if the 2020 election was stolen, and I don't necessarily believe that either. Now, do I believe there was a lot of stuff working against Trump? Absolutely. But to say it was stolen is a very bold accusation. And luckily, I have friends and I'm surrounded by people that don't agree with me. So, I would... Ducky's going to come in today. Oh, I need to send him a link too. Ducky's going to come in today, and we're going over some evidence. I got everything all tabbed up, ready to go. He was just over in Grid's panel, so I'm not necessarily in a rush. Ooh, let me turn this down just a bit. All right. Let me doom scroll for a second. I know there's some interesting. Oh wait, actually. Amagad, what's up, my brother? Good to see you, my man. Welcome in, dude. Welcome in. Here, let me, do I have you on Discord, my brother? Yes. I'm not going to open the panel up entirely until later, but I just sent you the StreamYard link. You're more than welcome to come in. I'm going to send one to Big Soda Corey Barton. Yeah, I'm going to be going through some evidence today on the 2020 election. I'm just kind of waiting for some people to shuffle in. I'd like for Ducky to get here before we go through it, because he's the one that sent me all this evidence, and I have not looked at it once. I have not taken a single peek at any of this evidence. So, hey, there he is, brother. What's going on, dude? Welcome in, dude. Welcome in. Yeah. Take your time, bro. Take your time. Yeah. Amagad, that's fine, man. That's fine. Yeah. I'm just chilling too. So I'm gonna go ahead and play this Matt Morse video. Just kind of get caught up on some current events, you know. And that aside, once Ducky's ready, dude, we'll start actually going into the meat and potatoes of what the stream's about today. But kind of just getting some stuff done, you know.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show. I believe we are live. Everybody give me a hello, hi, happy Saturday afternoon. Guys, we are live right now on Rumble, Matt Morse TV, and YouTube, of course, Matt Morse TV. Everybody drop a follow and subscribe. We have, frankly, some big news today to talk about. Welcome back to today's special Saturday broadcast. Ladies and gentlemen, as you all saw, I'm sure, yesterday afternoon, President Trump had an absolutely historic meeting with the president of Russia. His name is Vladimir Putin, up in Alaska. And really, as of just a couple hours ago, this is really hot off the press today. It's going to be an exciting broadcast. We actually now know most of the details of this peace negotiation, of this deal. All of the details are kind of coming to light. They're trickling on out. And so today we're going to go over what those deals are.
We know what they want us to know about it. You know what I mean? I forget who was telling me about it, but, you know, Putin has even said, like, in interviews when he goes and he talks to American presidents, that that he goes to talk. Here, hold on. Let me change my computer chair. He goes to talk to American presidents, and he'll have a conversation with them, and they'll leave, and then the men in the black suits show up with the suitcase or the briefcase, and they tell him how things actually work. That's what up, Inward? Welcome in, brother. Good to see you, man. Man, you know what? My alarm has not gone off, brother, but I was going to give you a call about 3. I haven't actually kicked anything off. I'm just kind of getting everything going right now, covering some current events. But man, it's good to see you back in chat, bro. How you doing today, bro? Good to see you. Good to see you. All right.
We're going to try to break down whether or not this meeting was productive, whether it was productive or not, how consequential was it really, and also where do we currently stand, but also how are things moving forward? As a little bit of a spoiler, President Trump is pretty much working his deal-making magic. I've seen over the last couple, maybe 12, 13, 14 hours, I've seen some of the, members of the left-wing media, the usual suspects, saying, oh, this was a total.
Things are doing all right, Inward. We're doing okay, man. I'm bartending. I got a nice little fat check coming in next week. My granddad's celebration of life is going to be next weekend. So, by the way, if any of y'all know Darth Matt Maximus and you talk to him, tell him we miss him, man. I haven't talked to him or seen him in a while, and that's a good guy. It's a good guy.
Failure for President Trump, whatever. I'm not so sure about that. Now we have some new information. So today we're going to break that down. First off, to kick things off with you guys, like I said, please go ahead and like and subscribe today's show. Let's jump right into this, guys. Here we go. After the interview, really negotiation between President Trump and Putin, President Trump himself took to Truth Social late last night, so some people might have missed this. We're going to do a little bit of a recap here before we get to where we are today. President Trump posted, a great and very successful day in Alaska. The meeting with President Vladimir Putin of Russia went very well, as did a late-night phone call with the president of Ukraine. His name is Zelensky. So Trump talked to Zelensky late last night. Okay, and various European leaders as well, including the highly respected Secretary General of NATO. It was determined by all the best. It was determined by all that the best way to end this
Scott Hotbed, welcome in, bro. Always good to see you, my man.
Is to go directly to a peace agreement,
welcome back,
which would end the war and not a mere ceasefire agreement, which oftentimes do not hold up. So this is what President Trump is angling for. President Trump doesn't want a temporary ceasefire. 1 week, 2 weeks, 1 month, whatever. Ceasefire, we want to bring this war to an end. We want 100% concrete, firm resolution.
I mean, here's the deal, bro. And it sucks for Ukraine, but this is what's going on. For 8 years, thank you, Live for Life. Thank you. For 8 years before Putin went over the border into Ukraine, the CIA was operating essentially a spy hub out of Ukraine. And this is not a conspiracy theory. This is the truth. For at the very fucking least 8 years, okay? Not only was the CIA doing things, why they were... They're probably stifling me, bro. They can't handle the truth. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just a low, like a low or small creator right now. What I would say is like my actual tag is this. So if you want to look for my channel and you type that tag right there in, that'll pull my channel up immediately. Well, I was getting to that, Live for Life. So what I'm saying is the CIA they were spying on Russia, China, and Belarus out of Ukraine, a country that we weren't. I mean, I'm not on Team Russia either, bro. I'm on Team America. Just hear me out, though. Hear me out, bro. So We were training people in Ukraine to take on false identities and steal government secrets from China, Russia, and Belarus. And within the 2 years before Russia stormed the border into Ukraine, not only was it just the CIA, but it was also MI5 and the Netherlands. So we had 3 NATO powers operating out of Ukraine to do spy operations on Russia, on China, and on Belarus. There were assassinations. There was like, reconnaissance things going on. There were active engagements over the border into Ukraine and over the border in Russia. There was a lot of shit going on. This whole thing was painted as though like Russia just decided to throw troops on the border and storm in. That's not what happened. There was a lot of shit going on in that area. So at the same time, when I try to look at it from a foreign country's perspective, if you have 3 NATO countries, which are essentially enemies because we wouldn't let Russia back into NATO in the 90s, when you have 3 enemy countries in your neighbor's country doing spy operations off of you, you're going to storm them. I mean, I understand. I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying it's good. But what I'm saying is that it was not an unprovoked attack. It was totally provoked. And it was provoked by the United States. The CIA was out there. Now, take your time, Edward. We'll see you soon. The CIA was in there, and they were doing some shit. Putin storms the border. We pull all of our people out and just start shelling money into it. Even more money, right? How much money did the CIA spend in Ukraine in those 8 years, let alone the past 3? How much money have we put over there? So it sucks for Ukraine because, we kind of dragged them into this whole thing. Their country's getting fucking mollywopped by Russia right now. They're going to have to concede territory. United States don't lose a thing. We don't lose nothing. This is the CIA's MO, right? This isn't the first time they've done this shit. They do this shit all the fucking time. Look at there's Inward's there's his alarm. I set an alarm to call Inward at 3:00. But they do this shit all the time, man. This isn't like the CIA hasn't done this once or twice and been like, oopsie. I mean, we just saw the exact same thing happen in Afghanistan. We basically installed Osama bin Laden. Him and his family made billions of fucking dollars, and then he went rogue. Same with Saddam Hussein. So, the CIA has a brutal history of these things that goes back to the very least 50, 55 years. Been doing this forever. And what's going to end up happening is we're going to force Ukraine to give up some of their land. There's going to be a peace deal made. And there's probably going to be another revolution in Ukraine that's going to be a pro-Russian revolution this time. Because Zelensky's he's out. That's why he wants to keep fighting. As long as he's fighting, he can, maintain control over his country. The second this ends, dude, Mr. Welcome. How you doing today? Good to see you. Oh, I mean, when we overthrew Mogadek, I think is what his name was, in Iran, we didn't install Christian nationalism. It was Islamic nationalism, but it's read the Quran sometime. Live for life. Just you'll understand why people have such a what's the word I'm looking for? why they're so averse to Islam. I did, but man, I was just in and out, dude. It was so fucking late. I wish I could have stayed up later, dude. I'm just not used to it, you know. Plus, I've been drinking, and did y'all make some good money for Jess? Hope so. All right, let's get back to the video.
To definitely put an end to the mayhem. Let's keep reading here. President Trump says, if everything works out, we will then schedule a meeting with President Putin again. Potentially millions of people. Oh, I'm sorry. I skipped a line. I skipped a very important line here, a little sentence. President Trump said, President Zelensky will be coming to Washington, D.C., the Oval Office, on Monday afternoon. What is that? Today's Saturday. Was that 2.5 days from now?
Are you still here?
You know, we're going to be live on Monday all day following that. That's a big deal. So Zelensky is coming back to DC, back to the United States. He's going to come back to the Oval Office. We all saw how that went last time.
Guys, Russia is pooping the shit out of Ukraine right now. I mean, yeah, I dropped 100, but some shit went down. I got drama filled. Jess came in and kicked Kieran off, and it ended. Oh, really? Did that happen like right as I was about to go? Because I was like fucking sleeping on my arm on my desk, and I woke up and I was like, oh fuck, I gotta go. And I kind of saw that Jess was getting mad at Kieran, so I was like, I don't know if I'm gonna do much. Yeah. I was like, I don't know if I'm gonna do much with this conversation. Islam is Christianity by another name, the most misogynistic, homophobic, xenophobic, sectarian, right-wing ideologies. I mean, there's overlaps for sure. I don't think like no one can argue that, but I wouldn't say they're misogynist. They are homophobic. I wouldn't say they're xenophobic. It literally talks about like allowing people from foreign countries to assimilate into your culture, right? And they are right wing for sure. Just by the amount of land that they're occupying right now. I mean, like success, I would be probably in miles, you know, square miles maybe. Because it at the end of the day, they've penetrated into Ukraine, and they have they have land occupied. So Ukraine's going to have to give it up. They're going to have to let go of Crimea and just call that a day. They might even have to let go of the Donbass region. The issue is, well, Mr. Fista, I was speaking from their terminology when I said they're homophobic, right? Like, when they say homophobic, they don't mean scared. They mean you just don't like something, right? And I know it's just terrible to not like something. It's crazy, but you know, what are you going to do? Yeah. Based, absolutely specious. Yeah. Mr. Fista, I won't pull that up, but yeah, I mean, just look up what happens on Thursdays in Afghanistan. That's not. Hey, no, we're good, bro. Cheers, brother.
Remember that? There's that iconic photograph where Trump and Vance, they're like, hey, shut up. Pretty much so. He's coming back. Zelensky is coming back to the Oval Office. Circumstances are a little bit different this time. And we're going to be able to come to not a temporary ceasefire complete until down. It seems of the war, of the conflict, of the carnage. Seems like that is where things are going. Potentially millions of lives will be saved. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Let's all hope that Zelensky wears a suit this time. Maybe he has learned his lesson.
Yeah,
so this is what President Trump posted late last night. Okay, we're getting caught up. Now, after posting this on Truth Social, President Trump then sat down for a one-on-one interview with Sean Hannity. I don't know how he has the energy. President Trump is like 80 years old. I'm 31. I don't know how he finds the energy to do all of this. He's saving the world and giving interviews, and I couldn't do it. But anyway, so late last night, it was like at 11 p.m. or 10 p.m. last night, he sat down for a 35-minute long interview with Sean Hannity. We're not going to watch the entire thing, but I've pulled out a couple clips I want to share with you guys as it relates to this ongoing peace negotiation. So take a look at this, folks.
If you had to grade it on a scale of 1 to 10.
So I think the meeting was a 10 in the sense that we got along great. And it's good when, two big powers get along, especially when they're nuclear powers. We're number one, they're number two in the world. And it's a big deal.
Scott, yeah, I'm not saying that they're very similar. I'm saying there's definitely some overlap, right? And to me, that's, that just comes with, worship of like a centralized, what they believe is a Messiah, which is Muhammad, Allah, which to them equates to the same thing as God. There's not two hearts in one breast, which is, like you can't live a double life. The idea of, marriage and like there's overlap for sure, right? I'm not saying that they're exactly the same. If they were exactly the same, I wouldn't be a Christian. My principles wouldn't align with it. It's bottom line.
That's a big deal. You never want to even mention that word, the word nuclear. But
no, you don't.
We have.
President Trump calls it the N-word. He says you do not want to say the N-word. What is the N-word? Nuclear. You don't want to say that.
A tremendous nuclear. I rebuilt it when I was president, first term, and I hated to rebuild it. It was the one thing I hated to rebuild, but we had to. And we have the greatest nuclear force. We have the greatest military in the world, actually. And they have a big nuclear presence also.
If you had.
Well, you know what? President Trump is totally right. He understands just how serious, just how on the edge. We're on a razor's edge here with this situation in Ukraine. This is the case. Listen.
I don't know what the point would be in dropping a nuclear bomb from the perspective of a leader, unless you genuinely believe that your country is on the precipice of being overthrown, right? Like I don't see there being any point. You know what I mean? It would just absolutely make no sense, because any world leader that drops a nuke is ensuring that large swaths of their big cities all get entirely fucking wiped out. Yeah. Same. Yeah. I hope so, man. I hope so. By the way, guys, I'm very pro-military, very anti-war, okay? Like, especially with wars like this, when just some fucking shitheads in our government decide to go over and do something in another nation and provoke an attack on that nation. And then we're the ones who have to pay the taxes for their aid. Go fuck yourself.
Very easily. Still tomorrow, it could happen right this very second. What's going on in Ukraine could escalate. It could blow up. Something crazy happens. And then boom, we've got World War III. You look back on the way in which World War I manifested and unfolded, the way in which World War II manifested and unfolded. And, it doesn't, in the moment, it doesn't really seem like a whole lot. But then you wake up and you're like, whoa, we have a world war on our hands. 1939, Hitler invades Poland. Did anybody think that that was going to become a world war? At the time, I don't think anybody was thinking that that was going to become World War II, but it did. And so the situation in Ukraine, listen, the stakes are high. We're on a razor's edge, right? And so President Trump realizes, listen, hey, Russia is a serious country. They're a rich country. They've got a serious leadership team. They have nuclear weapons. They've got the second or maybe the single largest nuclear arsenal in the world. We need to de-escalate out of this situation. We cannot let this situation devolve into a nuclear holocaust, God forbid. And so President Trump takes this situation seriously. And then you flip it. It makes you wonder, the American leadership, the deep state, some of the leaders over in NATO, have they been wanting nuclear war? They've been egging this entire situation on for 3.5 years before President Trump got back in the White House. Did these idiots, were they angling for World War III? Did they want a nuclear exchange? Because the way that this has been handled prior to President Trump getting back in the White House has been handled so incredibly insanely recklessly. It makes you wonder if this is what they wanted, if they wanted an all-out nuclear world war. God forbid, I don't know. Now, President Trump, listen, let's get back to Trump. President Trump said this was, as far as he is concerned, this negotiation, this talk that he had with Putin yesterday afternoon, he said, as far as he's concerned, this was a 10 out of 10. He's happy with the way this went. And I think as we go through some of the information today that I want to share with you guys are going to come to understand why he says this is a 10 out of 10. Right now, things really are moving along. But first, there's another clip from last night coming out of Fox News. Once again, I want to play with you guys as it relates to all of this. Take a look.
I just was texting back and forth with Sean Hannity, who just sat down with the president. And he said the president noted that he came out and said there wouldn't have been a war if he was president. And that's what part of Vladimir Putin said at the end of his written remarks.
Did you guys catch that yesterday afternoon during this this post-negotiation little debrief they gave to the public here? Putin himself said if Trump was in the office, in the Oval Office, in the White House, instead of Joe Biden, this entire situation would not have happened. And by the way, this is actually, I looked into this. This is actually the second time that Putin has publicly said this. Putin said as such during a Russian interview about 12 months ago. So this is something Putin has been consistent on. If Trump had been in the White House, this situation would not have happened. Trump has been saying this for years now, and he's right. And now we know he's right.
And he also said, in a scale of 1 to 10, I give today a 10. So that's what he thought of the meeting.
That's excellent news, and exactly what we needed to hear from the president, because obviously there's a reason why things to happen the way that they did. He allowed Putin to address the world here and take the stage, even if there were no questions asked by the press. There was a reason for that. We didn't get a lot of explanation in the moment as to why that happened. So I'm happy to hear that the president feels good about the progress that was made today. He did say that he needs to call Zelensky and call up NATO allies and give them sort of a readout of what happened. But also we should note that some of the agenda didn't go today the way that it was expected to. We know that the president was going to have a one-on-one with Putin. It turned into a 3-on-3 that included Secretary of State Marco Rubio and Steve Witkoff. And then on the Russian side, Sergei Lavrov, the foreign minister, and also Yuri Ushakov, the one of the foreign ministers, or the foreign policy advisors. So that happened, and then there was not the broader, expanded bilateral meeting that would have included the economic angle of this discussion with Secretary Bessent and Secretary Lutnick, Chief of Staff Susie Wiles, and also Pete Hegseth, the Defense Secretary. As far as we are aware, that broader meeting never came to pass because it was in the middle of that 3-on-3 that the press was called into their seats, and the two leaders came out and gave their relatively short summary of their meeting and then went on their way.
And so real quick, I want to add in here, the reason why they just kind of wrapped this thing up, they called the meeting early, they came out, as we now know. This is what we are about to get into. If you give me 2 minutes here, seems like everybody's kind of on the same page. There's a reason why the thumbnail of today's broadcast says he's actually doing it. President Trump is actually doing it. It seems to be the case at the moment. And we're going to go through the facts here in just a second. President Trump is actually successfully negotiating a deal. That's why they walked out of this meeting early by about 45 minutes. That's why they came out and talked to everybody. This is impossible. It almost sounds insane to say this. As things currently stand, it seems as if the Ukrainians and the Russians and our allies in NATO and us over here in the US, it seems like everybody's kind of on the same page. It seems like we have the foundation of an actual peace deal. Genuinely. And we're going to break it down here in a second. Now, notice, what did she say? She was talking about how this economic meeting did not end up coming to fruition. Okay, so very clearly, one condition of Russia here as they're navigating this peace deal, this de-escalation, Russia wants to be further integrated into the Western economy. They want to be linked into the American economy. This didn't get a whole lot of coverage yesterday, but it's worth mentioning. Putin didn't come along. Putin came alongside. He brought them with him, Alaska, a bunch of billionaire business, because a part of this deal, Russia says, listen, hey, if we de-escalate, is there a way that we can sort of reintegrate our Russian economy into the Western economy, into the American economy? Can we get access to Europe and to America again? And, you know, this is frankly probably in everybody's best interest. And so this is also a part of this negotiation. So worth noting. Now, folks, I have put together a list. In fact, we have a list right here. I want to talk about specifically, what does Russia want? What does Ukraine want? What are the incompatibilities? Where do we stand with this negotiation? This is where we get to the portion of the stream where we go over all of the stipulations, the details of this ongoing negotiation. Let's start talking details, okay? So I'm going to read through some of the stuff. This is getting reported by the media now. Let's go through what are Russia's demands. Everybody pay attention, listen carefully. As far as Russia is concerned, if we're going to have a total de-escalation, I want to bring up a map here for you guys. Take a look. These are the current battle lines in Eastern Europe, in Eastern Ukraine. First off, Russia's demands. Ukraine has to completely withdraw all of their soldiers, all of their forces from the Donetsk region. Look at that right there. This is going to make sense here in a minute. So Ukraine has to completely pull out of Donetsk. Russia also is demanding that they retain complete control of the territory that it has conquered in Zaporizhzhia and Kherson. So Russia's saying, listen, we want to keep Donetsk. We also want to keep a hold of Zaporizhzhia and Kherson, and of course Crimea as well. They go on to say, this is from Russia, they say, we are not looking for a temporary ceasefire. Instead, we want a full-on peace deal. We want this war to come to an end. Russia is not looking for a temporary ceasefire, 1 week or 2 weeks or 1 month. They want this, saying this, they want a complete and total end to the war, okay? In exchange, what is Russia willing to? Putin says that he's willing to sign a treaty. He's willing to sign his name, stating that he will not attack or occupy any new Ukrainian territory or European territory. He's willing to sign a treaty. Listen, if I get to walk away with the stuff that we've conquered in Donetsk, Zaporizhzhia, and Kherson, Crimea, of course, then we're done. I'm going to sign a treaty. It's over. I'm not looking for anything else in Ukraine or Europe, the rest of Europe for that matter. Now, Putin also had another request, actually 2 more requests. Let's get to them. Putin says Ukraine must remove its ban on speaking Russian throughout the country of Ukraine. For the last couple of years, ever since the war broke out, Ukraine, the Zelensky government has really been harshly cracking down on anybody that is speaking Russian anywhere in the country. Ukrainian and Russian, they're kind of similar, but they're a little bit different also. And so this has pretty much been the modus operandi for the last 3.5 years in Ukraine, all throughout Ukraine. Pretty much the rule is no speaking Russian. And so Putin is saying, hey, listen, if we're going to have a peace deal, you need to remove all of these legislative restrictions on speaking Russian in Ukraine. People need to be able to speak Russian in Ukraine again. Okay, that's another request of Putin. And then Putin also says that he wants security guarantees for the Russian Orthodox Church that is still to this day operating inside of Ukraine. There's been a little bit of discrimination, and, you know, I'm not sure exactly, maybe discrimination is the proper word, discrimination towards specifically the Russian Orthodox Church. And Russian Orthodox is a little bit different than Ukrainian Orthodox. It's, you know, all a little bit different here. And so there just undeniably has been a little bit of discrimination against the Russian Orthodox faith a little bit in Ukraine. And so Putin is saying, listen, that's got to come to an end. We got to end the persecution for Russian Orthodox churches. People need to be able to speak Russian. And also we want to hold on to these territories, Donetsk, Zaporizhzhia, Kherson, and Crimea. Where does that leave? Putin is willing to walk away from Luhansk. Putin says, listen, we're going to give it back. As long as these other stipulations are met, then we're going to give back Luhansk. Okay, so what does this actually look like? Okay, this is what Putin wants. Putin very clearly wants to maintain a seaboard, barrier, effectively securing. This is called the Sea of Azov, this little area here, this water between Crimea and Russia. It's called the Sea of Azov. So Putin wants pretty much complete and total lockdown of the Sea of Azov. Notice he doesn't really care about Luhansk. He's willing to give it back in order to put this situation to an end. But, he wants to maintain control over Crimea, Kherson, Zaporizhzhia, and Donetsk. Okay, so this is, as far as territory, as far as land mass goes, this is what Putin is asking for. Now, folks, beyond this, we also have some updates coming from Zelensky. Like we said last night, President Trump got on the phone late at night, not just to the NATO general, but also to Zelensky himself, and they debriefed. And now we have some information regarding how does Zelensky feel about all of this. So we're going to quickly read through this article. And once again, thank you all very much for tuning in. If you're here today, we have 7,000 people on YouTube, and we have almost 400 on Rumble. Everybody, thank you all very much. Make sure to follow, subscribe. It means a lot. It really helps a lot. I appreciate it, guys. I hope everybody's having a good Saturday. Let's continue with the state of events here, with the state of affairs. This says Zelensky outlines peace demands before high-stakes White House meeting with Trump. As we said earlier today, maybe 10, 15 minutes ago, Zelensky is flying over to the United States to meet with President Trump in the Oval Office on Monday afternoon. Trump spoke to Zelensky late at night on the phone last night. Take a look.
Yeah,
let's break it down. Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky on Saturday evening outlined firm conditions for a, quote, real peace ahead of a high-stakes meeting with President Trump on Monday afternoon. He's coming back to the White House. Zelensky posted on X following his phone call with Trump last night and with the European NATO leaders after Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin met in Alaska to try to bring about an end to the 3.5-year-long war. Zelensky wrote, "The positions are clear. A real peace must be achieved, one that will be lasting, not just another pause, another temporary pause between Russian invasions." Zelensky wants a guarantee. Zelensky is angling for a security guarantee. Zelensky, maybe he's a little bit worried, okay, maybe we come to a peace deal now. Maybe Putin signs his name now, but what's really stopping him from, changing his mind a year from now? What if he invades us again a year from now? So this is what's influencing the Zelensky mindset. Let's keep on reading here. The killing must stop as soon as possible. The fire must cease both on the battlefield and in the sky, as well as against our port infrastructure. All Ukrainian prisoners of war and civilians must be released, and the children abducted by Russia must be returned. There are prisoners of war involved. Zelensky wrote that thousands of Ukrainians remain in captivity and must all be released, while adding that pressure on Russia must be maintained while the aggression and occupation continue. In a follow-up post, Zelensky warned of, quote, Russian treachery that could lead to attacks in order to gain leverage amid ongoing negotiations. And negotiations sure are ongoing. He said, based on the political and diplomatic situation around Ukraine and knowing Russia's treachery, we anticipate that in the coming days, the Russian army may try to increase pressure and strikes against Ukrainian positions in order to create more favorable political circumstances for talks with global leaders. To be fair, as sort of an unbiased American observer over here, both sides have been doing this. In fact, about a day and a half ago, just maybe 8 hours after Trump met with Putin, Zelensky, the Ukrainian military, launched their largest drone attack deep into Russian territory that they have ever carried out. Just hours before Putin and Trump met. In fact, Trump was talking about this on Air Force One yesterday afternoon. And so, this is kind of like the pot calling the kettle black. It goes both ways. And this is why the situation is so terrible. It's a war. These attacks keep happening. We got to shut it down. Okay, so this is where we currently stand. Zelensky is scheduled to meet with President Trump in the White House on Monday as the three nations try to bring an end to the bloodshed. Trump wrote on Truth Social following the Putin meeting that he felt a peace agreement rather than a ceasefire was ultimately the best way to solve the war. This is what Trump is saying.
He knows as soon as this war's over,
everybody wants ceasefire. Complete and total
like
shutdown of war. Trump had been calling for a ceasefire.
Like a little gayer version of him.
For a ceasefire ahead of his meeting, but now
that never wears a fucking suit.
What does this mean? If Trump was calling for a ceasefire, and then he meets with
distinguish
Putin,
himself
and now
somehow.
Everybody's talking about a total
Yeah,
shutdown.
he does
This
extra
means that
cocaine.
Trump must be confident that a total shutdown is even possible, right? That's a pretty optimistic, lofty goal. Ceasefire for 2 weeks, off the table. We're bringing this thing to an end. Okay?
Or you sound like you're underwater again.
Some of the best news that we could possibly get. Let's keep on reading now. That's confidence. It was determined by all that the best way to end the horrific war between Russia and Ukraine is to go directly to a permanent ceasefire. A permanent peace agreement. This is what we saw on Truth Social, which would end the war, bring the war to an end, and not a mere ceasefire agreement, which oftentimes does not hold up. He said if Monday's meeting with Zelensky also goes well, a meeting will then be scheduled with Putin and, quote, potentially millions of lives will be saved. Now, once again, Zelensky's coming back to the White House. If the meeting with Zelensky goes well, I think it will. I'm feeling optimistic. Everybody's optimistic here. Then Trump is going to meet with Putin for a second time. And then maybe the situation is going to be done with. We can only pray. Okay. Zelensky's visit will mark his first return to the Oval Office since February, when Trump berated him publicly for being disrespectful. Come on, guys. Was Zelensky being disrespectful in this Oval Office?
I don't think I spelled that right, but
yeah, absolutely, yes, he was. And so the evil Trump berated him. Give me a break. Zelensky was out of line, and you know what? He was very quickly
unlike Jason Momoa after like
President Trump. Let's keep
4-year
on reading here.
binge.
Now, I do want to say real quick, actually, before
Don't
we
worry, I
continue reading
fixed
through this
it.
article, this Oval Office meeting where things kind of went a little bit haywire in February. This is not the last time that Trump has met Zelensky in person. As you might remember, gosh, this must have been three and a half months ago. Trump actually met with Zelensky in person in the Vatican, in the Cathedral of Saint. Why am I blanking? Somebody's going to correct me in the name. I guess it's been a long day. Anyway, no, Trump met with Zelensky in the Vatican, and they had another one-on-one meeting. So it wasn't in the White House, but they have met again. So anyway, keep that in mind. Now, let's keep on reading here. Though a peace agreement was not decided upon during the meeting on Friday, Trump described it was a successful meeting with a lot of progress. Putin expressed similar sentiments, adding the summit was a, quote, constructive atmosphere of mutual respect. Good. We're going for it. Everybody's on the same page. After his meeting with Putin, Trump also spoke to European leaders, not just Zelensky, the NATO leaders as well, who said they support President Trump's peace push, but insist that Ukraine must have ironclad security guarantees to defend its sovereignty and territorial integrity.
I'm gonna be honest.
Guys, we're gonna have a lot to break down here in just a second here, but I want to get all the information out on the table. Thank you all for being patient. The European leaders did not address whether a peace deal was preferable to a ceasefire. It will be up to Ukraine to make decisions on its territory. International borders must not be changed by force. A statement was signed by various leaders, including French President Emmanuel Macron, who has a very lovely, beautiful wife. United Kingdom Prime Minister Starmer, and European Commission President
Macron is the wife,
who we all love very much. They said no limitations should be placed on Ukraine's armed forces or on its cooperation with third countries. Russia cannot have a veto against Ukraine's pathway to the European Union, and even NATO maybe someday. Now, folks, here's what I want to do. I want to break down really what all of this means. Let's keep our map up here on the screen. Okay, so after meeting with Trump, we haven't heard anything from Putin about stopping Ukraine from joining NATO. So we all know that Zelensky wants Ukraine to join NATO. The NATO members, we just heard from those guys, they are comfortable, or at least they want to leave the door open for some time in the future for Ukraine to join NATO. In fact, they're saying Russia should have no say at all in whether or not Ukraine joins NATO. Okay, well, listen, at this point, we're not hearing anything about NATO from Putin. So maybe Putin is actually comfortable with Ukraine at some point in the future joining NATO, so long as one condition is met. So long as Russia, Putin gets to keep Donetsk, Zaporizhzhia, Kherson, and Crimea. Maybe Putin is okay with that. Also, keep in mind, we didn't hear anything from Putin over the last 36 hours about limiting the Ukrainian armed forces. This is something that's been kind of on the table over the last couple months, is that if a ceasefire or peace deal is going to be met, that maybe the Russians are not going to want Ukraine to have any type of active military. Well, we're not hearing anything about that right now. So maybe Putin actually doesn't care about Ukrainian NATO membership or Ukrainian military, so long as Russia, this thing comes to an end, and also so long as Russia gets to keep Donetsk, Zaporizhzhia, Kherson, Crimea. And they also said they're looking to give back Luhansk, so long as they get to keep this territory at least, and they get to maintain control of the Sea of Azov. I guess that's a very strategically important position for them. It's called the Sea of Azov right there. Now, we also, over the last 36 hours, we have not heard anything from Zelensky about refusing to give up this land. Folks, maybe Zelensky is comfortable as long as they get to have Luhansk back, and as long as this war comes to an end, and as long as Ukraine gets to keep their military and maybe have a pathway to NATO membership in the future, maybe Zelensky is actually comfortable giving up Donetsk, Zaporizhzhia, Kherson, and Crimea. Which means that, guys, before President Trump got involved, okay, we were at a direct, this thing was going nowhere, okay? Complete butting of heads. President Trump is now meeting with these guys. It seems like we actually have a potential deal on the table for the first time in 3.5 years. Now, as a bit of a recap here, right now, it seems as if this is essentially the deal. Russia gets to keep all of the territory it's conquered along the Sea of Azov, Donetsk, Zaporizhzhia, Kherson, Crimea. Ukraine gets to keep Luhansk. So Luhansk is given back. Russia pulls out of Luhansk. And Ukraine also gets security guarantees, meaning Putin is going to sign an agreement. He said, "Hi, I'm Vladimir Putin. I'm never going to invade Ukraine ever again. And also, I'm never going to invade Europe." So Putin is willing to sign that agreement. And also maybe Ukraine gets to join NATO at some point in the future. So this is where the deal is currently standing at the moment. Now, it must be understood, obviously, Russia, this is just very clear. Obviously, Russia is negotiating from what can be described as a position of strength or a position of power here. Why? Because they've been winning. This is just the inarguable reality.
And Ukraine is nothing.
Russia has been effectively winning this war. There's a reason why they have been able to take this territory. It's because they have been winning. And so, given the current circumstances, given all of this, I really think that this is probably the best case scenario. The deal that we just outlined 45 seconds ago, I think this is probably the best deal that everybody can hope for. Keep in mind, this deal is bigger than just Ukraine and Russia. Really, there are 4 key players here: NATO, the United States, Ukraine, and Russia. All 4 people, handshake, handshake, handshake. Everybody's got to be on the same page because it's a lot of people are involved here. Now, like I said, that said, given the circumstances, this is probably the best deal that both sides, that all 4 sides can agree on, and that all 4 sides can really hope for or pray for in the future. And a deal also, guys, let's be honest, this is a deal that, frankly,
no movement at all.
If actually carried out to execution, if we're all signing the deal off here in a couple weeks or months, this will just undeniably be a massive win for President Trump. Undeniably. This war has been at a complete and total meat grinder standstill for 3.5 years. No progress has been made either way. The only thing that's been going on is every week 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,000 young Ukrainians and young Russians and civilians have.
Is that video frozen?
Oh,
it's buffering on lower classes. And you need to donate so we can upgrade his Wi-Fi.
Need to get him a Starlink.
Been getting blown up. They've been losing their lives. And so finally now we have an actual leader back in the White House, and maybe now for the first time in 3.5 years we actually have a chance to put an end to this situation, thank God. Now I want to take a look at this clip which details where this whole situation is heading. This also came out of the Sean Hannity interview, Trump and Hannity, late last night. Take a look at this clip, folks.
A big day today, and you're going to fly back.
That's awesome.
I assume to our nation's capital, and you probably have time to reflect on this day. The next step, you had said that you wanted a meeting as quickly as possible, maybe with you, President Zelensky, President Putin. I trust the two of them and together. I think it would be better if you are there.
Well, they both want me there.
Did that come up?
Yeah, it did. I mean, they both want me there, and I'll be there. You got to see it out. And it is a big day. I think either way, it's a big day. But if we get this solved, it's a really big day because we're going to save a lot of lives.
So, folks, like I said, real quick, two things to mention here. It must be acknowledged. In the absence of President Trump, this war would just continue raging on. As you all know, this war went on for about 3 years under Joe Biden's leadership. Not once did Joe Biden or anybody from America actually pick up the phone and have a conversation with Putin. Not only did they never meet with him in person, but they never even called him on the phone to say, hey,
People
listen,
are making
Putin,
money
what's
off
up?
of it.
What can we do to de-escalate this? President Trump has been talking to Putin multiple times a month for the last 6 months. And yesterday, as as we all saw, he flew out up to Alaska and met with him in person. And lo and behold, we are for the first time in 3.5 years actually looking at not just a temporary ceasefire, but a total de-escalation, a total peace agreement. The war is coming to an end. That is where things currently stand. And like I said, whereas before, all four entities involved in this war, USA, NATO, Ukraine, Russia, everybody was really butting heads. It seems like there were a lot of conflicting opinions and conflicting desires. Now it seems like everybody is actually kind of on the same page. And like I said, for the first time, there's just a little glimmer of light. In fact, I would say a big glimmer of light at the end of this tunnel. However, there's something else President Trump said in this clip here, and there's a reason why I played this clip for you guys. It's because President Trump said, yes, I'm going to meet with Zelensky on Monday. That's a big deal. He just met with Putin yesterday. If the meeting with Zelensky goes through, if it's productive, if things go well, what did he say he's going to do next? He's going to schedule a meeting between the three of them, between Putin, Zelensky, Trump, in the same room, in the same place at the same time, hashing this out. In fact, what really optimistically would that look like if Putin, Zelensky, and Trump are in the same room negotiating this? That would be your total end of the war. This is where all three of them would be signing the agreement. The war has come to an end. It's over. That's what that would look like. So this is the optimistic outcome here. This is a big deal. So
sorry about that, guys.
I've been paying attention.
My grandmother,
left wing,
hold on, let me pause this real quick. My grandmother, she was married to my granddad for fucking 50 years, and he just passed away at the beginning of last month. So when she calls, I pick up the phone. All right, and I'm sorry that
you should.
Yeah,
don't apologize.
Yeah, man, you're good.
Yeah, cool. I appreciate it, guys. How y'all doing today? Good to see you, man. Welcome in, everybody in chat. Jess White, Scott Hotvet, Mr. Fista. Well, welcome up on panel, Mr. Fista. Bad Luck, Ugly Duck. Emmett, good to see you, my brother. Kat, always a pleasure. Thank you for stopping by today. Who else we got? I already shouted out Live for Life, but it's always good to see you, Live for Life.
Abe was here.
Inward. Man, how you guys doing today, dude? It's good to see you guys.
Just complaining like always.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Fantastic. I woke up 15 minutes ago hungover.
Yeah, I'm still waking up. Yeah.
Hey, what's up, Ad? Good to see you, man. Good to see you. Mr. Vista, what's crazy is I did not wake up with a hangover this morning, and I drank quite a bit yesterday.
Yeah, I was on
So-
the white wine.
Ooh.
That
Oh,
always
were
gives
you?
me a hangover. I can drink a bottle of whiskey and I feel great, but I drink like 2 bottles of white wine and my skull is suddenly like 3 inches smaller than my brain.
I bet. Damn,
Right.
dude, that sucks. I hate that.
But it costs like $5 a bottle. So
We're going to be going over some stuff because if I'm not mistaken, everybody on panel right now believes that the 2020 election was stolen. If I'm not mistaken.
To some degree, yes. I don't think it was like stolen outright, but I think for sure in some key states there was some really, really key things that went on that actually lost those states.
Some
Hold on.
fuckery. Okay.
wasn't the
Hold on.
whole election lost by like 80,000 votes?
This was the safest election that's ever happened in American history. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
Yeah, that's right. It's the safest. You're right. You got me there.
Okay.
There's no safer
Well, so
election.
Are you sponsored by Dominion Voting Systems or?
so my here's my position on this, right? There's fraud in every election. I believe that there were so many things working against Trump in the 2020 election that it totally makes sense why he would lose that election and just the way that everything kind of lined up, right? Now, if I've said this with Rubber Ducky before, if I'm presented with evidence to the contrary, I will happily admit that I'm wrong and entertain, at least to the very least, entertain the idea.
Yeah.
Well, just so happens Rubber Ducky sent me a wealth of content for us to go over today, and I have not looked at any of this.
Oh, that was just the tip of the iceberg. I didn't even send you the Louder with Crowder stuff where they went through and actually tried to interview people that voted, but there was nobody there. They were dead.
Well, brother, we have hours and hours and hours and hours and hours to go through lots of different stuff. So I don't know if everyone's going to stick around for the entire thing, but kind of sucks I missed that whole Matt Morse video. It is what it is.
Did you
But,
watch? Did you ever watch 2000 Meals?
Yeah, but they
about the
discredited
ballot
it.
harvesting. Yeah. Well, I didn't watch the whole thing. I understand the concept of it, though. Pig Dominion.
There we go.
I collected my check.
Those in stripes.
Yeah. It cleared, boys.
Hopefully they don't come. Hopefully they don't come after me like the big pillow guy.
Oh gosh, the My
Michael
Pillow guy.
Bell.
Yeah.
Those
Yeah,
are
no
all.
shit.
I'm also sponsored by them, so I'm playing both sides.
Hey man, I got
There
two
you
of
go.
You
them.
should be right.
You got to, man.
Good,
You got to.
good products.
They're great.
All right,
You got a
boys.
big forehead like that.
So, first, this is a video that Rubber Ducky sent me. 1 in 7 Washington state voters are illegal under federal law.
We're talking about state, Washington
Washington
State.
State. Yeah. I'm
Isn't that
interested
like
to
a
see.
guaranteed
This is a
Democrat
wild video.
stronghold anyway, though?
The entire West Coast is like that, and they since the '80s they've been allowing illegals to vote.
That's
Saw that.
insane to me, bro.
It's all them trees up there. You can hide them pretty well.
Thank you so much for watching. My name is Glenn Morgan, and this is We the Governed. Now, today's video is actually just going to be on the topic of Washington State's problematic voter rolls and the various known deficiencies that have only gotten worse, unfortunately, over the years to result in the current unfortunate status where it actually now appears that at least 14% of our current voter rolls are not federally compliant with either the SAVE Act, which has passed Congress and now currently resides before the federal Senate, nor do the voter rolls actually comply with any election integrity executive orders that have been recently issued and signed by the White House. Now, this data appears to actually be compiled from a review of about 29 out of 39 counties in Washington State out of these voter lists and is remarkably similar in every county. And it doesn't matter whether that county is a Republican county or whether it's a Democrat county. So while recent records requests and years of accumulated data that have been compiled by a variety of volunteers who are reviewing existing voter rolls clearly have demonstrated and highlighted many problems in our Washington State voter roll system, the worst part of the situation is actually
See, so I don't know too much about Washington State, like other than like Chaz Chop in Seattle and all that shit. But I know like all 3 states on the Pacific Coast have just been hemorrhaging people. They are leaving en masse from these states because these people who are running the states are running them like what?
Oh, sorry, that was my wife.
Oh, you're good. You're good.
I
Man.
forced her to make me some toast.
No, you're good.
But
They're
running them like complete terror. Like they're just hellholes, especially where I'm at in NorCal. They ship all of the homeless people up here, and then they give them free needles, free drugs, everything else. And it's like, wow, that's insane. You wonder why nobody wants to go out to the parks because they're covered in all these things. It's just like, huh?
Yeah, they're running them like they're social utopia experiments. Like,
yep, rat park.
Right.
Is that just to guarantee a permanent Democrat majority? Like get all the productive conservatives out and replace them with like homeless drug addicts that will always vote for free shit.
And people coming over the southern border who aren't always Central and Southern Americans, by the way.
No.
Well, that's the only way they can prop up their economy with losing all the money from all the Republicans leaving.
Well, and they can also keep the amount of House districts they have and their electoral college votes, because the census, which, this is one thing that is true. In 2020, Trump tried to cut all the illegal immigrants out of the census that happened in 2020, and he was blocked by like the federal government at the time, which is insane. Why would you not want to get people who aren't actually citizens of the country out of the census, which directly influences the amount of political power your state has?
We didn't have a super majority back then, right? So of course they wouldn't allow us to do that. Well, now we have the super majority, so of course we have all the power and the ability to do so. Hopefully he gets it done before a certain amount of time, before he loses the power, maybe midterms. It's what people are saying. I don't know. But it's really funny to see how, have you seen Gavin Newsom? He's also said like, oh yeah, in Trump fashion in a tweet, he's like, you need to address this, otherwise we're going to re-gerrymander California again. California is so gerrymandered that I don't think you can gerrymander it again. Have you seen it? It's really bad.
No, yeah, dude.
Like,
I mean, that's the thing. That's what makes California such a deep blue state, is the fact that they've optimized their districts.
Yep.
So if they were to it would honestly probably running the risk of losing House seats to Republicans.
Yeah, I agree.
What's up, Jeremy Ryan? Welcome in, bro. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping by, bro. I appreciate you, man. Good to see you in here, dude. All right.
Democrats are just going back to slavery with extra steps.
Pretty much.
No, you're not wrong.
Yeah. I mean, we're in solid
California,
agreement,
like primarily conservative like in the rural areas, like outside of the major sort of left-wing shithole city.
Huge, yeah. Well, even when I lived in Riverside, which is just like an hour, 45 minutes south of LA, it's huge in the Republicans. My uncles they were in the Rotary Club out there, and there were lots of people out there were Republican.
It's the same in Australia. Like we got like 5 big cities all along the coast, and then they're all like massively left-leaning, and then everything inland. Like you drive 20, 30 minutes inland, everybody is super conservative.
Yeah, that's the liberal strategy, is concentrate all your power in the cities.
Yeah. And we're bringing in like 500,000 Indians a year now, and they just all immediately go to the cities, and it basically just cements the left, what you'd call a Democrat stronghold.
Well, yeah, dude, because there are people who, dude, this is just, if I'm living in a country where I can shit in the street and it's just a normal thing there, and I don't have enough money for food, and I'm living in some shack in a slum somewhere in New Delhi, and someone calls me, or like I get a paper that says, hey, if you come to our country, we'll pay for your livelihood. Just come here and vote for us. I'm gonna fucking do that.
Oh yeah.
Like
the main issue is the complete lack of assimilation. It's like, okay, I'll just go and do the exact same things that I was doing in the New Delhi slum, and maybe it'll be different because the soil is different.
That's
Right.
part of the
Like
globalist
the theory
agenda.
of magical European soil. It's
There's a little less poop on the ground. You know what I mean?
so far.
Yeah, fair. Yeah.
Not the problematic voter rolls themselves, as concerning as that is, but it's actually the existing structure and edifice that Washington State has enacted over the past few decades to ensure that very low quality control and this kind of bureaucratic shift the blame game that goes on. And then, of course, legal threats and intimidation against anybody who dares question authority at all. That's all we have left in kind of this opaque, confusing, and very troubling trend in the lack of integrity, or at least lack of quality control, to ensure that we have election integrity in our state, especially something that's going to be federally compliant. Now, a handful of recent federal actions have also contributed to the timeliness of this data and indirectly really provided access to new data that's worth reporting to you. Now, first, I will point out, of course, the Trump administration executive order from May about election integrity, which I've discussed in previous videos, and I'll link to those down below for your reference. That's kind of started much of this recent progress. And then secondly, the passage of the SAVE Act, which is H.R. 22, just a few weeks ago in Congress. The Senate has yet to pass it, but the writing is clearly on the wall, and it's in the books for anybody to look, that this is inevitably going in this direction. So a variety of recent federal court cases around the country have also seemed to support this general trend in addressing defective voting roll issues and voting in general around the country. And then, of course, finally, there was last week's official announcement by the Department of Justice to focus on voter roll cleanup. So now my past videos on this subject clearly have addressed the obvious problems in Washington State, basically registering illegal aliens and legal visa holders as well to vote in Washington State, often without the consent of the non-U.S. citizens themselves. But as I kind of jump into this, I have simplified what is a willfully and I think it's willfully bureaucratic, two-step, kind of overcomplicated structure that's designed to reduce transparency, eliminate accountability.
What happened?
This is just the video. I don't know if it's doing it for anybody else.
Is the video coming through clear for everybody?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, it might be on my end then. Jumping around.
It was jumping a little bit earlier.
Oh, okay.
It's this bullshit Alabama internet that I have, dude.
And essentially shift the blame. Now, it shouldn't be this complicated, but regardless of whether it has willfully or accidentally just evolved into the mess that it's become right now in Washington State, it still must be addressed. So a quick warning to those who just want a 30-second story, you should be going to TikTok and watching dance videos. This is a bit wonkish and the details matter if you want to truly understand how we got into this mess and to better understand the suggested fixes that I outline at the end. Now, in the meantime, I just want to encourage you to subscribe to this channel. Go down below. It doesn't cost you anything, but
Yeah, like he said, guys, like and subscribe. You know, like and subscribe. It's right below the video. If you just hit that little subscribe button there,
the poor man
surely do appreciate it. You know,
I don't want to judge this guy too harshly yet, but I have a problem with people that overly talk with their hands. You know, like,
oh, you won't like me then, bro.
Yeah,
dude, I talk with my hands constantly.
As long as you don't do it like every single word and sentence.
Fair. Yeah, he's probably like part Italian or something.
He probably took an online course in public speaking or something.
Yeah.
Fair. Yeah. If you just put emphasis on every syllable.
Yeah.
A few seconds of your time. And if you want to watch videos that exceed 30 seconds in length and topics of discussion that go into more detail than just a typical TikTok option out there, please also feel free to share this video with others who might also appreciate this topic.
Thanks,
Oh, sorry.
What happened?
I said now I'm noticing him like doing the constant gestures.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. All right. Took the TED Talk training course. Yeah, no shit, Spetches. 100%. Hey, by the way, good to see you in chat, man. Thank you, bro. I saw you earlier. I just didn't. I was on the phone. My bad.
Now back to Washington State's very problematic voter rolls. This video is actually broken into three essential parts. The first just basically explains some background and then the new data that I have found and why I believe it matters. The second is Washington State's just confusing and often misleading bureaucratic structure that's designed to prevent effective or efficient voter roll cleanup, and also how they're going to respond to this video. And then in the final part, I'm going to outline a specific step that I believe the federal government, particularly Department of Homeland Security and the Department of Justice, can actually do to assist in our efforts to make Washington State's voter rolls much more accurate, certainly cleaner, and federally compliant with election laws. Now, first, why am I doing this, and how did we actually get here to this place in the beginning? Now, as a longtime viewer of this channel knows, I've actually been concerned about this subject long before Trump ever announced his run for president in 2015. My most recent concerns date back to the problems that I uncovered in 2010 when I was actually doorbelling thousands of homes during just an election campaign in Thurston County, and then the disturbing frequency that I discovered that the official voting rolls often rarely matched what I discovered at the door. But my casual interest in the subject predates that time. Like many Americans born before the internet, watching the Gore v. Bush famous hanging chads counting fiasco in Florida back in 2000. And that really began my interest in election integrity, but more of an academic.
I remember that very loosely. I was like 8 years old when that happened. That was like, that was a massive fucking scandal, dude.
All right.
They say Al Gore would have won that election, but then they did a recount and Bush won. And, you know, immediately after that, we got 9/11, Afghanistan, Iraq, WMDs, all the bullshit, man.
I wish there was a way that both
anyway, you would have just got like more environmental bullshit as well.
Well, that and wasn't it confirmed that the first Bush is an actually CIA plant?
Yep.
You what?
Oh, the first Bush was a CIA plant. There's a whole bunch of information that goes into it.
Well, he definitely worked for the CIA, so that makes sense.
It's like the CIA's been trying to get a president, like wanted a president under their belt since JFK, and like this was kind of their first, first choice person that they were able to get that close to the presidency.
Yep.
And they were able to do it through the Nixon scandal.
Watergate.
Yep.
Well, that's why they're saying this is like the modern day Watergate. Right now, what's happening culturally, we could shift the country.
Yeah, I mean, wasn't George H.W. Bush? He was like part of, not, I don't want to say part of the Watergate scandal, but he was like an investigator or something that had something to do with that. I'm not sure. He was connected to it somehow.
Yeah.
I know he became the leader of the Republican Party like right after Nixon had stepped down, and then after that, I think he ran for president shortly after that. I don't know the time, like maybe 5 to 10 years later. Ecclestone.
I think Bush Sr. was the ambassador at the time appointed by Nixon.
Oh, okay.
So it was like one of those shadow, things, shadow connections people talk
I mean,
about.
yeah, I definitely could be wrong for sure.
There's rumors that George H.W. Bush was on the ground when JFK died. Like he was in that Texas at the same time at that parade. I haven't been able to confirm it, but I hear a lot of people speculate about it.
That's a good comment right there, Mr.
Always check the
All right.
Wonkish issue at the time, and I was working for some small tech startups in King County, and there were actually we had discussions just about American elections and how they need to be upgraded so that we didn't have any more weird images like this for our elections in the future. Now, after 9/11, there was actually additional controversy about our elections because it turned out that 8 of the 19 hijackers had actually registered to vote in Virginia and Florida, despite the fact that they were obviously not U.S. citizens. And this was thanks mainly to those states' implementation of the 1993 Motor Voter Act, just like Washington State. Now, later on, John Funn from the Wall Street Journal in 2004, he actually published Stealing Elections, How Voter Fraud Threatens Our Democracy. Now, this interested me at the time, and it was mainly just because I had actually met John Fund when I was chair of the College Republicans at Columbia University in the 1990s, and I had invited him to come speak at our club on campus. He never ended up coming, but so it's just this Washington state governor's race in 2004 that shortly happened after that. That's really the issue that kind of woke me and, of course, a lot of other people up in Washington state to our very problematic voting rolls and the system that we have here. Now, I realize that historically, voter roll cleanup concerns, they tend to be in this category of very wonkish policy data nerds. But in Washington state, these problems have received a bit more attention after the 2004 Dino Rossi-Gregoire race, where the election difference was only a very small handful of votes. And the Republican who won the first two, Dino Rossi, won the first two counts until secret stashes of mystery ballots were discovered weeks after the election, and they were in King County election workers' cars. And along with other weird, very unusual discrepancies, that actually helped ensure that Democrat Gregoire here became the governor by 130 votes out of 2.9 million cast in that election. Now, at the time, this actually earned the King County Elections Department the nickname the Fraud Factory for Republican political insiders. And this is actually just a well-earned nickname that has yet to be shaken to this day. Now, 21 years later, and the voter roll concerns and election system problems that were uncovered in 2004 have, for the most part, not really been improved much. And with increasing scrutiny, the problems and now national attention are intensifying. And it's very worthwhile to actually look much closer at the problem. Most people looking at Washington state's weird election operations usually focus on the all mail-in voting programs, because we haven't had any polling stations at all in Washington state since 2011.
Wait. Is that true?
Yep.
They don't have any polling stations in Washington state?
No. My aunt lives there.
That's crazy.
Am I still gargling?
You sound fine to me.
Okay.
You could.
There's some rumors about me that I'm gay. I had to dismiss them right quick.
Okay.
You squash the rumors for now.
Yeah, for now.
For now.
Hey, Corey, it's never gay if it's for money, okay?
It's just
business.
business. It's just business.
Right, yeah.
Month or so that's drug out so that it takes to actually discover those secret stats.
Oh, shit, this only came out 10 days ago. Wow.
Of late ballots, maybe at U.S. postal facilities or in election worker trunks. Maybe they look at our jungle primary system and some of the unusual outcomes there. And, of course, recent efforts to imprison Republican election observers for not wearing masks last year. Now, all these topics merit discussion, but I'm not going to focus on those. I'm going to look at the voter rolls themselves and the long and frustrating effort to clean up Washington.
Wait, they charged him with a felony for not wearing a mask?
Not surprised. Not
It
watching.
was mainly because he was part of the Republican side, and they noticed that he wasn't wearing a mask, so they sicked the, This is what happens in blue states. This is why they want police states in blue states.
Yeah, I was going to point out, too, it's like if this is happening in Washington, it's happening in all of the blue states.
Yep, California, it happened 100%.
They probably gave him 18 years.
Or they let him sit in prison waiting for trial.
Dude, that's fucking crazy, bro.
Oh, 100%. Like I said, I don't know how much legal stuff I can show you to convince your mind, but there's too much evidence for you to believe that there's nothing going on, at least.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I said there was nothing going on. I'm saying I don't think there was enough fraud to overturn the election in Joe Biden's favor. And I never once said I didn't think there was nothing going on.
Yeah, Lorenz, I got a question for you. So, where are you at percentage-wise? Are you 100% certain there wasn't any fraud or wasn't enough fraud going on? Or are you like 80-20, 70-30? How certain are you?
One second, I'll answer that in just a second. Hi, Stanley. Welcome in, bro. Good to see you, my man. Grid, what's going on, dude? Good to see you, man. Glad to see you in chat, bro. Caroline, what up? How you doing today? Hope you're doing well. I'm not like 20-80 that it was stolen, right? Like maybe 25-75,
I'm curious to see where you're at the end of this. So.
That's that's the whole point, right?
That Biden got 81 million votes.
Well, see, okay, so I can explain my position on that. During 2020, there was a shitload of ballot harvesting going on. There were people all over the country going and knocking on doors and getting people to fill out ballots. Most of those people probably wouldn't even vote in a regular election, let alone like going out and going to a polling booth and filling out their ballot there. You have a bunch of people who are locked in their houses. They all have cabin fever. There's civil unrest going on all over the country. There's people, we're like on the news. There's a death ticker that is like rising in the what was it like? It reached like hundreds of millions in a few months from COVID. Like all this bullshit, dude. That worked against Trump, and on top of that, he was kind of unpopular with some of the positions that he was holding at that time. You know what I mean? I'm not saying yes. I'm not. That's what I'm saying is when I say it wasn't stolen, I just don't like the whole Dominion voting machines, all those getting like votes getting changed in those. And they're just being like millions and millions and millions of fake ballots. I don't necessarily believe that. Now, to the degree that there was a lot of really unethical and like bad practice shit going on, absolutely, 100%. I mean, I don't think it's even arguable that there was unethical and bad practice going on, because like there were states that changed their fucking voting laws a week before the election. Right.
Yeah. That proved that those machines were connected to the internet, and you could hack into them within 2 minutes and just put a whole new slate in there, like switch. Whether that actually happened in mass or not, I'm not sure, but they proved that it was possible and that they were connected to the internet when they shouldn't have been.
Well, that's why everybody was getting very suspicious at 3 a.m. and 1 a.m. where every state was starting to flip.
Yeah.
Where they had these mass things happen, and I lived in PA at the time.
Yeah, as a Dominion expert, these allegations have not been proven, and I'm going to need some evidence before we just start slandering the parent company.
Yeah, and I'm curious too. Do you think that it was the greatest opportunity due to the circumstances for fraud? Do you think
so? So here's my thing, right? I don't believe that and I'm not even just trying to like cope and explain something. I'm trying to look at this like with just an element of reason here, where when people go to the voting booths and start voting, don't they count all of those first and then they count all the mail-in ballots afterwards? Isn't that how it always goes, right?
It depends on where you're at, because in my county, they'll call the fucking state before my actual district has even counted the votes.
Fair.
Also, like not hundreds of thousands at 3 a.m. exactly. Like that's just statistically improbable.
Yeah, it's all going on simultaneously. Usually they have it, different people working on different things all at the same time.
That's fair. Look. I'm not saying there's 0% chance. I just haven't been convinced yet, right?
Yeah,
that's why we're doing this. You know what I mean? I'm looking at the evidence that's been presented.
What type of evidence would it take to convince you?
Just evidence.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. Is no. Here, hold on. That's that. Like I've been saying this since the very beginning. I haven't seen any. I haven't really looked that far into it. You know what I mean? So if I'm presented with evidence that shows otherwise, I'm willing to entertain it, right? I'm willing to at least like look at it from that perspective.
Although
I'm not saying I'm slapping away things that people are saying at all. All I'm saying is like I haven't looked into this all that much, and if this changes my mind and it makes me believe the 2020 election was stolen, great. You know what I mean? I'm not adverse to that concept. I just haven't seen the evidence yet.
Yeah. I guess the question is too, what if there's like a 90% chance this probably happened, but there's no evidence? Would you still want the evidence?
So I will say this. There is part of me that I don't really care all that much. I know it sounds bad because I also operate under this kind of idea, and me and EOD got into it the other night about this. I operate under this idea that I think it was a good thing that Joe Biden won the 2020 election.
Oh, yeah.
So I got a question for you. Because this has not been brought up yet. The Hunter Biden laptop and with the 51 FBI or CIA and that all the officials that signed this up, even though they knew it was,
Fucking egregious. Yes.
No, that's not egregious. This goes to our point. This completely sways the court of public opinion. This is the exact same thing that happened to Hillary in 2016 when they dropped all these server stuff, right? Everybody's like, oh my gosh, I couldn't let anybody come in here and do that stuff. Like nobody wants Hillary Clinton for president.
That's fair. 100%. Powder Dusty, what up, man? Good to see you. Welcome in. Level 4 Lobster, how you doing today, man? Good to see you.
If Hillary won, World War III would have already happened.
Oh, 100%. They'd be chipping babies and all sorts of shit, dude.
She is psychotic.
States voter rolls and then try to keep them clean because it's not an easy effort. Well, I had worked on some voter roll cleanup efforts in kind of a more informal way before 2020. It was the drama of that presidential election that inspired many more people to become educated on the topic. And then it actually encouraged me to help organize basically and train volunteers and kind of start the Washington Voter Research Project about 4 years ago, mostly just focused on doorbelling questionable voter lists and then physically verifying those discrepancies house by house. Now, many problems have been uncovered, but the established political class absolutely hates us for trying to work on that. And while I've had threats both legal and physically directed at me often over the years, nothing really compares to the political establishment's desire to prevent and suppress any public scrutiny of this issue. Now, as I've mentioned in previous videos on this subject, the recent executive order from the Trump administration, particularly the May 25th one, and I linked that down below, and the SAVE Act, which again, I'm holding right here. These are basically, and of course you combine that then with the recent Department of Justice announcements that they would actually be investigating bad actor states like California, Illinois, and New York. It was really curious. I was very interested and very curious about the preparations that were being made at the local county auditor level in our state and whether they'd be compliant with these proposed federal laws. And there are a number of Washington State county auditors who I know have actually deeply cared about maintaining accurate voter rolls. So I reached out to some of the auditors in preparing for this video. Now, one of them was Franklin County Auditor Matt Beaton, where I also filed a records request, and he helpfully offered to let me visit him earlier this week and review their efforts. And to be clear, there's a number of local auditors, not just him, but many of them that are trying to make similar efforts to ensure that they're ready to comply with these federal mandates, assuming they become law, enforceable law here. Now, a recent review conducted by the Franklin County Auditor's Office using Washington State voter roll lists, including 2 columns of linked data that as a citizen activist or journalist, I've actually never been able to review before, despite over a decade of voter roll list reviews. And these 2 columns of data, they included whether the state had a social security number affiliated with that voter, and if that voter had a driver's license and social security number. Now, I can't get that list from any auditor's office in Washington State because, first, I can't just go and request it from them because a recent law that was passed by our state legislature a few years ago, and it's now become codified in RCW 29A 08.105 subsection 3, it no longer allows the county auditors, despite their position as defined clearly in state law as the registrar or keeper of the voting list, to actually provide these voting lists to the public. So obviously, I'm going to send a records request of this list to the Secretary of State Hobbs. However, the Secretary of State will not provide me with the complete list that includes these social security numbers, even just the last 4 digits, and the Washington State driver's license numbers for obvious and good reasons, because that specific information is exempted from disclosure for both privacy and the ability of that data obviously to be used in ID theft or other potentially nefarious purposes. I will ask them or have other people ask them to just hash out the specific numbers in those columns. But under Washington State's Public Records Act, the state's not obligated to actually produce a new record that does not exist currently. And the state agencies actually have become very good, especially lately, at delaying the release of records that clearly show problems in the machine. And so it seems likely that at the state level, they have never even bothered to look at this data. So let's go back to what was discovered when we actually looked upon review of the Franklin County data. And I'm saying they discovered this. And what they really discovered was the disturbing fact that 14% of these voters, at most of which are actually active voters, not old voters, I mean, these are people who vote right now, they don't have any Social Security numbers referenced in the state's data at all. Now, under HAVA, which is the federal voting law, they're not required to put it in there, but it's nevertheless the point that it's not in there. And including in that 14% is 0.5% of the voters who actually don't have any identification of any kind at all, no driver's license or Social Security number of any kind, which kind of actually makes you wonder how they ever were able to be registered to vote in the first place. Now, in an effort to basically quality check their data, see if they were just an outlier in Washington state. The same data was actually collected for 29 of Washington state's 39 counties, and they're in the reddish column here. And while the specific missing information, it ends up being slightly different county by county, the overall aggregate data results after a review of close to 1 million voters here, which is about 20% of the state's current voter roll list of a little over 5 million registered voters. And presuming the remaining 10 counties are not actually far worse than the 29 that have already been reviewed, which is possible, this would actually translate into approximately 709,000 voters with absolutely no Social Security number, and approximately 25,000 or so with just no driver's license or Social Security number of any kind statewide. Now, the question, of course, is why does this matter and why is it important? Now, one repeated claim that the Secretary of State and the division of the Secretary of State VOTWA, who's actually theoretically assigned to their task of voter roll management, they actually claim that they use the Social Security number verification service through the Social Security Administration to make sure that registered voters are actually real people and that they're citizens. But how can they actually do this when they don't have the Social Security numbers in the first place? They can't, obviously. Now, keep in mind, this data set is a snapshot in time. It really does matter because in the last 5 years of intensive review of the voter registration in Washington state, this is actually the first time anyone in any legal capacity in the state has ever bothered, as far as I can tell, to check this information. And unfortunately, it also exposes the fact that we are being lied to at all levels of the state, essentially, when it comes to voter roll validation. Because obviously, 750,000 mostly active voters, they clearly aren't being checked out in the way the Secretary of State represents. And yet this is a common pointless talking point that's issued by the Secretary of State to conceal the fact that essentially nobody's even trying to clean up the voter rolls. Now, the big question that's raised by the Department of Justice, the executive order from the White House, and the SAVE Act that's sitting currently in the federal Senate right now is exactly how many U.S. citizens are registered to vote, non-U.S. citizens registered to vote, and how many of them, of course, are actively voting. And how can they be verified? How many are in the voter rolls, just like those 8 9/11 hijackers who were registered to vote when they smashed their planes into the World Trade Center and the Pentagon? And then, of course, how many of these are actually registered to vote in Washington state? Now, we know based on public whistleblowers and non-public whistleblowers at the Washington State Department.
I mean, it's undeniable, bro. There's a fucking big hole here, and that's crazy, dude.
Well, and to be fair, like the way Act Blue works, where they kind of get people to donate without, I guess, their knowledge, it kind of makes me wonder if there's some aspect of voting that's like that. Like where they're having people vote and maybe the government has their, all their information needed to vote. And so I guess Democrats or people can then use that to influence the vote with however many votes they need to win.
Because they were going... Go ahead. Sorry.
I was going to say, I'm not saying there's evidence for it, but I mean, what Act Blue does is pretty nefarious. And if Democrats think they're going to lose power, I mean, I would be dumb to assume they wouldn't use by any means necessary to keep that power.
I just, I mean, dude, it blows my mind that there's this level of like a lack of paper keeping, basically. You know what I mean? A document keeping.
Did you
right?
see Stephen Crowder's 2020 election stream where it's like
Yeah, I saw that.
He'd send his like underlings to random places around the country, and he'll be like, "Oh yeah, 3,000 registered voters voting from this empty plot of land."
I was telling him about that yesterday. I was telling him how like people that work for Steven Crowder would show up to this warehouse, and like I don't know how he got the addresses, but he was getting addresses like during the stream, and then he would have people show up there, and they would show like where this place was, and it'd be like a warehouse or an empty lot.
Yeah, it was crazy. It was absolutely insane. But I mean, it wasn't on like enough of a scale to like to change like the outcome of the whole election. But it just proved that there were tens and tens of thousands of like kooky votes going on, because they'd obviously just pre-fill out this address and then base it off the voter rolls, fill out the election form, and then just automatically submit it.
That shit's insane, dude.
I do. It's cooked.
License
get homeless people to vote. Just go out to homeless people and be like, "Hey, would you like to participate in this voting event?" And I mean, you get a group of people to then fill out the information. They don't really have a primary residence, so what they'll do is they'll find a warehouse or they'll find a vacant lot and then use that address.
You get a free bottle of water and a snack. That's worth it.
Yeah.
Like Bill de Blasio, you get a hamburger and some fries, you know? Just go get the shot. Yeah.
Especially with what we've seen, like the Democrats are willing to go pretty low to keep their power. So it's one of those things, I guess, at a certain point, you got to be careful just saying just because there's no evidence doesn't mean it's not true, because we've seen what the Democrats are willing to do. And
well, I mean, I've always conceded the fact that like it's a possibility. I never said it's 100% not true. I just don't I don't believe it yet. You know what I mean? And I'll say yet, right? You know.
How much can I pay you to change your mind?
You got a couple grand, dude.
I got you at tax time.
I'm just kidding, dude. I'm just kidding.
No, I got you. You're saying that, or you're conceding that the opportunity was there. You're just not seeing the evidence that they took advantage of that opportunity.
Right. Yeah. I mean, and again, like, this is going to sound shitty, but if they did, with the way things have turned out and the position that we're in right now, I would happily, I'm happy if they did.
Wait, hang on. This is really fucking bothering me, lower class, because I've seen this meme recently of liberals. And this is something that happens in California where they deny. And then even if we have evidence that fucking shows that they do, they will sit there and say how that's a good thing now. And that is actually.
Well, hold on. My position's always been I'm glad that Biden won the 2020 election.
I know, but that's core, and that's just in line with the liberal outlook of things. That's like deny. And even if it was something that happened, it's a good thing now.
But I mean, okay, fair. Like I understand where you're coming from, but mine's not in the same. The reason I'm glad is because now we have Trump as president. He completely revamped his cabinet, and he's getting his agenda passed. So I don't believe if he would have won in 2020 that we would have had any level of the progress that we've had so far this year.
Stop being
any
such
level,
optimist, damn it.
At all.
And plus,
you know
kind of, they could have been so close to getting caught in a lot of these acts that it dissuaded them from doing it in the election after, in 2024 election.
Well,
so, No, go ahead.
I'd say that's the most important thing, is that we don't let them do this type of thing in the future or make it worse, or get better at doing it in the future.
Yep.
Yeah.
Paper ballots, no mail-in.
I'm not well, and that's the thing. Never Lucky is like I've always said it's a possibility. I never denied it. I just haven't seen the evidence yet. If it changes my mind, that's great. And if I'm proven that yes, it happened, that's great. But it's not going to change the fact that I'm glad that Biden won in 2020. Like, I know there was detriment to the country, but if it wasn't for that detriment, we wouldn't be where we're at right now. You know, if Biden won and did a great job and was a good president, Trump wouldn't have won. You know what I mean? Biden was a fucking terrible president. He was awful.
The ads depends on who you ask.
Yeah.
He's just one of the boys.
Yeah.
We also think it's important that we should limit the opportunity for fraud in the future.
Yeah,
not
absolutely.
That situation come up to where there is the potential.
Wait, so you don't think that the CIA director, the Michael Moore, coming out in October 22nd of 2020 and saying under oath, testifying, saying that yeah, we actually hid the Hunter Biden laptop information on purpose just to give Joe Biden a debate point and a talking point to pivot away from, so he wouldn't lose public interest and public opinion on that?
You're 100% correct. Yeah, that was egregious.
Out there that actually kind of proved my point, that said they would have voted for Trump if they had known this.
That's fair.
And that's enough information to me to be like, okay, I lived in a swing state at that time, Pennsylvania. I talked to people. I worked at a printing press at late nights, and it was just all politics in there. It's all we do is just sit down and like bullshit. And all these people would just talk about how bad Trump is. And it was terrible for where because I lived right next to Scranton. So that's where Joe Biden was raised. They had the entire freeway renamed the Biden Expressway.
Wow. 30 miles an hour is a speed limit. No, but to be fair,
all the road lines go like this. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
but to be fair, I don't know if I would classify that as like widespread voter fraud. I think that would be more of like
public
individual
opinion,
interference in the election.
Yeah.
But that's
what I'm talking about.
High level.
I'm not saying that. I don't think there was a lot of things that were working against Trump, and I don't think that there wasn't like highly unethical shit that happened back then. I'm opposed to the idea that there were like millions and millions and millions of fake ballots pumped into the vote that year, and that Dominion machines all over the country were changing votes, and that's the reason he won. You know, I haven't seen evidence to that, but like I've always said, there was a lot of stuff working against him. He had the CIA coming out and fucking lying to America. 51 of them come out and say that, you know, this real thing was fake thing. Like that's egregious, right? There was a lot of factors involved in that election. But when it comes to the election being stolen, I guess maybe I should define what I mean by stolen. I meant physically stolen, right? Fake ballots, changing votes in machines. That's really what I mean by that, right? Where when it comes to the media lying almost every day to the American people about this guy, they absolutely did. If that counts as stolen, then yes, I agree. The CIA coming out and lying to the entire country about, you know, the laptop and calling the real thing a fake thing. If that's considered stolen, then yes, I agree it was stolen, but not.
Well,
I guess when
public opinion, right? And public opinion is a huge point of somebody's vote. And so if you can't trust somebody, why would you vote for them?
Well, do you trust politicians? I don't.
I trust Donald Trump a lot more than I trust Hillary Clinton because of all the stuff that I know about Hillary Clinton. If there's stuff that has come out about Trump, like the Epstein list, I would not fucking vote for the guy. Would you?
No.
Oh, exactly. So how would you not think that's stolen?
I guess, yeah, lower class, I guess you're saying the physical evidence versus the evidence of the propaganda.
Yeah. The propaganda war, that's all campaign shit.
And it's always been there. I mean, we can go back to the early 2000s that, you know, the government's been trying to, I guess, sway the influence of America on which way they vote. But like the stolen claim of like ballots being flipped or like Dominion voting systems being hacked, it's like that kind of requires a separate set of evidence to, I guess, prove the burden. And it's like with election interference, it's like, well, we know election interference happens every year, So it's kind of like if we're operating in the election interference, we agree with you, but with the election, I guess the stolen election, I guess he needs a little bit more evidence to be persuaded in that particular aspect.
Yeah, if we're operating off of that definition of stolen, then yeah, I believe it was stolen. The media worked against him. The government institutions worked against him. His own cabinet worked against him. Like, there's,
didn't they do polling that, like, even just if the Hunter Biden laptop shit hadn't happened, like, they hadn't lied about that, that would have tipped the scales.
Yeah, but here's my thing with polls, man, and
that's
like
one little thing.
Like that's the opinion of people who actually take polls, right?
But
I've never taken a poll in my
You've
life.
got a pre-selection bias going.
So he could go into a debate and not have that debate point for him. You see what I'm saying? So he would have lost his public opinion twice. He would have lost it in the debate, and then he would have lost it afterwards when everybody found out what Trump was talking about.
Yes, I know. I agree. That was bad. But like, my definition of stolen is a different definition than what you're running with. What I'm saying is, if I'm operating off of your definition, then yes, it was. My definition of stolen is solely like physically.
No, I understand what you're saying. I'm just saying this is one aspect to what you're saying as stolen. There's many different aspects of stolen,
Right.
But in this aspect, 100%, I agree that it was stolen. And other aspects, we could definitely argue. I don't have the physical evidence. Like I told you that I don't have the physical evidence, but I have all this other stuff that does add up. That might not be physical, but I can explain it to you logically.
Well, this so far is already good enough right now, because this guy's detailing how they have people who don't have any registered social security numbers. A lot of people who don't even have like IDs and shit in that state. So that's a big fucking deal. That's why like I'm entertaining this idea now. You know what I mean? Like I'm not sitting here denying the evidence that's put in front of me. I'm engaging with it. I'm soaking it in.
I would also argue the other side, lower class, and I would say, to me, it's an obvious plot that the Democrats have been stealing elections with their whole mass immigration campaign. And it's not so much for the individual votes, but more so with the electoral college numbers, in which if you plug the people in, you get more votes. Then, I mean, so if you're able to win these places by gerrymandering, then you can get massive amounts of votes, like from California, New York, and all these, I guess. It's good. I think it's trying to do the same thing with Texas. Isn't Texas kind of slowly turning more of a purplish color?
Yep.
I would say, to me, that's the most solid evidence we have of both the 2020 and 2024 and 2016 election, I guess, stolen election theory.
I mean, I understand that, I guess. Hey, Grid, thanks for jumping in, man. I appreciate you stopping by, bro. Thank you. Yeah. I'm interested to see what else that we get into today, because I want to engage in this in good faith to the best of my abilities. I'm not coming at this and going, no, that's not true. No, that's not true. I don't do that. If someone offers me like a good bit of evidence, I'm going to take it in. I'm going to engage with it. And, if my mind gets changed today, boys, great. You know what I mean? But it's still, to me, right? Like, it's not me saying I'm glad that Joe Biden won because I wanted a piece of shit president like that in office. I'm glad that Joe Biden won because Trump would not have revamped his cabinet the way he did.
Oh no,
he was able to start this term running, versus with the cabinet that he had between 2016 and 2020, or I guess 2017 and 2021, whatever. The cabinet he had back then stymied him almost the entire fucking way.
But does that
he was getting rid of people one by one by one by one by one? Now we're in a position.
tens and tens of millions of illegals and like 25% commodity inflation over 4 years. Does that offset? Because that's a huge amount of damage. And
it is a lot of damage
to clean up a mess than it does to make one.
Well,
it is a lot of damage, but
I've got a good argument for this. Okay,
what's
so
up, Level 4 Lobster? Good to see you, bro.
The best thing that's happened, especially with Trump, is Trump's kind of opened the eyes of what the left is willing to do to, I guess, destroy. I would say to destroy America. They would say to save democracy, but it's kind of one of those things to where now it's hard for Democrats to argue that the left is in favor of flooding immigrants into our country and then having them become the new citizens. And with Biden winning, I don't know if this would have been as vocal of a talking point as, it's also allowed us to bring ICE in. It's also allowed, giving Trump kind of this kick in the ass to be like, hey, I can't pussyfoot around like I did in my first administration. I have to, put both feet on the ground and start kicking people out, or our country is going to be doomed. And I don't know if he had that same urgency in the first administration. And I don't know if he would have had it in the second.
And in the big beautiful bill, there's a lot of money going to ICE now, and that's written into law.
Well,
that's not something that can just be overturned easily, So, and this is why, like I keep saying, guys, give it a year, okay? In about a year, we're going to start seeing a lot of crazy shit going on.
Johnson actually codified any of it into law?
Yeah.
Yeah,
the House, the Senate, and it was signed on his desk. That's codification.
All right, because I read a few things that he was just being a giant fucking pain in the ass, just like, not playing ball with a lot of the, especially the economic stuff.
Now, a lot of the Doge stuff he has yet to codify into law, which is something I'm a little aggravated about. But other than that, yeah, the OBB, like all of the stuff in the OBB has been certified into law. And we've got the bonus of them taking out the AI state regulation.
Well, where the federal government had a monopoly on AI.
Yeah, and with this bill,
a decade or something.
You say what?
Was it for like a decade or something? They had 10 years of.
Yeah, like no state could tell any AI company any zoning disputes about. They could just get approved. There'd be no regulations against them. There would be, I guess no increased tax burden, no fines for like overusing electricity and stuff like that.
Yeah.
There's a lot of crazy stuff with the AI that they tried to slip in the OBB.
And I will say, with the amount of money that's gone to Border Patrol, the amount of money that's gone to ICE, the amount of money that's being used to, it's not money, but it limits like immigrants' abilities to get like federal assistance and stuff coming into the country. There's a lot of really good things that were in that bill. Now, the economic side of things probably isn't all that great, but when it comes to immigration and the border, it was very good and a very good thing for the country.
Registered non-U.S. citizens to vote every day and pretty much every time that somebody goes in to get a driver's license in Washington State. I've played those videos before, and I'll link to them down below. But every year, the Washington State Secretary of State publishes this annual report of Washington State elections. And I actually have the 2004 election report here in my hand. And this is pretty helpful information.
By the way, I also want to say this. I can be wrong, guys. Just want to say that, you know what I mean? Like, I can be wrong.
You are wrong.
I'm not a super genius. I don't believe myself incredibly fucking intelligent or anything, and I don't fight to be right unless it's
hey, Laura,
some
I agree
stupid
with you
liberal
in the
that has
sense
no
we
idea
would
what
have
they're
never
fucking
gotten
talking
the
about.
super majority if not for all the damage that had been caused.
See, that's that's
agree
my
with you
thing,
too.
right?
But and if he did get elected in 2020, even if he did, we would have never had it because of the Democrats had, I think it was the House, so it was one of those things where none of it would have lined up, or they had the Senate, or they had both, So
yeah.
It's impossible to say what would have happened. You can only really speculate. But
No, it really is. But watching it in real time happen, it was so weird watching all these states flip at 3 a.m.
oh, yeah.
I just so there were so many things that have happened over the past 4 years. Like there is the detriment, but there's also the things that were good for the country, like Elon Musk buying Twitter and turning it into X. And over the past 4 years, how many Democrats have swapped parties, left the Democrat Party to become independent, or left the Democrat Party to become a Republican? You know what I mean? How many of them have disavowed their own party? And look at their approval rating right now.
That's another good point, because I think that's a huge aspect of the fact that their approval rating is lower. Is like what, 24%? I think last time I checked.
Yeah, it got down to 19, dude.
I thought Congress's approval rating got down to like 12% or something, which Matt Gaetz pointed out on the Senate floor is lower than Gaddafi's approval rating when he got dragged out into the street and got molested by a bayonet.
Yeah.
So, like he literally pointed that out in front of everyone. Like,
see, and that's what I'm saying. So when I say that, but that's the thing, Emmett. I'm not saying it definitely for sure was not stolen. I never said that. I said I don't believe that it is, right?
The whole 2024 election, I remember the entire right wing's thing was too big to rig.
Yeah.
And that's what they were running on. And they had hired a bunch of new poll watchers. They had independent people go out. Hell, I went out myself and looked at the stuff going on, and you just see how much more people came out and were more and voted into it. And you saw it was like record turnout for percentage of voters that actually were registered. It was huge. So when you start looking at it from that angle, that kind of also makes us think that, hey, we had to vote in this, because if we don't, guess what they're going to do? They're going to fucking steal it.
Right.
Yeah. And that's a good motivation to have.
See, that's what I'm saying, is if, and I get what you were saying earlier, Ducky. I understand how that sounded. It's not the way I was saying it.
No, I apologize. I don't mean to call you like a liberal or anything else.
No,
like
you're
thought
good.
It was funny because like it just reminded me of the meme. It was the meme of, oh, haha, it's never happening. And even if it was happening, it's a good thing. It just kind of reminded me of that.
But that's the thing. Like I never did say that it's definitely not happening. I just haven't been convinced yet, right? So, but just I can't shake the fact that if Biden wouldn't have won, Trump would not have been able to create this coalition of people like RFK, like Tulsi Gabbard, like Elon Musk, like all of these people who were pivotal in moving him across the line.
All these bipartisan people who were never going to see the side of the Republicans anyway, unless it was for him.
Right. So, like there's a lot of things that happened over the past 4 years that would not have happened if he would have won in 2020. And unfortunately, I genuinely think that if he would have won in 2020, there wouldn't have been like the jab mandate or anything, but we would have definitely just seen this happen, this pandemic bullshit happen again. Yep. But it would have been, the death tickers would have still been on TV. Everyone would have, they would have said, look at how many people died under Trump, right? Yeah. They don't even talk about that anymore.
It's every 4 years for some reason. Every 4 years, there's just a new virus. I worked in healthcare, and then back in 2016, it was the H1N1 and all this other stuff. And then before that was the swine flu. And before then, that was their Ebola pox and all this other stuff going on. It's every 4 years they have something new.
Yeah. Dude, it's it's just money generation, man.
And to be fair, like his administration would have been bogged down by that. And it's kind of like, because all these states were kind of still debating on whether they should keep closed, and if Trump was in there, they would have stayed closed if they're Democrats. And it's like the Democrats would have milked this so much that it could have hindered Trump's ability to then flip the economy the way he did.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All they had to do is wait him out 4 years.
Yep. I mean, and Mr. Fisher, you were right, bro. He caused a lot of damage. Don't get me wrong, but I don't think that it's enough damage to topple the nation, right? And luckily, like, we've gotten to this point where he's in charge, and he's, you know, I will cross my fingers and say I really hope that he's doing whatever he can to change the course of the country. You know, I think he is economically, for sure. There's other things that he's not really doing all that great, but, you know, at the end of the day, like, I do think his economic policies are going to be a net benefit to the country.
Oh, for sure. I don't think America would have survived another 4 years of Biden.
No.
Oh, we would have survived. Just it would have been without Biden and the Democratic Party, probably.
Yeah, dude, we would look like fucking Europe right now. You know,
Oh no, we probably would have had a civil war, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, like a proper split.
Mm-hmm.
And a few of the previous years are actually piled up here. And these can be downloaded from the Secretary of State's website. I'll actually link to those down below. But however, one interesting data set reported here every year, it's on the last page, is where voter registrations actually come from. And last year, at least according to this report, 53% of all registered voters were registered by the Department of Licensing. This is actually a misleading number because the true number is going to be much higher than that, because this voter registration by source report, it includes change of addresses and updates and moves, which are usually reflected in the 33% of the data that comes from the mail and the online columns here. And that would actually shift the number much, much higher in those address changes if those address changes were actually removed from the data. And it's worth noting that even with this report right here, only 4.5% of voters are actually registered to vote by walking into the auditor's office and then doing this in person. So now if you look back on these previous years back here, the numbers have even been higher frequently for the Department of Licensing. Now, when I've asked county auditors how many non-U.S. citizens are registered to vote in their counties, they have no idea. And really, they're not even allowed to know. And here's a quote that I have from Mason County Auditor Steve Dunkel, who stated in an email to me, and I'm directly quoting here. He said, most citizens don't want non-citizen voting. And I'm often asked by constituents how many illegal aliens are registered to vote. And I tell them, I don't know. There's just no information in the voter registration database regarding citizenship status.
That's fucking crazy, dude.
Isn't that wild? So we can only prove 1 in 7. There might be more.
It's like a minimum.
Yeah, it's a minimum. We can only prove 1 in 7. And California is even worse. I don't even want to show you that California one.
Yeah, California probably huge.
Is that evidence enough?
That's why there were people burning cars and shit, dude. They were getting paid to go out there.
Oh yeah, they were.
That's
Did you
why
see
they
when
were
all
doing
when the people released ICE into LA? Did you see all the people that were dropping off cinder blocks of concrete bricks, and then all these masks, and all this other stuff going on? Like they were handing out crowbars. One dude got a sledgehammer. They were breaking up pieces of the curb just to throw at officers. Like, did you guys not see any of that? Like, it was
no, dude. I covered it.
I don't think I've watched you for that long, but yeah, it was insane.
Yeah. Oh, dude, no. I have no illusions that all these massive protests are all paid for, dude. Like, there's no way they aren't. If there wasn't a bunch of money behind them, it would be 12 fucking like high school dropout libs who, you know, they spend 90% of their time on Reddit and they work in fucking, you know, like Starbucks or a chocolate shop somewhere, and they took the day off and they just be out there screaming with signs. But no, there's like
protests are now. Post Doge going through and gutting USAID, and with federal crackdown and actual enforcement, that's what the protests have turned into. Like, look at the No Kings Day.
All older people. Yeah, it was just all old people. They tried that here in my town, and I just have videos of me fucking screaming at them. He was voted in, you dumb fuck. Yeah. I hate people.
It's just a bunch of old white like boomers and that have nothing.
Yeah, it really was like a bunch of white librarians.
They're just trying to relive. They're just trying to relive the '60s, man.
Yes.
To quote Emmett, man, Kings ain't so bad.
Wait, what's not so bad?
Right.
I said to quote Emmett, Kings aren't so bad.
I don't know about that.
Democracy is gay and fake.
Loves his monarchy.
Democracy is fake and gay, 100%. I agree. That's why I'm glad we're not a democracy. Holy fuck, am I glad we're not a democracy?
Yeah, we're a constitutional republic with democratic
right.
tendencies. That's all.
With democratic characteristics.
Yeah, we do have
We just
democratic
tend to give
characteristics.
people some democratic abilities. That's all.
But that constitutional republic concept, that's the thing that keeps the popular vote from putting in a president. You know what I mean? Very grateful for that one.
I mean, they're slowly increasing or turning it into a democracy. Like you see the slow creep of suffrage. Now it's universal suffrage, and now you have random people just showing up at your southern border and voting like a year later.
Mm-hmm.
So the creeping rot is real.
Replacement rate is still below the average.
What, for a total fertility rate?
Yep.
Yeah, it hasn't been since 72. Like in 1962, before the widespread use of hormonal birth control and legal abortion, the TFR for the US was about 3.7. And in 1972, by the time widespread abortion and hormonal birth access was available, it dropped to 1.6, I believe, or 1.7. So that's basically what it does in every single place that it just completely destroys fertility.
Bonkers.
You know, I saw this stat that it was like 23 to 26% of Gen Z, of all babies
It's higher than
conceived
that.
in Gen
It's
Z,
about a third.
were fucking aborted.
Yeah.
Oh.
There's no fertility crisis. You get like, I had this argument with Grok the other day. Like, I basically made it keep going through the data until it admitted, yes, if you just got rid of abortion, you'd have replacement rates.
Yeah.
You'd have replacement birth rates.
100%. 100%. It's fucking crazy, dude.
It's like widespread child sacrifice to Moloch, or like have a healthy society.
Yeah.
And the one thing young women like vote on, like their one sole issue is just like access to abortion. Oh, sorry, healthcare.
I wonder what would happen if
You can say abortion, that's fine.
if one entire side of the aisle just took up that abortion is good, but it's only good for one demographic of people. I wonder how the other aisle
Oh,
would
the
do.
Sanger approach.
Yep.
Dude, that's my thing. So I've argued with Radical Coder about this, and he cannot get around the fact that abortion is the most successful eugenics program that has ever been implemented in the United States. And it's still going on.
Yeah.
It's fucking insane.
It's crazy. And the thing is, like once you bring that up to a topic and you talk about Margaret Sanger and the kind of shit that she's talked about and stood for, you can't get out of the fact that this is literally, and I'm not even trying to sound like a lib here, this is literally mass Black American like killing, bro. That's
eugenics.
That's literally all it is. Dude, they did numbers, and I can't remember where I saw this, so take it with a grain of salt, right? I'm not going to go diving for a source.
Oh,
but like 44 million Black people or Black fetuses were aborted since Roe v. Wade. That would nearly double or over double the Black population in the United States.
Crazy.
That's pretty wild.
It's fucking insane, dude.
And they try and paint us as a racist.
That's what I'm saying.
I mean, if
Stay on government assistance, kill your kids. That's the liberal policy towards Black people.
If you look into the 19th Amendment and like why that was sort of pushed so hard, it was basically white women not wanting Black men to have the vote before them as well. That shit goes back like why, like white women did not want Black men to essentially get the right to vote. Well, that was one of the foundational driving forces behind that movement. Racist white woman at it again, unbelievable.
Just liberal white women.
Yeah,
Democrat white women.
Now with the liberals back then, they were the Democrats back then, and they're the Democrats now.
They haven't changed. The only thing they changed was who they direct their racially driven politics at. That's it.
Identity politics.
That's the only thing that's changed with them, bro. You know, it's funny. I was talking with Corey about this, and I sent him the entire thing. I debated ChatGPT on this, and ChatGPT, I got, remember that, Corey, where like at the very end of it, I got ChatGPT to go, yep, you're right. Nothing's changed. Yeah, the only
radicalized it.
It was fucking, yeah. So it's this shit's real, bro. Like the party switch and all this fucking bullshit people try to throw around, absolute nonsense.
It's so easily
and if that's the case, then why? Like if it was a slow, gradual process, then why have more Democrats switch to the Republican Party over the last 4 years than ever in history?
It's so strange how it got like so widely spread, those myths, because they're so easily debunked. Like, I'm a truck driver in Australia. It took me about 15 minutes to find this shit out.
Well, you get a bunch of mentally ill retards on Reddit to read something, and they talk about it for years and years and years. And more mentally ill retards go onto Reddit, and they start reading this stuff. And then eventually, if it's never contested with, they just go out and they start fucking saying stupid shit. And you're a fascist if you don't believe it, right?
They dress it up as a right. And so anytime someone challenges it, it rubs this kind of, I guess it rubs this American response like, oh, they're taking my rights, I have to defend them. And that's how they painted it.
And you ask any of them to define what a right is, they won't be able to.
I chalk it up to schizo posting, but I don't even think the schizophrenics believe that what they believe.
Based, yeah. Well, see, that's the thing, though. Schizophrenic people can be smart.
Just not grounded in reality.
Yeah.
Right.
Schizophrenic does not equal retarded. You know what I mean? Anyway.
And
We're all a bit retarded.
Now, the bigger problem, of course, is that nobody in state government really...
Yeah, I agree. We all are a bit retarded. But at the same time, bro, like...
Never go full retard.
Based, yeah. Yeah.
Just try to be the least retarded person in the room at any time.
There you go.
Right.
There's levels to this shit.
See, what I do is I think I'm the most retarded person in the room, and I try to act like I'm not. So that way, when I get shown that like I am retarded, I'm not surprised or hurt. It's like, yeah, well, saw that one coming.
Is that why my eye keeps
my biases?
No, I'm just playing.
really wants to know this data, even though many of the 39 auditors in Washington state clearly do want to know it. And therefore, the state keeps this information concealed and hidden from the public. Now, are all these 700,000 or more active registered voters without Social Security numbers? Are they non-U.S. citizens? It's probably not the case. Some of these just might be people who are victims of very screwed up records.
Well, Specious, so you know the United States is not a Christian country. We are a secular country. Predominantly Christians live here, but our government is not a Christian government. They may act like Christians. They may go to to Catholic Mass on Sundays or whatever, but we are a secular country. And we've been moving in that direction. Remember, Corey, we did we were doing the series, the God and Society series.
Yeah.
Where it was like over time we have become more and more and more and more and more and more and more secular. Doesn't necessarily have to do with what the people in the country believe, but the way the government operates when it comes to religion. And the government like abhors religion because, I mean, separation of church and state keeps them from getting their fucking slimy hands on church money. That's really what it comes down to.
The most effective way they did it is they tackled getting God out of school. And so by doing that, they've kind of separated the newer generations from, I guess, having God associate with the government. And so a lot of people grew up where, okay, well, I always separate God and my country. And so now we're a couple generations on from that, and you kind of see it.
Religiosity in any population also declines when material abundance increases. And
Yep.
post World War II, like America's material abundance skyrocketed, especially with like the technological innovations in the 70s and 80s and that. So basically, religiosity just declined in proportion to that. And then your government's just going to reflect essentially the people. So you're going to get a bunch of, like filthy commies in there if everyone's just a nihilistic materialist.
I'll say I think
We have an increase of religious following at least in a generation, in my generation, millennial and Generation Z. So
It's
to
like
turn
it's
around is
sort of
nice.
starting to make a comeback just because people are done with like 2 generations of sort of that nihilism that comes with it.
Yeah.
I think population density has an effect on it too.
I'm gonna be honest. Gen Alpha, there's a huge swing toward Christianity.
Yep.
Like I've been seeing a couple people track, like I guess the generation that would be coming up, and I think it's almost like a 63% versus a 30%. And these are loosely tracking, but
So a third of them are gay, and then the other 2/3 are going to be like Christian fundamentalists.
And that's all right, because gay people can't reproduce by themselves. So
Exactly. So next generation is going to be 100% Crusades, baby. Let's go.
That's for
Y'all want to hear something crazy? In 2 years, the oldest Gen Zer will be 30.
Think about it.
what's so weird is how Democrats support all these things that pretty much kind of end people's like generational cycles. So they support abortion, they support the trans movement, they support the gay movement, and it's like, at a certain point you're going to run out of voters, and so that's why they got to flood the immigrants in.
Yep.
At a certain point, you're going to run out of new shit to support.
I think it was Aristotle that said the tyrant hates the citizen but loves the foreigner.
Yep.
Because the foreigner is basically just a class of easy people to control that have no ties to the history of that nation. So they've been doing this shit for thousands of years. Like there's nothing new.
But part of the problem is too, it's like they always need something new to support, some new cause to fight.
Yeah. A new struggle.
But as they run out of them, they're just going to keep finding something more and more degenerate. It's just going to keep.
Well, and they also like as a foreigner coming to a country, you don't have any roots there, right? You don't have a community you grew up around. You don't have any family. Like a lot of people when they vote, I can't speak for anybody else, but when I vote, I'm not only voting for my own best interest, but I'm voting for the best interests of the people around me.
Yeah.
And as a foreigner coming into a country, if you're brand new, you don't have any connection to anybody there. You don't have like a community that you're part of. You're on your own. So you're going to vote for your own best interest.
No, yeah. Well, it depends on why you came. Like, they had that Schwarzenegger on The View not too long ago with, did you come to assimilate and support and be thankful for the country, or did you come to take advantage of it and establish your own little colony there?
What's up, Rude? Good to see you, man.
I was going to say, there was a documentary in Sweden about like no-go zones and like what happened in the Arab Spring. Like when I
got them here too.
Oh yeah, it's happened here. It's happening here, and I guess we're starting to see more and more of it. But Sweden was pretty bad just because like they never integrated the Somalian refugees. So what ended up happening is once the Somalian refugees had children, you had a bunch of people that had no connection to the country. And so now you have this massive population who don't feel like they're Somalian, but also don't feel like they're Sweden or Swedish. And so now you just have this big blob of people who have no care for your culture that they don't care to save it.
It will naturally result in balkanization too, because they'll sort into like ethnically homogenous sort of communities within the sort of the greater whole.
Yep.
It happens over here. Like we got fucking, you go to one neighborhood and it's just all Indians. Next neighborhood, it's all Muslims. People like living around other people that have the same sort of look the same and act the same and think the same.
And they all vote for their own self-interest.
So when a white person says that, it's racist.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Damn, Australia must be stinky.
It is, but it's like a lot of it's empty, so you can just go get some fresh air in the mountains,
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah, it's white boy summer over here in America. We're bringing it back.
All right, let's try to get through a little more of this video here.
Records at VOTWA, or just incompetence of the Secretary of State. But nobody really knows because nobody's clearly looking. And nobody inside state government's going to look at all, regardless, unless they're forced to. And of course, since Washington State is in active litigation, you read here, with the federal government on the subject right now, we're not alone. We, just like the other 19 states who don't want to clean up their voter rolls, it seems unlikely that Washington State's going to want to look too closely. And remember, this is all being done to prevent any voter roll cleanup efforts, either as a result of the executive order or of.
See, and this kind of reaction, and I remember this kind of reaction is so sus, dude, because like if you aren't doing anything wrong with your voting rolls, what's the problem with having somebody go through them and take the bad people out? If anything, I'd be like, yeah, we're going to have someone there with you, but of course you can go through. We're proud to say that we do a great job. You know what I mean? That's the sus part of that to me. Is the fact that like instead of them approaching it from a our voting rolls are fine, go ahead. We're going to have someone through you to make sure you're not taking anybody out. But you're not taking anybody wrong out, but please go through them. It's fine, right?
Yeah,
but instead,
it's like, no, we've investigated ourselves and we found nothing wrong. You need to stay away.
Yeah, you fascist. You know?
The Department of Justice as they continue to enforce that and other laws. Now, one misleading example of this is where the Secretary of State indicates on its website that the state verifies these voters.
Nuxus, what's going on? Welcome in. Good to see you. Always good to see you. I hope your day's amazing as well. All right.
That's what they actually say. But that implies sort of that it's the Secretary of State doing this. But in truth, they don't. And they don't have the staff to do it. They essentially outsource this effort to the same Department of Licensing that is registering non-citizens to vote every single day right now. Now, how well do you think these guys right here are actually doing, and how well do you think that's working? Now, worse than this, of course, recently is the discovered shortfalls, a compounding challenge that the Social Security Administration's offices right now, Washington State and elsewhere, they've been handing out Social Security numbers or IDs like candy at a parade for many years now, so that non-citizens, usually illegals, can essentially sign up for Apple Health or SNAP benefits, which are the state's implementation of Medicaid and food stamps. And since DSHS and all of the state agencies are directed by the state of Washington to register everyone who comes and collects benefits, make sure you register them to vote, none of these non-U.S. citizens would show up on this list of 700,000 active voters without Social Security numbers anyway, because these people are collecting benefits in most cases that they already have a Social Security number that's been assigned to them so that they can fill in that little blank and start collecting those benefits. Now, years ago, citizens in Washington State, other activists, right, who wanted to actually expose this problem at the time, they were using the jury duty excuse letters that were posted by jurors who actually, or people who requested to be jurors, who claimed they could not serve on a jury because they were not U.S. citizens. Now, only registered voters are in the jury pool. And these records were public at the time. You could file records requests and get them. And activists collected these records from various superior courts all around the state, and they used them to expose the Department of Licensing registering non-U.S. citizens to vote. But now, what do you think Washington State's response to that was? Well, of course, Washington State changed the public records law, and they made jury duty excuse letters no longer disclosable under the Public Records Act. And then even when an elected county auditor requests these letters, they are also threatened by the state of Washington with possible prosecution for daring to know the truth about non-citizens on the voter rolls. So now the state then tells us that we can't prove how many illegals are on these voter rolls. I mean, this is just no secret that bad actors are going to manipulate the voter rolls if they believe they can get away with it. In Seattle back in 2007, this poor guy here, Clifton Mitchell, who actually, unfortunately for him, worked for Acorn at the time, he was convicted for falsifying nearly 2,000 voter records using the Seattle Public Library at the time. Now, I know you're telling me, you know, who knew it could actually be used for more than just shooting up meth and surfing porn by drug addicts. But anyway, at the time, Acorn was essentially caught.
That was
a banger.
Yeah.
What a segue.
Yeah, that's funny. I didn't realize Acorn. I thought Acorn, aren't they like an investment company?
Big,
Holy fuck.
big firm.
Wow.
What?
Massive investment firm involved in our elections.
Yeah, Obama was tied to him too.
I'm sure that's all above board. I'm sure it has nothing to do with.
No, I'm sure Nancy Pelosi's husband does have no stocks in it.
And convicted for producing fake voter registrations. And this poor guy here actually had to pay the real price, but Acorn basically had a wrist slap and a minor fine. And then our political class wants us to believe that it never happened before and it's never happened since. Unfortunately, back in 2007, we had Jane Balaw here, who actually she registered her dog to vote for basically a protest in King County at how slipshod and sloppy Washington State's voter registration process was. And if she hadn't made a public statement out of this, it's unlikely that her dog ever would have been removed from the voter rolls or the jury pool. Of course, she's the one who gets prosecuted for this, while the rest of the political class pretends that there's just nothing to see here.
I hope we arrested
So,
the
okay,
dog.
now we have.
I think most dogs would vote right.
It's this kind of shit that just makes me like I yearn for the day when the people that work in our government just get fucking maced and handcuffs slapped on them. You know what I mean?
Well, did they say that came into our country under Biden? They said estimated 20 to 40 million.
Was it
I'm
really
sure they're all
that?
doctors and engineers, though. It'll be fine.
There's loose evidence since like 1980. There could be upwards of 100 million illegals in America.
Yep.
It's very loose because I know that there was huge Now it wasn't quite as known, but there was huge problems with illegal immigration even before Biden opened up the border.
Yeah.
And so there's really no telling.
Yeah. Well, you know, and it was the Republicans that were all pro fucking illegal immigration for a long time, and the Democrats were against it for a long time, and that just swapped.
Yeah. What did Bernie say? It was a Koch brothers proposal to try and get illegal immigrants inside the country.
Yeah, to suppress workers' wages.
Yeah.
And he was actually correct in that, too. It's just that now they don't care.
Well, now since he got in his third house, a lot's changed.
Yeah, now it benefits him.
Billionaires. He doesn't mind millionaires anymore. It's just the billionaires that are the problem.
Right.
The right saw
He's a
cheap
billionaire.
labor.
He's only talking about the trillionaires.
Remember the
Exactly.
millionaires and the billionaires?
It's like the right saw cheap labor and the left saw cheap voters.
Yep.
Approximately 700,000 mostly active registered voters in Washington state with no social security numbers attached to them at all, and 25,000 of them with no driver's license or ID of any kind. Now, it could be way worse than this, but why does this even matter? What will the Secretary of State, the Department of Licensing, our Attorney General Nick Brown here, and Governor Bob Ferguson say in response to this? Well, it's generally very predictable. When I analyze the 5 steps of bureaucratic grief, when their protected political narrative is actually found to be wrong, here are their responses and why I believe these responses are wrong. Now, stage 1, of course, is blame Trump. I mean, this is a relatively new stage in the bureaucratic 2-step game of shifting the blame, but you have to ignore the issue and then just go full Trump derangement syndrome. This is how Governor Ferguson has existed in political office since at least 2016. And of course, now he's got to the point where he has Trump Tourette syndrome. Attorney General Nick Brown has basically been on the same bandwagon. And unfortunately, Secretary of State Hobbs, he's going to probably join him in this. Now, obviously, this problem I'm exposing predates Trump's run for political office. And our state's political class and their obsession with Trump doesn't exempt them from the obvious problems that are being exposed here. But moving on to stage 2, we're going to see denial and attempting to ignore it. And I'm not sure how long they can stay at that stage since I'm using their own data, their own programs, and their history. And frankly, more people that look under the hood and the mess of Washington State's voter rolls, the harder it's going to be to pretend that this isn't actually happening, particularly with clear evidence the Department of Justice is going to be digging into this one. which shifts us into stage 3. And of course, this is going to be where the Secretary of State and everybody involved, they're going to claim this is de minimis. I mean, this is typically what happens when I report on, for example, the dozen or so non-U.S. citizens who were registered to vote and are here legally. They're H-1B visa holders at Microsoft or Amazon, or maybe they're student visa holders who are registered against their will and oftentimes without their consent. And I've had people from China and Australia and Canada, Denmark, England, and many other countries in this exact same situation. And our political class just turns up their nose, saying it's too small to matter, too small to notice. And it's really never been documented before. Plus, of course, they threaten to sue anybody who does document it. The problem with this response is really that 700,000 voters of Washington State.
I'll sue you. Dude, that's fucking, this is crazy, man. Like, how did we get to this point, boys?
Democracy.
Well, and my biggest thing is lack of transparency.
Yeah.
People don't know what's going on behind the scenes. They get away with whatever the hell they want to.
Yep. I think that as more and more of this shit keeps coming out, dude, I'm telling you, I've said it before, I'll say it again. Over the course of the next year, we're going to start seeing some shit, boys.
Yeah. I mean,
I don't think we've scratched the iceberg yet. You know what I mean?
But it's like this. My stance has always been that very few things in the government should not be fully transparent. Like, the public should have access to everything that they do.
Yeah, without a doubt. And if it's anything that has to do with like national security or anything along those lines, you know, you go the route, you get the FOIA, you get the information, and you essentially, like, I don't know.
Well, when it comes to that, you have oversight committees that are elected officials that you can at least hold them accountable for oversight.
Right. Touchy subject.
Is not de minimis. This is actually a large enough problem and a significant defect in the voter roll to impact and possibly change every election that we've ever had in our state, with very few exceptions for the past 20 years. Now, we just had a margin of less than $50,000 for a state Supreme Court justice just last year. And we had a primary just a year ago, last August, for the Public Lands Commissioner that was decided by less than 60 votes statewide. So this issue is not de minimis by any definition, even in the fever dreams of our political class in Washington State, where they often try to ignore the reality of math, which is going to shift us into stage 4. Now, stage 4, bureaucratic denial and the bureaucratic grief, is going to be shift the blame, of course. Now, this is a tried and true part of the bureaucratic two-step, and there is a long history of doing this on voter roll issues. The Secretary of State, they're going to blame county auditors and say, hey, they're the legal registrars and keepers of the voter rolls in our state. It's their fault. They're also going to blame the Department of Licensing, with actually pretty good reason, since that's the black hole where basically voter registrations are often invented. And who needs ACORN today? Now, the Department of Licensing, of course, is going to shift the blame to Secretary of State, saying, hey, we just click the buttons and do what we're told. It's the Secretary of State's responsibility to manage those voter rolls. They might blame their close to worthless vendor, ERIC, which originally was founded by a former employee of the Washington State Secretary of State back in 2012. But regardless, the round robin of it's not my fault, it's his fault, will certainly be the stage that they get to very, very quickly in this process. And what makes this tough is that I have some sympathy, for instance, for the county auditors, many of whom actually want to do the right thing and clean up the voter rolls. Now, don't get me wrong. Too many of them actually want to spend their work retreats making candles and then doing team building exercises when they get together. But some of them actually take their work very seriously. And the problem is that, well, both the SAVE Act, and again, as I told you, this isn't fake, I'm holding it in my hand right now, and the Secretary of State, they want to shift the blame on the county auditors and say that the auditors have to go to prison for registering non-citizens to vote. But the county auditors have gradually, essentially, had all their authority stripped for them over the past 20 years. And it's accelerated recently. As an example, here's another quote from Mason County Auditor Steve Dunkel. And I know it's long right here, but I'll quote it anyway. If the Department of Homeland Security actually provided me with a list of illegal aliens to cross-check with registrants in the voter registration database, state law would prevent me from canceling non-citizens unless I was able to contact them and they agreed to complete a voter cancellation form, or they responded to an automatic voter registration acknowledgement notification package stating that they declined to be registered to vote or were ineligible to be registered to vote.
That's crazy.
It's RCW 298.08030. Outside the voter registration challenge process, I can only cancel active registrants if they are deceased, RCW 298.08510, or if guardianship is imposed, statute referenced, or if they're convicted of a felony, statute referenced. For inactive registrations, RCW 298.08630, subsection 3, requires that I cancel the registration when receiving information that they moved out of state or died. There is no provision at all in state law to cancel the voter registration of non-citizens.
That's crazy.
What the fuck is going on in Washington right now?
They have to agree to be removed if they're a non-citizen. That's nuts.
Yeah, Nuxus, absolutely.
Well, I'll say to Nuxus, like, they're pretty good at propaganda, though, and getting people to support them. Even if we knew, they could find other people to give them the power.
Yeah, they'll just call you a racist.
Fucking insane, dude.
Racist, fascist for noticing.
Now, after Washington State passed same-day voter registration about 7 years ago.
Yeah. Blank insert here, right-wing term. Yeah.
Yeah. It doesn't work anymore, though. No one cares.
It doesn't, bro. People are tired of that shit.
Yeah, they overplayed their hand.
Yep, I'm a racist, fascist, but I'm still right.
And then forced the Secretary of State under Kim Wyman to create VoteWa for a master statewide database, voter database in response. The local auditors have almost zero control over their own voter rolls. Nearly all the registrations come from other agencies. And even when they do register a walk-in voter and enter that person in the system, it still doesn't actually become a voter until somebody approves it, usually an employee at the Secretary of State's office. So who's really to blame in this case? Now, as the blame game goes on, we're going to move into stage 5. Now, stage 5, of course, is where these guys like to live, which is litigation and threats. Once the narrative actually starts to come apart at the seams, and then the blame game becomes too self-defeating and self-destructive, and if you just can't get somebody on whom you can stick the blame for sure, then, of course, you threaten and file lawsuits.
All right, bro. $5 says this guy on the left here, he's a homo.
Yeah.
Sorry. $5.
At the seams, and then the blame game becomes too self-defeating and self-destructive. And if you just can't get somebody on whom you can stick the blame for sure, then of course you threaten and file lawsuits against the whistleblowers or reporters like me. Now, I'm not sure how long it's going to take to get to this point, but it will be a true sign that they are desperate when they get to the stage. Now, most of the senior insiders in this play are very familiar with what is actually happening. I have a map here I'm going to show you. I mean, these guys from the Washington State Attorney General's office and the Department of Licensing, they share this exact same building, office building in Olympia for many decades now. And Inslee firing the head of the Department of Licensing in 2018 for cooperation with the feds is a known level of drama. And they absolutely do have a lot to hide. And they know it. These guys all work together, talking back and forth down the hallway. So, okay, we know something's wrong here, and it does look like a real bureaucratic and legal mess to clean up. Washington State's voter rolls, and I know this has been a long video right now explaining the problems, why it matters, and how the state's going to respond. But what is...
Oh, the government was angered that someone provided this information to the feds.
Yeah, they got exposed.
How dare you uncover our corruption?
Mm-hmm. You're the bad guy.
These people can go fuck themselves, dude.
That's not just how insane.
Why would they do that? They're too busy fucking the U.S. public.
Yeah.
Isn't a perfect solution, but it is a realistic one and something I believe that can be done very easily right away. We know that the Department of Homeland Security has a list of all non-U.S. citizens in Washington state, as imperfect as it might be. And these are the ones who are both here legally, and they include like visa holders, H-1B, student visas, guest workers, green card holders, et cetera. Now, when I actually I was involved with other activists who tried to get these lists back in 2018 and 2019, the administration wouldn't release them under a FOIA request at the time. However, times have changed now, both in Congress, leadership, and with these executive orders. So my suggestion is that the Department of Homeland Security just make these lists publicly available on their website for the 20 or so states who, like Washington State, just are hostile to voter roll cleanup and don't want to participate in that process. Maybe they're sanctuary states, or they're just unwilling to work on this issue. We really do have enough people, just in our state and others, who are capable of crowdsourcing the data and helping provide these lists of non-citizens who should be removed from the rolls, at least making it very public. And making this information public will help this process proceed quicker and eliminate the secrecy that's currently being utilized by our state and others to pretend that it doesn't exist and to resist the progress of voter integrity. Now, that's all I'm asking for right now. I know it might inspire these guys to destroy public records at the state level, and it doesn't solve every problem, but perhaps this step will actually help break the dam of silence, denial, and concealment in our state and others. And I'm aware of the other steps that the Department of Justice has indicated that they want to take to fix the inactive voter lists, and the National Exchange of Address Update System, the duplicate voters in multiple states, and the fake voters that don't exist at all. But these non-U.S. citizen lists just might be a good place to start, and probably an easier place to start than some of those other issues. I'm very sorry this has been a long video, and I'm sure to have some follow-up videos as I dive deeper into the challenges of Washington State's voter rolls, the HAVA, motor voter, chain of custody, mail-in ballots, and just the practical suggestions for how to actually fix what's clearly broken in our state. Now, if you think that I'm missing something, and I certainly have missed some things here, or if I haven't provided enough detail, feel free to comment down below. There's just a lot of good people out there trying to do the right thing, and some of them even work in government, and they want to do the right thing. And I want to end this video with a final quote. I'm not going to put it up here on the screen, but this is from the Mason County Auditor once again, Steve Dunkel. And I'm going to quote here, and he says, "The Office of the Secretary of State has actually working groups that are aimed at vote loss system and improvements. There are no working in Washington, however, for improving the integrity of the registrant information law, which is the voter rolls. And that really falls on county audit. SAVE Act passes Congress. This is a quote from him, I will be in a difficult position. Either I comply with federal law and I cancel non-citizens in the voter registration database with whatever data the federal government makes available and violate state law, or I comply with the state law and I don't remove non-citizens in violation of the act. And I think it's important that as a state, we put some energy into preparing for potential SAVE Act passage in the context of the Supremacy Clause in Article 6 of the Constitution of the United States," end quote. Now, the fixes won't be as simple as we want, I'm sure. But we have to start somewhere, and sometimes the first step in fixing a problem is just admitting that they have one. And if the Homeland Security can release this, and if we can force our state to finally admit how many of these non-U.S. citizens are on the voter rolls, despite their denial, we are at least on the path to true recovery. We can actually fix our voter rolls. It is actually not impossible. It can be done. But of course, we need to do what we can as concerned citizens and engage activists to just help and facilitate this process. I know it isn't easy, it isn't simple, and we won't fix it overnight. But if you're willing to actually show up and help, that's a good place to start. And as I always say, the future belongs to those who are willing to show up.
Fuck me, dude. That is crazy as fuck that that's actually happening.
Yeah.
Now imagine how California or Oregon or New York is.
Dude, I was just about to say, bro, I'm up to like 40% right now. Yeah. Oh, bro, that was crazy, dude.
How many of those videos
one video. Huh?
How many of those videos have you got lined up?
4 more.
Oh.
Now they're not all that long. So the next one's the Tim Pool one, which is 11 minutes. Then the one after that is 5 minutes. The one after that is 10 minutes. And then the last one I was just going to run through like 2,000 mules. I don't know if that's going to be something that we can watch.
I just got to drop down for like 10 minutes. I got to fill out some paperwork.
Yeah, we can wait for you, bro. That's fine.
Make my money for the next month of unemployment.
Hey, based. Get incentive?
No, I don't get welfare like that. I just sell gold. I've been accumulating it for years at really cheap.
Oh,
So I just
yeah.
sell a couple
Save
of
it.
grand's worth every couple of weeks.
Good for you, bro.
Save it. Did you see what's happening after the Trump Putin meeting? Russia's buying gold out the wazoo faster than anybody's ever done, and then they have like
China's
5 or
been
6.
buying tens of thousands of tons of it. Like, it's fucking insane. And European central banks have been like stocking up for like 3 or 4 years now. Like, it's actually insane. Like, I bought most of mine at about 1,500 an ounce, and now it's like 5,200 an ounce or something.
Nice.
They're
Same
talking
with
about
silver. I bought silver at, like,
reevaluating the entire
$16.
gold price. Trump is, because now they have 5 states so far that are doing gold-backed notes.
Good.
Bring
Yeah.
back the
It's about
gold
time we
standard.
go back to a real currency, like a currency.
Well, that's what
actually
they're trying to
backed by
do,
money.
but they're trying to do it through their own states instead of the federal.
I have a hard time trusting paper, though. I hold on to physical gold. I don't know.
I keep most of mine in like a sort of allocation pool, so I can just sell it or buy it.
Yeah.
It's more like an investment than an actual physical.
I just always have the scare that when you go to claim it, they open the vault and it's empty.
Yeah,
That's happened before.
Oh yeah, if they actually audited the total gold reserves, like it'd be a huge fucking scandal. I'm pretty sure there's more, like, just like shares, there's more out there than actually exist. So anyway, I'll drop down for like 5-10 minutes. You don't have to wait for me to talk. I'll still be listening. I'll just I'll see y'all soon.
Yep.
See you soon, buddy.
So now I heard this. Don't know how true it is. I heard this though, that like when Trump got into office, we started getting gold shipped to the United States on like cargo ships full of gold. I don't know how true that is. I heard it somewhere. I can't remember where I heard it. I want to reiterate, I don't know how true that is, but it's something that was talked about for a little bit there, and it really didn't get a lot of, like, I don't remember hearing anybody else ever talk about it. So
just every country's been trying to stockpile it, preparation for the future.
Is the dollar about to crash, boys?
Well, think about it. If you make the dollar more competitive, it would have to crash.
Yeah, it's a house of cards. It has been for a while.
I genuinely think that's why he passed the Genius Act. Because what it seems like is there's like with the Genius Act, it's kind of offering crypto as like an alternative currency just to move away from centralized bank. You know?
Yeah, they're definitely looking for other options.
Yeah. Fingers crossed. I mean, you know, what more can we ask for? Like, I just hope that we can
just learn your basic survival skills, learn how to grow your own food, provide for yourself if need be.
Yeah,
bro, I live in the middle of a city, dude. I'm gonna have to go out into the woods and start a fucking sex cult or something.
That's the dream I'm trying to do, Emma. It's gonna be great. I just want to have a farm and just homeschool and then learn how to gold pan. I got everything. Got a metal detector. So.
Yeah, I already got the bald head, dude.
You already got the bald head, yeah.
I'd make a great Jim Jones, I think.
Oh yeah, I think we'd be great. But I hate to be cynical about all like the voter fraud and stuff. What always pisses me off the most is all this shit comes out way after the fact, before anybody can even really be held accountable or have any effect on the corruption that happened. And by the time they get around to exposing it all or holding anybody accountable, they've already done 20 other things that are 10 times worse.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Or they're on to do the next thing.
But you gotta start somewhere.
Well, damn, Ducky, you've definitely swayed me with the first video you sent. You said this is just scratching the iceberg. I'm interested to see what the rest of these videos look like, man.
Yeah, it goes deep. It's just, and it's all the Democrat cities that are just
I think the next
cesspool
ones I
of
sent you
corruption.
were actually evidence that we've grabbed from Tulsi Gabbard being the DNI and then Kash Patel being the FBI director. They both came out and said something about what's going on with the voter stuff.
Is Tim Pool cool with like fair use stuff?
I don't know.
Yeah, he's pretty cool with fair use stuff.
Okay.
Rattlesnake uses his stuff all the time.
Okay. Okay. Kim Wall has %100% proof 2020 election was rigged for Joe Biden. Then this is the one from Tulsi Gabbard coming from Benny Johnson. Is he? He's good with fair use. I think
Yeah,
so.
most of the right wing guys usually don't care. You know, they always go for clips. You know, so
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, I could. I could handle no internet and devices.
Yeah. It's like, I mean, I don't know about anybody else, but just if you ever do the thing where you just kind of intentionally cut yourself off for a week or something, dude, it feels like a whole different, like a whole new world. Everything's just better. It feels like
Well, and you can communicate with people in person better and everything. You know what I mean? Like,
more actually, you're connected to the physical world. in a whole
Yeah.
different way.
right. See, 1890 though, back in 1890, Nuxis, the economy was probably the best it has ever been in the history of the country.
But
You
you
know?
don't live to be like 40. So,
Really?
oh yeah, life expectancy, even the turn of like 1900 was like what, like 40, 45, something like that. Okay.
that's why everybody had like 12 kids.
No shit, dude. Yeah, 47.3 years. Wow.
That's what's crazy nowadays, where people are like spending their 20s just partying and being asshats, where you couldn't afford to do that back then. You had to have a family going by that time, getting the next generation ready, because you only had like 10, 20 years left.
Right.
Yeah. Go on some background music while we wait for Mr. Fiston.
I gotcha. So you're only what? You were 2080, so that bumped you up 20%. I mean, that's not bad.
Yeah.
Like a fifth.
Well, I mean, I didn't. So I was under the idea that like everyone who votes is an American citizen.
Oh God, no. That, and like they pointed out, it's hard to get them off the voter roll, even if you know they're not citizens.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, see, I knew about the census, right? I knew that like there's illegals that go to states and they're on the census, but that doesn't necessarily relate to them voting.
Yeah. Why do you think
It
they want?
translates- Huh?
Yeah, why do you think they want to get rid of voter ID laws?
Right. Well, I understand that concept and where that was leading to. I didn't realize we were already fucking there.
All right.
You know what I mean?
Well, not everywhere, but definitely in the Democrats'
Blue
realm.
states.
But it's already happening. Like, regardless of like specifically where it's happening, it's happening.
Yeah,
That's the crazy thing.
and the fact that you can't do anything about it once it's exposed is even wilder to me.
Yeah. I mean, you can, but you just, it's not legal.
Right. Or,
Why,
or
Gary,
you're not
why?
allowed to even look at it. They'll say, no, you can't even look at this information.
Right. Yeah, like I said, no, we've investigated ourselves and we found no wrongdoing. You can't, investigate us, go away. That actually reigns true in most Democratic cities.
Yeah. And you're the bad person for asking about it in the first place.
Oh, they'll straight up try to kill you. I can show you so many people that have died trying to uncover stuff like this.
Craziness, man.
It's just now we have so much public knowledge out there that if you're smart enough to do enough linking of so much information that you can actually logically come to these conclusions.
Nuxus, that's based, bro.
Oh, dude.
That's
I
absolutely-
agree, Nuke. That's my entire dream, is to be surrounded by like 72 grandkids when I pass, you know? Just
Well, I'd
like,
say, but
man.
even then, like the multi-generational household
You back, Fista?
or something.
No, not yet.
Yeah, see, that's what I grew up with. My grandpa and my grandma both had like a bunch of health issues, so we ended up taking them in and raising them, and then they passed, and I left, and I moved back in with my parents, and because my dad not doing so good, and my mom was needing help too, so just a multi-generational house now, so it's cool.
That's what.
I
Yeah,
love
it's like, yeah, I'm living with
the
my
best
dad,
thing
but it's to take care of him.
Yep. Oh, it's the best thing ever. I have 3 daughters, and he had 3 boys and 1 girl, so this is completely opposite for him. He loves it. They're all papa girls.
Oh yeah, like being a granddad has to be the coolest shit ever.
Nuxus, yeah. You could. One man working one job could afford to pay for 18 kids back then.
Right?
Hey, Scott Hotbet. Good for you, bro. That's amazing.
Hell yeah.
All right.
There was something too. Somebody said the other. I can't remember where I heard it, but they're like, "Well, how do you expect me to have multiple kids in this tiny ass house I live in?" And I'm like, "Dude, my parents freaking grew up with 8 brothers and sisters in a freaking 2-bedroom, 1-bath, freaking
Yeah.
tiny ass little house. Like, they were able to do it." What the hell are you talking about?
Yeah, that's what I was used to. You know, I had a 1 bedroom with 3 other brothers, or 2 other brothers, so it was fun.
Yeah,
you
you,
know?
you share the space.
Oh yeah. And the bathroom. That was rough.
Yeah, yeah.
All right. You guys want to watch the Trump Zelensky talk?
Is it going on right now or
Is it going on right now?
No. It was earlier today.
earlier today?
Sure. Let's hit it. Let's see. It's not gonna be good. Watch Zelensky's face.
Oh no, Trump kind of put him.
He
in
actually
place
wore a
last
suit
time.
this time.
Yeah,
Oh, he
Trump
wore a
put him
suit
in
this
his
time
place.
instead of the jump track. Damn.
Yeah.
But that's what I was saying earlier. Like Ukraine is nothing without U.S. And like Zelensky tries to pump his chest out, but it's like, dude.
I just thought it was kind of crazy. If you actually look at it statistically, we've lost more M1 Abram tanks and like Bradleys in the entirety of like the first week or 2 that we sent them than we've lost in the entirety of the existence of the military. And it's
Yeah.
just like, huh,
Well, they
Ukraine
don't know.
really fucked up.
Yeah, well, they don't know how to use them, and they're going.
What's up, John Mosman? Good to see you, brother. Welcome in, man. How you doing today?
Although I do think, yeah, with the Putin meeting the other day, like, everybody know that clip with Putin talking about once the president leaves, the guys with the suits and briefcases step in. It makes me wonder if that type of shit is still going on.
Oh yeah.
Dude, I'm definitely down. Last night it was really late. I was drunk and I was like passing out at the desk while y'all talking. Definitely do want to have you on though. I do a Bible study on Wednesdays and Sundays. This Wednesday it's going to be earlier than I typically do it because I got to work the next 3 days. So because I'm going back home for my granddad's celebration of life this weekend. But dude, would love to have you on, bro. We could definitely talk about that. The first like 2.5, 3 hours is always an open discussion. So you want to bring that topic in, we can all talk about it. What up, Grid? Welcome back, dude. Good to see you. Good to see you. All right. Let's listen to what old Dick Piano Boy has to say.
Microphone and an internet connection. And we are doing the numbers, guys. We are doing the broadcast numbers, the viewership that some of these other multi-million-dollar broadcasts, productions, they're doing. We are up there with them, guys. Thank you very much. I appreciate it, folks. It really is astounding. Thank you all very much for tuning in. We're on Rumble. We're on YouTube. We're all over the place. Matt Morse TV here, Matt Morse TV there. I appreciate it. Thank you guys very much. Thank you guys. This is the #1 community there is out there. It really is. And now these Marines, I think they're U.S. Marines out here. They're wrapping up outside. We're going to head on inside the White House here any minute now. I see Pup C with a super chat over here on YouTube. He says Hillary Clinton has been supporting Ukraine in NATO since 2008.
Dude, I really like Matt Morse, and he's done like leaps and bounds to grow his channel and do what he does, man. Apparently he was Stay Safe TV. So he used to be like a WoW streamer, World of Warcraft, and he's gone into like the political game, and he is just fucking taken off, dude.
Yeah, I loved him. I remember watching him when he was a WoW. Oh, I'm a WoW player too, so.
Are you? Yeah. See,
Yeah.
I never played it, man. I never played it. I was a MOBA guy. And then like an FPS guy too.
Did you ever do Heroes of the Storm?
Yeah, I played Heroes of the Storm.
How was it?
It was all right. It was really fun if you had teammates, you knew what you're doing. It was more.
I like it better than Dota.
I haven't played Dota too much. I definitely like it better than League. It's more macro than micro. It's just funner.
See, I like Smite.
I never played.
Smite's cool.
The new one I think is free to play. Welcome to jump in. If you guys, I'm gonna keep my eyes on private chat. Fista, whenever you're ready for me to bring you back up, bro, just like drop something in private chat or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's maybe not the best idea. Maybe not the best idea. Now we have a little bit of a transitory phase here. Okay, we're kind of waiting here. So I want to read some stuff that President Trump himself has posted earlier today on Truth Social. President Trump, a couple hours ago this morning, he said, "I've settled 6 wars in 6 months, one of them a possible nuclear disaster, and yet I have to read and listen to the Wall Street Journal and many other who truly do not have a clue. They're telling me everything that I'm doing wrong with Russia, Ukraine. Really, this is Joe Biden's war, not my war. I'm only here to stop it, not to prosecute it any further. It would have never happened if I was president." Hold up, are they on?
Didn't even Putin say that? That like, yeah, if Trump was president, then this would not have happened. Didn't he actually even say that?
I don't know if he did, but I believe it. Trump's too unpredictable for him to.
Yeah.
On the inside, they are.
Today's meeting is very important. We have,
here we go.
I guess, the seven very powerful leaders from Europe, and we're going to be meeting with them right after this meeting. And thank you very much for being here.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. If I can, first of all, thank you for invitation, and thank you very much for your efforts, personal efforts to stop killings and stop this war. Thank you. And using this opportunity, many thanks to your wife, First Lady of the United States. She sent a letter to Putin about our children, abducted children, and my wife, she, First Lady of Ukraine, she gave the letter. It's not to you, to your wife.
Oh, I want it.
Yeah. So we're saying this sensitive topic. Yeah. Yes, please. And thanks to our partners and that you supported this format, that after our meeting we can have leaders who are around us, UK, France, Germany, Italy, Finland, EU, NATO. I mean, all partners around Ukraine supporting us. Thanks to them, and thank you very much for invitation.
Thank you very much for being here.
President Trump.
Respectful.
Yes, Peter, go ahead.
Thank you, President Trump. So, President Zelensky, you say in the
I will give it to him. He learned his lesson. Remember last time he was in there, JD Vance was like, "You need to say thank you."
Yeah.
So he started straight out the beginning. So we'll see where he's at now, because he probably, I mean, dude, he's got to know that the second this war ends, he's got to leave Ukraine. Zelensky does.
Yeah.
I don't see him being president there for long.
Or staying alive if he does stay.
Yeah, there's been literally an entire generation of people wiped out in that country. It's crazy, bro.
Yeah, but I think it was by design.
Russia.
What'd you say? Sorry.
Oh, sorry. I think it was by design, though. Have you seen the timeline of the entire war?
Like just since 2022?
No, I mean like what led up into it, like 2014, 2012, the Donbass region, Ukraine
Yes.
being the most corrupt country in the world, them redoing their
Yes.
entire thing so the oligarchies became privatized and get all the control. And then the people asked for help, and then Russia actually went down there and helped them, and then tried to help liberate them. And the people asked for it. I said the entire timeline is wild that nobody just ever accounts for, and they just gloss over it.
Yeah, yeah. Well, and they act like, you know, all of this conflict started in 2022, which is absolute bullshit. Ukraine and Russia had active engagements going on for like 6 years before the war.
Yeah, like the Attorney General, the AG of Crimea under Ukraine actually swapped and went to Russia.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Must end this war, which is
That was Poroshenko, wasn't it?
No, it was a woman. I can't remember her name.
Oh.
itself started. President Trump, you say President Zelensky of Ukraine can end the war with Russia almost immediately if he wants to, which is.
Well, I think that's true. I think we're going to have a meeting. I think if everything works out well today, we'll have a trilat. And I think there will be a reasonable chance of ending the war when we do that.
And is this the end of the road for American support for Ukraine? Is today's meeting deal or no deal?
I can never say that. It's never the end of the road. People are being killed, and we want to stop that. So I would say it's the end of the road. No, I have a good chance of doing it. It's been almost 4 years now that a lot of people were killed last week. A lot of people last week. I mean, millions of people killed, but a lot of people last week for whatever reason. A big number, a lot of soldiers, on both sides. And I know the president, I know myself, and I believe Vladimir Putin wants to see it ended.
And as you met with Putin on Friday, today you've got President Zelensky here. As you listen to Russia and Ukraine, which side has the better cards?
Well, I don't want to say that. I'm just here to be. Look, this isn't my war. This is Joe Biden's war.
What'd you say?
It's a terrible question.
Yeah.
Like, let's just ask, like, while Zelensky's sitting here, oh, which side do you think is in the better position? It's like, I'm not going to say that shit out loud.
Yeah. He called them out on that the last time. Remember? Because they were sitting with him, they were like, don't anything bad about Putin? And he's like, I'm trying to end a fucking war here.
I'm not going to
like,
antagonize him.
Yeah, dude, it's crazy.
He's the one that
Mr. Fist is back.
Had a lot to do with this happening, and we want to get it ended. And we want it to end good for everybody. We want it to end good. The people of Ukraine have suffered incredibly.
President Zelensky, are you prepared to keep sending Ukrainian troops to their deaths for another couple of years, or are you going to agree to redraw the maps?
Damn, bro. Oh, shit. What a banger question, dude. Oh, my God. Did you guys hear that shit?
He said, meat grinder, boys, meat grinder.
It looks like Mr. Fist. Yeah, there he is.
Welcome back up, Mr. Fista.
Yeah, go ahead and pull it. Can you rewind it a bit?
That was fucking hilarious, bro.
Was that was his name Juicy?
Ducey, yeah, Peter Ducey.
Yeah.
He's
Yeah.
great.
Yeah.
He's been great for years too.
My man said, are you going to keep sending your people to die, or are you going to be willing to negotiate now? That's fucking awesome, dude.
Look at Zelensky's face.
I know, yeah. He did not like that shit.
Oof, oof.
Look at Matt Morse's face. He's like, oh.
Thank you for your question. So,
Thank you for your question.
Yeah.
Tell him
Yeah,
just
right.
be like, hey, fuck you, buddy.
You want me to replay it, Scott?
You got it.
All right, cool. I'll go back. Where am I at? 36, 37. So I should be just 3,600. Here we go.
Has the better cards.
Well, I don't want to say that. I'm just here to be. Look, this isn't my war. This is Joe Biden's war. He's the one that had a lot to do with this happening, and we want to get it ended. And we want it to end good for everybody. We want it to end good. The people of Ukraine have suffered incredibly.
President Zelensky, are you prepared to keep sending Ukrainian troops to their deaths for another couple years, or are you going to agree to redraw the maps?
Wow. Thank you for your question. So, first of all, we live.
I'm sorry, man. That, like, you could tell that one hurt, bro.
Yeah, look at Matt Morris' face there. That's good.
Yeah.
Let's go.
That's how everybody else in the room was looking.
I know. Yeah. All the reporters are like, how the fuck do I follow that question up? You know what I mean?
Under each day attacks, that today have been a lot of attacks and a lot of wounded people, and the child was that small one year and a half. So we need to stop this war, to stop Russia, and we need support American and European partners. And we will do our best for this. So, and I think we show that we are strong people, and we supported the idea of the United States, of personally of President Trump, to stop this war, to make a diplomatic way of finishing this war. And we are ready for trilateral, as President said. This is a good signal about trilateral. I think this is very good. Thank you.
Mr. President, if the peace deal will be achieved, are you going to be willing to send American peacekeepers to Ukraine?
Well, we're going to work with Ukraine. We're going to work with everybody, and we're going to make sure that if there's peace, the peace is going to stay long term. This is very long term. We're not talking about a 2-year peace and then we end up in this mess again. We're going to make sure that everything's good. We'll work with Russia. We're going to work with Ukraine, and we're going to make sure it works. And I think if we can get to peace, it's going to work. I have no doubt about it.
Your team has talked about security guarantees. Could that involve U.S. troops? Would you roll that out in the future?
We'll let you know that maybe later today. We're meeting with 7 great leaders of great countries also, and we'll be talking about that. They'll all be involved, but there'll be a lot of help when it comes to security. There's going to be a lot of help. It's going to be.
We're going to have U.S. troops in
They are first line of defense because they're there. They're Europe, but we're going to help them out also. We'll be involved.
Fuck, dude. I don't like the sound of that.
No.
Boots on the ground.
But I mean, that's the whole thing, though. It's like if they give them a pathway to get into NATO, then they can put NATO troops there.
Well, so apparently, from what I read, Ukraine ain't joining NATO.
Can't join NATO. That's part of the deal.
Yeah.
On the table right now.
Yeah.
But
that's not going to stop blue helmets from going down there.
Russia is actually trying to join NATO. They've been trying to join NATO since the early 2000s.
It would be the equivalent of Mexico joining the Soviet Union. Like having a hostile alliance right on your border. Like it's just not acceptable if you want long-term stability and peace in that region. And like Putin's been saying that for 20 years since the violation of the Minsk Accord. And I can't remember what pact it was signed in, like, I think it was 92. So they're like, no, we won't keep sort of expanding NATO. And then since then, they've just kept going.
I was going to say, it's like NATO hasn't really shown to respect that in the first place. So we'll stop them now.
No, I mean, they've literally broken they've walked over every red line.
Yeah, and now they're trying to take the moral high ground by saying, "Oh, Russia's the aggressor." It's like, well, actually, no.
No,
they're
not.
They didn't have a choice because there was also NATO like bioweapons labs and stuff like that, like military installations in Ukraine. What choice does Russia have? It's basically
there was in Time magazines back in the 90s about it, talking about how they had all these right in where Ukraine had the blow up. Where is it at? Chernobyl. Yeah, they had the labs just to study about what was going on there, and then they figured out that they're turned into like class 5 labs.
I guess my point is, like, if you're going to do it anyways, just go ahead and do it. Stop tiptoeing around and pretending like you're actually going to respect any type of agreement.
Mr. President, Vladimir Putin mentioned that the war will not end without addressing the root causes of this war. Have you had an understanding what are the root causes of this war?
Well, look, the war is going to end. When it ends,
Yeah, you don't want to talk about the fact that the CIA was over there doing fucking spy operations on Russia, China, and Belarus for 8 years before, at the very least,
The Color
before
Revolution
fucking
in 2014.
yeah. Like, I mean, no one's going to bring that up, and it seems as though Trump is not really throwing the intelligence communities under the bus right now because he's not releasing the Epstein files. He's not going to say, well, the CIA fucked this all up, you know?
Well, he probably doesn't want the JFK treatment.
What happened? Sorry.
He probably doesn't want the JFK treatment.
He already got it. What do you mean?
Right. They already tried.
Yeah, they already tried, but I mean, they can try again.
Yeah, they can.
the war is going to end, and this gentleman wants it to end, and Vladimir Putin wants it to end. I think the whole world is tired of it, and we're going to get it ended. It was, I've done 6 wars. I've ended 6 wars, and I thought this maybe would be the easiest one, and it's not the easiest one. It's a tough one. A lot of reasons for it, and they'll be talking about it for a long time. But they'll be talking about the others. Look, India, Pakistan. We're talking about the big places. When you look at, you just take a look at some of these wars. You go to Africa and take a look at that. Rwanda and the Congo, Republic of the Congo.
Sorry, guys, I got us off track. I'm going to go ahead and stop shooting this, and then I'm going to bring up. Well, let's get back to the topic. That was my fault, guys. Sorry.
No, you're good. It's important stuff. I will say one last thing too, though. It's something changed too with Zelensky, where I feel like at the beginning of the year he thought he could win the war, and now he thinks it's possible just to end the war and not totally lose face.
Yeah, they're fucked, dude. They're fucked. Ukraine would never win against Russia, and I'm not even like a Russian shill, bro. They wouldn't.
Well, he was banking on Trump coming into office, just swinging the favor in his direction, and then he pissed off Trump, so that didn't happen.
Yeah. All right, this is Tim Pool's video. FBI drops evidence 2020 election was stolen by Democrats for Biden. Chinese plot uncovered.
Kash Patel has just dropped a bomb last night, declassifying documents that show China may have been trying to fabricate fake ballots in the 2020 election to help Joe Biden win. Now, immediately, many people are taking this to say 2020 was stolen, and this proves it. That is not the point that Kash Patel made, nor is it the point of this story. Now, what's strange is that as the story drops, you instantly have people trying to fact check the director of the FBI himself, saying the story has already been debunked. But the story that Kash Patel has released is not about proof that China helped steal the election for Biden. It's that a report was given. It was made by the FBI, documenting what appeared to be a Chinese plot to produce fake driver's licenses so non-citizen Chinese personnel in this country, working at the behest of China, could acquire mail-in votes and falsely vote to benefit Joe Biden. When this report came to the FBI, the director at the time disregarded it, refused to investigate, and then almost immediately issued a report saying nothing is going on, no one is interfering, or at least not China. I think they did come out and say Russia. The scandal is that there may have been this plot. It seems possible and probable based on the intelligence gathered, but the FBI threw the story away and tried to cover it up. Now, in my opinion, that is potential circumstantial evidence. I should say it's actual circumstantial evidence that China did actually do this, and that elements of our own government wanted it to happen and didn't want people to find out about it. The story is not, and I will clarify this one more time, that they found and have proven this plot. So a lot of people already are going, aha, I knew it, the election was stolen. Hold on, guys. We're not quite there yet. What Kash Patel is going after is the corruption in the FBI to aid and abet the Democratic Party in these schemes.
I really want to see. I mean, and Tim Pool does a good job of like actually going through stuff. But man, if this is the case, that's fucking crazy, bro.
You remember what I was telling you? Like, we can't prove it, but there's a lot of evidence that contrary to the points that you're making, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
And this would indicate there is a decent probability, in fact, the story is true. Now, people have put community notes on Kash Patel's post with unrelated fact checks, trying to create the narrative among the cult psycho left that it's already been debunked. In a post on X, FBI Director Kash Patel says, the FBI has located documents which detail alarming allegations related to the 2020 U.S. election, including allegations of interference by the CCP. I have immediately declassified the material and turned the documents over to Chairman Grassley for further review. Here's the story from Just the News. FBI Director Kash Patel on Monday evening turned over to Congress an intelligence report raising concerns that China had mass-produced fake U.S. driver's licenses to carry out a scheme to hijack the 2020 election with fake mail-in ballots for Democrat Joe Biden. The newly declassified intelligence reports from August 2020 weren't corroborated or fully investigated and instead were recalled from intelligence agencies at about the time that then FBI Director Chris Wray testified there were no known plots of foreign interference ahead of the 2020 election in which Biden defeated Trump, officials told Just the News. So again, I want to break that down for you guys. This is evidence it may have actually happened. This is evidence that FBI Director Chris Wray may have been trying to cover this up because they were in on the scheme to steal the 2020 election. This is not proof that it actually happened or that the election was actually stolen in this way. That being said, I've long maintained that it was universal mail-in voting and ballot harvesting that benefited Democrats and allowed them to win.
Ballot harvesting, yes. The mail-in voting thing, I'm maybe it's because I don't want to believe it that it was that bad the first time we implemented it in a wide scale. But I'm really optimistic of the belief that we're going to cut that shit out and never utilize it again.
Did you see the report, or at least the polling, where people admitted, like a good percentage of people admitted to falsifying or signing for somebody else?
Is that you, Corey? I all I see is your nose. Oh, got it. Okay, cool.
That's all you need is the nose.
I was shocked, man. I think I'm Jewish. I was looking at it more and more, and I was like, "Damn!"
That's how you smell bullshit from a mile away, right?
I had to clip some coins.
Can you smell the money in your pocket? I guess that's the question.
Ever since CVID, you know, I've lost my powerful ability to smell.
Fair.
You got the coof and lost it. Oof.
Yeah.
I was kicked out of the synagogue.
Losing the ability to smell after COVID.
Yeah.
As a chain smoker, I haven't had the ability to smell in like 20 years now.
Same.
Oh, you're part of the band? Oh, okay. That fell flat. My bad, guys.
Oh, good, dude.
I thought that one was gonna land.
I do that too. It's okay.
Because a lot of people who normally don't vote that I knew were voting. Now, that being said, if it turns out that they did manipulate mail-in voting to win, well, then I will say this, I stand corrected. But this intelligence was hidden from the American people. And I can't say that I or anyone else would be surprised to find that the FBI was in on it. So once again, I will stress, they did not corroborate or investigate these claims. It was an intelligence report saying, we think this may be happening. And the weird thing, and what needs to be investigated now, is that Chris Wray threw it away. Then testified, nope, we don't got any intel. Now, hold on a minute. You had intel. You threw it away. Why would you do that? One, we can jump right to he was in on it, or it's possible they didn't want to know the truth if that was the case. You get a report saying the Chinese are trying to help Joe Biden win, and you're a Democrat, you're going to go, just get rid of that one. I don't want to know. I don't want to know. That's basically what it sounds like. Or we can just say outright, he was in on it.
You're a Democrat.
The new documents were turned over to Senate Judiciary Committee Chairman Chuck Grassley, who had first raised concerns to the Bureau that the intelligence hadn't been fully vetted, and instead was just dismissed, even though there was evidence of the fake licenses. Thanks to
Bro, it's depressing, Connor. I'm not gonna lie.
But do you see what he said though? How he said the exact same thing. Like, oh, if you're a Democrat, you wouldn't want to hear it. That's what you see what I'm saying. Why I think you sound like a Democrat, because you said that yourself. You didn't want to think that.
Yeah.
Willful ignorance.
Yeah.
Well, it's more. It's less about like the sanctity of voting or any of that bullshit, and it's more about how, like, you know, there really is a group of people who are totally willing to let all of the citizens of this country go by the wayside so they can make a quick buck, because none of them would suffer any of the consequences. You know what I mean?
Who are these people?
TOS. You know what I mean?
I played the TOS.
Yeah. I played the TOS, yeah.
To the oversight work and partnership of Chairman Grassley, the FBI continues to provide unprecedented transparency at the People's Bureau, Patel told Just the News in a statement. To that end, we have located documents Chairman Grassley requested, which detail alarming allegations into the 2020 U.S. elections. Specifically, these include allegations of plans from the CCP to manufacture fake driver's licenses and ship them into the United States for the purpose of facilitating fraudulent mail-in ballots. Allegations which, while substantiated, were abruptly recalled and never disclosed to the public. So I'm going to say this again.
Ray should be
They
in
knew
prison.
that there was something actually going on, and the FBI
Based. He fucking should be, dude.
Yeah, but Trump won't do anything about it.
threw it away without investigating. So I have no problem. It was funny. Someone chatted the other day. They were like, Tim will never admit he was wrong. What? I literally do that all the time. If the FBI puts out proof, and it looks like this is evidence, not proof, but evidence that the election was actually stolen, I'm going to go and say right now, based on this initial report, it does seem to suggest not only that Joe Biden cheated, but that the FBI aided and abetted Chinese influence to manipulate our elections. And that is a very serious charge. Now, we're not formally at war with China, but if it is true that Chris Wray did this to aid and abet a foreign adversary, listed and codified in our law as an adversary, those are some very serious charges, to say the least. In accordance with Chairman Grassley's request for documents, I have immediately declassified the material and turned the document over to the chairman for further review. Officials who have seen the documents told Just the News that the FBI had a relatively new confidential source who provided information in summer 2020 that the Chinese government was manufacturing and exporting fake U.S. driver's licenses.
What?
As a part of a plot to create voter identities for Chinese residents living in the U.S. so they could vote with fake mail-in ballots. The intelligence source claimed the plot was specifically designed to benefit Biden. They also said the intelligence report was recalled within a few weeks, and the allegations never fully investigated on the grounds that the source needed to be re-interviewed. But in fact, another agency, CBP, had intercepted nearly 20,000 fake licenses around the time the intelligence came into a possible corroboration of the report, the official says. Now, again, the major scandal here is evidence that the election was being manipulated, potentially stolen, evidence the FBI sought to cover it up. Here's the best part. Kash Patel's tweet, his ex-post, sorry. Rate proposed community notes. Okay, what's this all about? And the top suggestion says alleged plots by the Chinese to interfere in the 2020 have been long debunked. Oh yeah, long debunked. Let me just say this much. This is a new claim by the same actor of the. Can't just take links from
Hey, your dog snort.
2021 debunks.
What?
Is that your dog snort?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
I was wondering what the fuck that was.
Couldn't tell if it was that or a cow.
No, it's just Charlie. He's just a pug, man. He's got that short snout, so
So there is like
he's
I got
fucking passed out.
a 50 kilo like pig hunting breed dog, but he sounds like a cat when he's snoring or when he's asleep.
Yeah.
Like makes
Well, dude, it's
pitched mewling sounds.
it's gotten to the point where like I can't sleep without his snoring now. You know what I
You
mean?
need the white noise.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Because he sleeps right next to me. Anyway, all right, let's keep watching.
A claim that was just made. Imagine someone said, Tim Pool last Saturday stole an ice cream cone from a restaurant.
You okay?
And then someone said, actually, that's not true. Look at this story from March of 2020. Tim Pool pays for ice cream. It's like, these allegations are asynchronous. What? Look what they're doing. They're trying to get a community note so that liberals who see the post from Kash Patel will think it's already been debunked when it hasn't been. Here's a report from March of 2021. Foreign threats to the 2020 U.S. federal elections. It's not been debunked. Kash just released the documents. You got to release something today. What else do we got? From Fulcrum. Claim other countries can counterfeit ballots to affect our elections. Fact check false. This isn't even fact checking what Kash released. They said they were creating fake voter identities to get legitimate ballots, not counterfeit ballots. Why are they lying? We have this from AFP. Facebook posts share misleading fraud claim after Chinese courier package spotted at U.S. election ballot count. Unrelated to the statement made by the head of the FBI that the then head of the FBI covered up this information. My friends, we have some very
Now, see, I know that's how they utilize fact checkers. You know what I mean? They utilize fact checkers to they'll say something completely misnomer, and stupid people, because majority of the country right now is stupid for some reason, will read that and then they'll say, oh, well then it's false, right? Or they'll even just see the community note and they'll go, oh, well that's false, never mind.
Yeah, that's always been my problem, is who fact checks the fact checkers.
Right.
Real
It's
information.
manufactured consent.
What's up?
Oh, it's all just manufactured. Like, it's basically to give the illusion of sort of legitimacy.
Yeah.
When it's bullshit from the ground right up.
Coming up with bro, what's up? Can you
He's muted, but
Corey?
Oh, my bad. My bad.
No, you're good, dude. I just it's good to see you cammed up with us today, man.
Well, I figured I've been rocking this new nose and figured I'd show it off,
Yeah.
Hey, bro, maybe it'll be a good luck sign. We'll start making some money. You know what I mean? Some more money.
Well,
what up, man? Good to see you, bro. Good to see you. Sorry about last night, dude. I was just drunk and passing out at my desk, bro. I appreciate the opportunity to come over and support Jess, though.
Another sleep stream?
Yeah, he's been knocking them out lately.
I know, bro. I'm putting in work. You know what I mean?
Those are my favorite.
Oh, Nuxus, you're good. You're good. I appreciate having you around. No need to go, but always good to see you. Please come back whenever, man. You're always welcome to be here. What up, Marcus Antonio? How do we look like feminists? What the?
Pop up here and add some masculinity to us.
Yeah, 100%.
That shows Democrats may have been in on covering up Chinese fraud. I'm talking about literal CCP fraud in our elections. And they're acting like it's a lie. I commend the job that Kash Patel is doing. I know a lot of people are frustrated, but I think he's doing a tremendous job. This is extremely important. And one by one, he has been dropping these documents, which we have long been waiting for as to the corruption in this country. I'm going to leave there, my friends. Smash the like button. Share the show with everyone you know. Thanks, Frank.
All right.
What the hell you got there?
It's a vape.
What's the part that detaches from it?
So this is a battery, and all I have to do is just keep buying these. And it's also a Switch controller.
Video 3, guys. So I don't know if I want to go through the entire 2000 Mules documentary. We might just watch these 4 videos and then come back to this. If that's okay with y'all. We can do a part 2 if you got some more info, or if you got some more evidence there. Never Lucky dude, send it over to me. We can do a part 2 deep dive on this, because
All right, I'll have to send it.
I'm definitely like where I'm at right now is like, man, fuck these people, dude.
We'll do a part 2 and a part 3 and a part 4 until lower class is convinced.
Part 78.
I didn't send him the Steven Crowder stuff. I didn't send him any of the stuff that happened by individual reporters like Alex Jones and I can't remember the other guy.
Well, bro, fucking 20,000 fake driver's licenses were found that were made in China. There goes another 5%. You know what I mean? Like,
I said, it just adds up. It's like, what's the straw that broke the camel's back? I have tons. I have tons of information I can show you. It just depends on which one you want to believe in, or whether or not you do believe it, or to what percentage. But
I mean, I'm like I said, I'm willing to engage with this stuff. And
oh no, 100%. I see that you're more than willing to. It's just that sometimes it's I don't know what's going to change. You said I'm not in the business of trying to change your mind. I'm just saying, here's what I know.
No,
right.
I respect that you don't just flip your opinion on a dime like that.
Yeah.
No, I mean, just see, the funny thing is, like, I thought a lot of what you were going to send me was stuff that I've kind of seen before, and none of it has been so far. So that's the scary thing, is like, what all have I fucking missed here? You know what I mean?
Oh, there's
My
a
name
lot.
is Imogen West.
Yeah.
There's probably every state that you could probably individually find instances like these.
Yeah.
All you
Well, I
need
mean,
is the swing states, right? Like, all
there's
you need
fraud
is
in every election.
100,000 votes across 7 states, and that's what flipped it.
Yeah.
So those Chinese driver's licenses, I mean, you're 20% of the way there.
Yeah.
It all adds up.
Mm-hmm.
My name is Emma Jo Morris, politics editor at Breitbart. I'm here today because I published a series of news stories 3 years ago in October of 2020 about Hunter Biden's now infamous laptop, also known as the laptop from hell, which is seen as some of the most scandalous reporting of the last decade. What was more scandalous than the reporting itself, though, was the fact that it exposed the unholy alliance between the intelligence community, social media platforms, and legacy media outlets.
Yeah, bro, the Atlantic Council. Yeah. That shit's fucking egregious, bro. Why does the CIA have such a heavy hand in the fucking, like, journalism sector? Like,
Because it's the best tool for propaganda.
Yeah,
it is.
100%.
Sorry. All right, I'm back. Let's go.
At the time, I was deputy politics editor at the New York Post, and my reporting showed that despite then candidates Joe Biden's repeated and furious denials, he was apparently involved in the foreign business deals of his family. Over several days, just weeks before Americans would vote for their next president, I revealed verified, authentic emails from the Biden Scion's hard drive showing Ukrainian business partners receiving leaks from the Obama White House. I documented an off-the-books meeting between then Vice President Biden and a Ukrainian energy executive, and introduced the world to the big guy who got action on a deal with CEFC, China Energy Company. The Post published exactly how the material for the reporting was obtained, even identifying our sources, as well as a federal subpoena showing the FBI was in possession of the material the story was based on and had been since December of 2019. But when the stories appeared on social media that morning, the venue where millions of Americans go to find their news and editors to get their angles, within hours, the reporting was censored on all major platforms on the basis of being called hacked or Russian disinformation. Twitter refused to allow users to share the link to the stories, banned the links from being shared in private messages, a policy, by the way, that's used to clamp down on child porn, and locked the post out of its verified account. Facebook said it would curb distribution and reach of the links on its platform. However, the stories were not based on hacked materials, nor were they Russian disinformation. And despite those claims appearing to come out of thin air at the time, we would eventually learn that they actually didn't come out of thin air at all. On October 19th, 5 days after the Post began publishing, Politico ran a story headlined, "Hunter Biden's story is Russian disinfo, dozens of former intel officials say." God, I can't even say that with a straight face, you know? Politico printed a letter completely uncritically from veteran members of the U.S. intelligence community, falsely claiming that the Post expose has, quote, all the classic earmarks of a Russian information operation. God. Most notable among the signatories of that letter were Jim Clapper from...
Yeah, I mean, I know about all this one. I know about this for sure. And this was egregious. Like, there's no excuse for that. And to a large degree, like that's what I was saying. Like, if this gets lumped into the category of stealing an election, absolutely agree.
Right. This is the propaganda portion of it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Former DNI, Michael Hayden, former CIA, John Brennan, former CIA, despite having such damaged credibility following their participation in the Russia collusion conspiracy theory. A few days later, on October 22nd, when Biden appeared in the second presidential debate and was confronted with the facts of the Post reporting, he said to Trump, quote, 50 former national intelligence professionals said this. What he's accusing me of is a Russian plot. But it was not. And he knew that.
Yeah, he did know that.
Now, fast forward to this year, 3 years later. Just last spring, House investigators revealed it was a call by now Secretary of State Antony Blinken to former acting CIA Director Michael Morell that prompted this.
All right, I'm going to say it. She's really hot. All right.
Spy letter published by Politico.
No arguing with
agency
it.
approval processes that would have been normally applied. It is also now known that ahead of my reporting, federal agencies were priming social media companies to execute an operation to discredit it. According to internal documents released by Elon Musk upon his acquisition of Twitter, the FBI and other intelligence community members essentially directed the platform's censorship operation, in part externally by working with top management and in part internally by social media companies hiring eye-popping numbers of agency alumni. Journalist Michael Schallenberger reported, based on documents he obtained from Musk, that during all of 2020, the FBI and other law enforcement agencies repeatedly primed Twitter executives to dismiss reports of Hunter Biden's laptop as a Russian hack and leak operation. Feds arranged for top secret security clearances to be granted to Twitter management and even had encrypted messaging networks set up, which they dubbed a virtual war room. To this day, hundreds of people from the intelligence community work at social media companies. Over the last few years, my reporting has been confirmed by virtually every mainstream news outlet, from the Washington Post to the New York Times to Politico, when the stakes were nothing, by the way, 2 years later. No one denies that the laptop is real, that the origin story is exactly what I told you it was in the first place. This elaborate censorship conspiracy wasn't because the information being reported on was false. It was because it was true, and it was a threat to the power centers in this country.
Rant went on for another 5 minutes, and his love of Taylor Swift was just a means to bash.
Yeah, Sky News Australia just happens to like pop up. I don't even know if I'm fucking subscribed to them.
Bro, Reno is a national treasure, man.
They are, yeah.
The algorithm.
Yeah. Rita Panahi, she's fucking hilarious.
What you think about her? Is she hot?
Yeah.
I'd throw him down it.
Hey.
I'd be an Australian patriot.
Bro, I got a thing for big noses, man. I don't know what it is. Oh, fuck. Okay, hold on. All right, so the chick that did that whole article, check this out, boys. Tell me if you notice anything. Tell me if you notice anything.
I mean, I noticed something quite large.
Yeah, go down a little further. Yeah.
I mean, I didn't even have to look at the necklace. I could just tell by the nose.
It is what it is, I guess. I don't know. She is hot, though. Anyway.
Stay strong, lower class.
Marcus Antonio said, "I'd deport her."
Yeah, I know.
Enhance.
I'm trying.
As soon as I saw that Star of David, she immediately dropped to a 0 out of 10. Can't be supporting that.
I just started thinking of the Crusades. You know what I mean?
Reclaim it for Christendom.
Absolutely, dude. We're gonna bring you back to Christ. All right. Here we go. All right, this one is now okay. She is the hottest woman in politics.
Oh yeah, hands down. She was a combat vet. She's fucking hot as shit. Tulsi Gabbard.
Yeah, she's banging. Isn't there like a younger, essentially like Mexican version of her though? Was it Luna or something?
Yeah.
I'm not a big fan of Luna. I mean, not look-wise, but like politics-wise.
Oh, yeah. Doesn't she keep posting like thirst traps or something?
I could be wrong. Is she not the one that claimed to have a child with Elon Musk?
I mean, it's a good chance.
I mean, I'm not saying that I wouldn't, but you know, the money's the money.
Yeah, 100%. It's easier than the lottery to get rich.
Yep. AOC's next.
I think that's a lost cause there, brother.
I mean, hey,
maybe a big booty Latina, but she's a lost cause mentally, dude. You know, what was that old Biggie line?
I can fix her.
Yeah. What was that old Biggie line? Bitches, I like them brainless. Guns, I like them stainless steel. You know what I mean? That's AOC, bro. You know what I mean?
Said, "Girl, you look so damn fine. I'd suck your daddy's dick." Or didn't he say that too?
Whoa! I think you meant that about Diddy.
No, I'm pretty sure that's an actual song lyrics from Biggie.
What was it?
Girl, you look so fine. I'd suck your daddy's dick.
Ooh.
That's a wild statement. They don't even rhyme.
Nah, they don't. But I'm pretty sure it was in a Biggie song.
Yeah, Scott Page is hot. You're right. She's a cutie patootie. You know what I mean? All right.
Unless she's Jewish.
She's not.
Okay, good.
She's right there.
He's Orthodox.
What's up, guys? It's Benny. I'm about to show you a shocking clip of an election denier, a promoter of the big lie, and somebody who said
he's based out of my hometown in Tampa Bay. I'm pretty sure he's from St. Pete.
That's cool.
I mean, I never met him or knew him or anything, but I'm pretty sure that's where he operates out of.
says the elections in America cannot be trusted, clearly an enemy of the state.
We have put together, I think, the most extensive and inclusive voter fraud organization in the history of American politics.
The most extensive.
So if here's my question for that. Okay. If the election was so secure and so safe, why would you need such a vast voter fraud organization? See, when he says it, it all sounds like bullshit to me. But when I say it, I'm right. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
That's a wild pause.
Yeah.
guarantee.
That's his Donald Trump face. You know what I mean?
Indigo. Expensive and inclusive. This was most important. If you're going to do mass voter fraud, you better make sure that it's inclusive. What's interesting about this clip is that I don't know if Joe Biden.
What they mean by inclusive is they got a bunch of homos, a bunch of trans people, a bunch of black people, a bunch of Asians, a bunch of Mexicans, and there's like 3 white folks in there, and the rest are women, by the way. So
was sentient when he was saying these things. Who knows? Who the hell knows? I do know that Kamala Harris knew what she was doing when she said this.
It's probably best that you do not have your election system connected to the internet, because that will create greater vulnerabilities. And then look at where we are now in this year of our Lord 2018. We're talking about paper ballots, but that actually might be one of the smartest systems.
Paper ballots? Not having election machines connected to the internet? Goodness gracious, lady. What are you, putting on a MAGA hat? What's going on? You gonna go start listening to Kanye? What's happening? Candace Owens is next podcast guest, Kamala Harris. I would pay anything for that. Okay, here we go.
Wait, was he being serious or was he just joking around? Is Kamala Harris actually going to go on Candace Owens?
I'd pay to see that.
Oh God, yeah.
Holy fuck! I'm not even the biggest fan of Candace Owens, but man, would I love to see Candace Owens just tear Kamala Harris a new asshole for everything, bro.
I mean, Fuentes sort of destroyed Candace in their like post interview beef.
Yeah.
But I think they're running it back, which should be interesting too.
Well, it's funny because like she keeps asking him to come on. Now, granted, Fuentes has been saying some dumb shit recently, but
well, he's fully off the Trump train now.
I know, dude. He's saying the country would have been better under Kamala Harris. Like, even if you don't like Trump, that makes me think of you as stupid for even saying.
Yeah,
something.
that's just an accelerationist take, and accelerationism is stupid. Like,
yeah,
it's easier to save something than to let it completely get destroyed and then try and build it back. That should be obvious.
Right. It is what it is, though. I do like his good takes, though. Like when he comes out with bangers.
Yeah, he
comes out with bangers.
He has some really good takes and some really bad ones, but the really good ones are really good.
Yeah.
And he's pushing the Overton window too.
Right. Which
especially
we
on the certain questions.
Yeah. The schmewish questions.
Yes.
For years, Democrats blatantly told us that voting machines were rigging elections. We didn't listen until they pulled off the fraud of 2020. Now, the whole intelligence apparatus led by Tulsi Gabbard is investigating these machines. Good. We have breaking news from Tulsi in just a second. Just play you a teeny preview of this. Let's go ahead and check. 22-minute long clip of Democrats saying that electronic voting will rig our voting system.
Just stop using touchscreen computer voting because it's so vulnerable. Right. We need to look at all the voting machines. Every Secretary of State needs to be, assisted in making sure that.
See, so here's my take on this, right? I would operate on the assumption that they would know that the voting machines themselves weren't like swapping votes and stuff, but they wanted to take away from any kind of investigation into where real types of fraud went on, right?
But if they found out that they could swap votes inside of this machine at a certain time when people went up to go check it, would that change your mind?
I mean, I'm definitely open-minded to the concept. You know what I mean?
That doesn't sound too open-minded.
I literally said I'm open-minded.
Joking with you. I'm messing with you.
Tone policing you.
It's just, man, like it sucks. This evidence, it's good evidence. It just, man, it sucks seeing this shit, dude. What are you talking about, Jess? I'm not simping for nobody.
Papa Biden.
I still reckon I can fix AOC.
Yeah, fair, are we not, man? Fair. Oh, no, dude, I'll simp for Tulsi Gabbard all fucking day. I don't give a shit. That's one simp I'm justified in, I feel.
Everyone gets one.
Yeah. You know,
that they are not being hacked and attacked.
I continue to think that our voting machines are too vulnerable.
But researchers have repeatedly demonstrated that ballot recording machines and other voting systems are susceptible to tampering.
Even hackers with limited prior knowledge, tools, and resources are able to breach voting machines in a matter of minutes.
In 2018, electronic voting machines in Georgia and Texas deleted votes for certain candidates or switched votes from one candidate to another.
The biggest seller of voting.
this fucking scumbag. I can't stand this piece of shit, dude. I can't stand hearing him talk in Congress. I can't. And then who's the other one? The guy from New York. He looks like he's just a greasy fucking.
He looks like a skinnier version of that Holden Blood Feast meme.
Yeah.
The respectable bipartisan from Iowa.
Yeah. Ugh.
Machines.
You talking about Cuomo?
Something that violates.
What?
You talking about Andrew Cuomo?
No.
Okay.
He's a House representative. He's not a senator.
Plates Cybersecurity 101, directing that you install.
It's like again and again and again and again. It's 22-minute clip. 22-minute clip. Every Democrat you've ever heard of screaming about how insecure the elections are until
the election.
Those insecurity and vulnerabilities worked for them. It's almost like they knew. It's okay when we do it. Right? Shout out Paul Joseph Watson. So here we are, ladies and gentlemen, in this year of our Lord, 2025, and Tulsi Gabbard is at the White House at a conference of all of the cabinet heads with the president. And Tulsi Gabbard straight up says, oh, yeah, by the way, I'm the director of national intelligence. We've just discovered that our elections can be hacked by foreign powers, and maybe that actually has happened. And we should definitely not allow that to happen any further. My goodness gracious.
Got a long list of things that we're investigating. We have the best of the best going after this. Election integrity being one of them. We have evidence of how these electronic voting systems have been vulnerable to hackers for a very long time and vulnerable to exploitation to manipulate the results of the votes being cast, which further drives forward your mandate to bring about paper ballots across the country so that
Remember when that's how the stock market looked every single day? Sorry, I just noticed it. This was probably back during the tariff rollouts because there was like a massive drop in the stock market. But remember when it looked like that every day?
Oh yeah.
Let's see here.
The price of stocks don't represent their value at all. They've been disconnected for so long. It's just speculation.
Well, just like GDP doesn't actually show how wealthy your citizens are.
You can literally print money, bring in people, put them on welfare, and then your GDP goes up.
Yeah, the stock
That should
market
tell you alone like how useless it is as a measure of overall economic health of any nation.
Yep, 100%.
But so yeah, you're right. It's just consumer sentiment.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
With the stock market, the P&E ratios are just so out of whack.
Oh yeah, they're absolutely mental. Like trying to find a decent stock to buy is basically impossible.
Yeah. Well, we're already stock market's highest it's ever been.
More all-time highs.
voters can have
Yep.
faith in the integrity of our elections.
So Tulsi Gabbard is the director of national intelligence saying that they have evidence that all electronic voting is vulnerable to hacking and should go away. A reminder that she's on the side.
Yeah, of course, Jess. I'm sorry I didn't stick around for a little longer. My bad. Sorry, I'm just getting to this comment, but sorry I didn't stick around for a little longer, man. I drank a little too much, and I was, taking an arm nap on my desk and just couldn't stay on for too long. But I did my best. I tried to grift as much as possible. I hope everything's going all right with you. What up, Istamy? Good to see you, my man. Welcome in. Yeah, dude, jump up if you want, bro. All right.
Side of the courts with this. Federal courts A judge, in fact, appointed by Obama, ruled against voting machines in Georgia, saying the machines' cybersecurity flaws violate the constitutional right of voters. Oh, my heavens. Mike Lindell's cheers judge's historic ruling and vindication against electronic voting. Good old, what a dude. What a complete G. This is a clip from Tulsi Gabbard is going very viral. We have evidence of electronic voting systems being vulnerable to hackers and vulnerabilities. This is something that has been widely demonstrated. Why it's allowed in this country, I do not know. Tulsi Gabbard drops a bomb on voting machines, says evidence shows voting machines are able to steal elections. I don't get why it's so hard. I really don't. I don't understand. Why can't you watermark ballots? Why can't you have paper ballots where there's like a physical copy of the actual vote? I do that. I physically fill out a voting card, and that voting card is tied. This is how the voting system works in Florida. And oh, by the way, Florida is able to get in all their votes by 9 p.m. at night. 9 p.m. at night, boom, Florida. All their votes are in. All of them.
Mm-hmm.
My voting card is physical.
That's another little fishy thing that happened back during 2020. Good point on y'all's end, because it took what, fucking 2 weeks or a week to call the election?
Yeah. Yeah, it's weird that some states can get it done that day, that night, and other states can't do it within.
You notice it was almost all the swing states that just needed to be won for him to win. It's just so coincidental, you know?
Yep, the counting just kept on going.
Yeah, like I mean, look at the Las Vegas incident that happened, you know, or that. Yeah, I mean, there's tons of different counties that happened everywhere that were just like, nope, we're not done counting. You have to wait a week.
I always get a weird feeling too. I don't know about anybody else, but when you feed your ballot into the machine, you're like, well, I know what I wrote on the ballot. I don't know what the machine thinks of it.
Well, there was all those problems with like, it wasn't reading the pens like the machines, because the Conservatives were more likely to vote in person as opposed to do mail-in ballots, and so like there was on the election day or on voting day, there was like problem after problem after problem. And they ran out of pens, and like I don't know, wouldn't read the pencil and all this sort of shit.
Yeah, I'm weirded out, dude. It's pretty crazy.
50% yet?
But no, John Castle. We, by the way, welcome in, dude. Good to see you. Good to see you. No, so we're watching a bunch of different videos on like the 2020 election and just seeing different evidence that's been brought up and all that. So this is just one video of multiple videos we've watched, and this one just happens to be Benny. I understand that you're not a big Benny fan. I don't watch him all that much. He's just a pundit, right? But if there's good evidence here that proves a point, I don't take into account who the messenger is. It's the message that matters to me, you know?
But this is setting precedent. Okay, now they're saying, okay, the voting machines can be, because obviously it was the most secure election ever. How could they?
It wasn't. Yeah.
So now the precedent has been set for this. I think they're going to find a lot more evidence to the contrary, but it's almost like, oh my God, almost always says that like all this stuff comes out 4 to 5, 6, 7, 8 years after the fact. So who's really getting charged? Who's really going to see justice? Nobody.
Fair. Yeah.
Physically fill out number. They don't do anything on the machine. A machine does read the card, but the card is tied to me. I get like a printout, receipt, like what it is. And that goes into the system. I don't get why we can't watermark ballots. I don't get why. I mean, if you have voter ID and a physical person shows up with a physical ID and that's tied to a voting record, which is something that I also have to do here in Florida, why can't you just do that? So I have a physical ballot here in Florida. I have to show them my ID. My ID has to be in the system. I have to be registered. They have to see that it's me. They have to have visual verification plus physical verification. Then my vote has a receipt with it with like a number. So it's like effectively I can go in and look up my vote, right?
I don't even get a receipt.
That's all. That's a great system. Florida, of course, goes red. Now that they've implemented those things, Florida is now dark red. No fraud here. How many other blue states would flip red if there was no fraud? Tulsi Gabbard announced that the cabinet meeting, they're digging into the vulnerabilities of voting machines. This is very, very encouraging. Thank you, Tulsi, for putting stolen elections in the cabinet meeting and making people hear it that electronic machines are high-level national security risk and they should be illegal. Tulsi has the receipts about the voting machines. Can't wait for that to come out. We've had so many interesting stories like this one. Pennsylvania voters reach peak of mistrust after voting machines glitch for the second time. Election officials are scrambling to ensure the trust of the Pennsylvania vote. Northampton is a place in Pennsylvania that used electronic systems and software touchscreen machines for the first time, and they saw programming glitches that caused significant undercount of vote for a local race. Really doesn't matter to me who's the beneficiary of this. Every single time Northampton County voter should sue for this travesty. Disgusting, these machines. The board, Northampton County Board, Commission Board certifies election result 2 weeks after ballot printout error. People were getting their ballots printed out saying they voted for somebody that they didn't vote for. At a news conference, the director of administration of the county said the printout of the voter shows incorrect tallies. The retention race for Superior Court, the electronic votes were counted correctly. Don't worry, just trust us. The error was due to lack of proper testing of the machines. That's what you see. Yeah, got it. I'm sick of it, man. Every single time. The machine, election day voting machine issue sparks concern in Swing County. Lots of confusion. Officials are racing to replace the machine. How about you just have paper ballots? We don't have machine voting here. We just have we have a tabulator that is electronic, but the tabulator isn't connected to the internet or anything like that. It's just an electronic tabulator, right? Voting machine issues that
wonder when
swap
they'll get AI involved in voting. The next thing.
Dude, I don't even want to fucking think about that, man.
Hey guys, I think I'm gonna go play some Battlefield 4. It's been an honor.
Yeah, dude. Thanks for jumping in, Corey.
Yeah, I'm gonna go blow some shit up.
All right, brother.
Do it.
All right. Good night, guys.
Good night, bro.
Good
God
morning, Mr. Fista, or whatever time it is over there in Neverland.
10 a.m.
Yeah, I knew it.
Almost time to start drinking, but not yet.
Good night, guys.
Good
We're
night.
going for the
Night,
lower
bro.
class high score.
Yeah. Yeah. I didn't want to look at it either before, but the weird pattern changes in the areas where things go wrong most stuck in my mind forever. Yeah, no shit, bro. No shit, dude.
Candidates. Oh, don't worry. They just swapped the vote. It's a glitch. Would Democrats ever win another race if there was no fraud?
Nope.
Pennsylvania County promised accurate tally after clerical error. Flips vote for judge. I'm sick of it, man. I'm sick of it. Tulsi Gabbard, just in other news, also bringing, saying that the assassination documents for MLK and RFK will be released and that they're going through them. I guess we'll wait and see, right? JFK documents were very interesting, but didn't really, they're very interesting, but didn't really move the needle. You know what I mean?
If you like an
Change the
entire page
national
of black,
conversation.
that's pretty interesting.
What'd you say, bro? Sorry.
I'd say the JFK files were interesting if you like entire pages that are blacked out.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
It's like one word on the page.
It's just a name. Lee Harvey Oswald. And that's the only thing you get from the entire fucking document.
Everybody just knows the government killed JFK now. We were waiting for a smoking gun, or guns, as it were. There were a bunch of shooters that day. But, yeah, I think that evidence is long gone. Hopefully, the evidence of voter fraud, though, is right around the corner. Wait for that one. We'll see. Keep on waiting. I'll have the big, long gray beard, right? I'll be hunched over with a cane and a monocle. I'm still waiting for my Epstein list. It's your boy, Betty. Like, share, and subscribe. You can wait with us. See ya.
Man. All right. You got me, bro.
So with all
Complete
this
victory.
information coming out, did I finally sway you over? What's the percentage?
I'm at like 70-30 now.
All right, 70-30. See, that's how I am. I'm not 100%, but something doesn't add up.
Yeah. I mean, just thinking about all of it, and yeah.
Well, it's just for me too. It's the fact that they're so hell bent on not being transparent or coming forward and just being like, look, we can prove that what we did was legitimate. Like, here's all the evidence that we didn't do anything wrong. Like, they're not even willing to do that.
It's bonkers.
Yeah, So, do you guys think we're going to see any like justice for this?
Oh, what we're starting to see is the individual state justice. Like everybody's starting to pass their own voter ID laws in red, in like red states and things like that.
I don't think we'll ever see the mail-in voting be as bad as that was in 2020.
But
hey,
I mean,
by the way, John Castle, Are We Not Men, Nuke Sis, thank you all very much. I really appreciate your kind words. Thank you.
Yeah. And then when it does come to mail-in voting, I've seen laws getting passed too, where it's like, no, like this shit has to be dated exactly. Like there's no wiggle room on when you get to count these votes and all that.
Yeah.
But these states, they kind of use the system that's given to them by the federal, to abuse what they like, So it's kind of hard to sit there and say they're doing it wrong when they're allowed to do these things until, somebody steps up and, does something about it.
Yeah. Well, that comes down to the question too, like with ballot harvesting, it's like, if they're going to do it, then Republicans should just do it twice as hard. If that's the way it's going to be.
All right, you guys want to watch Trump's talk with Zelensky earlier?
Yeah, I want to finish that up.
Yeah.
Man, that dude Peter Doocy coming out the gate with that question was wild, bro. He went, "Thank you very much for your question." That shit was fucking hilarious, man.
That's been going on for 31 years. And so we've done a total of 6, and we really have 6, not including the fact that we obliterated, and it turned out to be a total obliteration, the nuclear, and as you said, the future nuclear capability of Iran. And this one, I think we're going to get solved also. I feel confident we're going to get it solved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can you tell us about your conversations with European leaders and what they need to see to support an end to the war?
Yeah, well, we're going to be meeting with a great representative group and 7 very powerful, very big countries. And great people, all friends of mine and friends of yours. And we're going to have some suggestions made. They want to see peace. They would like to see peace.
President
Trump,
you said last night
in the red.
President Trump, do you think it's fair to for Ukraine and for Russia to achieve a lasting and durable peace if Ukraine cedes its territories that Russia?
Bro, I'm sorry, dude. Matt caught my eye with that face he's making right now, because he's making that face for like about 10 seconds. I don't know if he just yawned or something, but he looks like a sad kid that just got his cookie taken away or something.
Oh.
He looks like Zelensky after Deuce's question.
Yeah, that's true, man. Yeah. That's funny.
Hasn't yet conquered. Do you think it's a fair peace for Ukraine?
You got to get a new job.
We're going to have a lasting peace. Just to answer the first part of your question, we're going to have a lasting.
Absolutely peace, bro.
Got to get a new job.
Oh, what a fucking legend, dude. He's awesome, man.
Lasting peace. I hope it's going to be immediately. I hope it doesn't have to go on. And I think people of the whole world is going to be very happy when that's announced.
Mr. President, you posted on social media, Mr. President, a very touching letter from the First Lady. And the letter was hand-delivered to President Putin. And it calls for an end to the war, essentially, because of the children and the children's future. Why did the First Lady feel that letter was necessary? Was it because she believes that Mr. Putin is the aggressor in the war. Is a similar letter being hand-delivered to President Zelensky?
So the First Lady felt very strongly. She's watched the same thing that you watch and that I watch. I see things that you don't get to see, and it's horrible. But when she's got a great love of children, she has a wonderful son that she loves, probably more than anybody, including me. I hate to say it, but she loves her son. She loves children, and she hates to see something like this happening. And that goes for other wars too. I mean, she sees the heartbreak, the parents, the funerals that you see on television. Always funerals. We want to see something other than funerals. No, she felt it was a beautiful letter. It was very well received by him, and she did ask me to say, she would love to see this end. She would love to see it end, and she says it very openly, very proudly, and with great sorrow because so many people have been killed.
Last week,
Brian, go ahead, Brian.
Yes, sir. I've got a question for each of you. First of all, Mr. President Zelensky, you look fabulous in that suit.
I said the same thing.
Yeah, you look good.
I said the same thing.
Yeah, looks good.
I said to women attack you last time. See, that was, I remember.
Yeah, I apologize to you. You look wonderful. No, my first question for you, President Zelensky.
In the same suit. You see, I changed. You are not.
Maybe yours is much better. Real quickly, upon peace, God willing, we get peace. Are you open to holding an election in your country?
Yes, of course. We are open for election, yes. We have to do safety circumstances.
I'll believe that when I see it.
Well, you just see he's doing the but thing. Yeah, I want to have elections, but we got to have safety and security first, and I get to decide when that is.
And an election can't be secure unless I decide who wins, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know?
And a little bit, we need to work in the parliament because during the war you can't have elections, but we can do security.
Yes,
we need maybe how to say we need
how convenient, huh?
Yes, everywhere.
Good fucking call, Armageddon.
The battlefield in the sky and the sea, to make possible for people to do democratic, open, legal elections.
So you say during the war you can't have elections. So let me just say 3.5 years from now. So you mean if you happen to be in a war with somebody, no more elections. Oh.
More elections.
Dude, he he did that just to fuck with the crazy Trump derangement syndrome reporters in the audience that are here. He said that specifically just to say, well, if we're in a war when I leave office, no more elections.
Yes, I'm staying.
What did he say? The video froze up.
What happened?
I didn't hear what he said.
Oh, here, I'll bring it back a couple minutes. Or about right here. Wait, let's go. We'll go right there.
And do security. Yes, we need maybe how to say we need a truth. Yes, everywhere, the battlefield, in the sky, and the sea. To make possible for people to do democratic, open, legal elections.
So you say during the war you can't have elections. So let me just say 3.5 years from now. So you mean if we happen to be in a war with somebody, no more elections. Oh, that's good. I wonder what the thing is.
Speaking of news, I got a question for you. This sounds insane for me even to ask this, but do you think the American media really doesn't even want a peace deal because they've seen they've been so critical of you every step of the way as you lead the charge for peace?
It's an amazing phenomenon. I said that if in the settlement you got Moscow, St. Petersburg, and thousands of miles around them, they would say I made a bad deal. The level of hatred and animosity is incredible. Not with all. I mean, we have great people up here. We also have terrible people up there that I think are told what to say. But, you know, in solving all of these wars, they don't even write about it. You know, I saw major wars. I saw wars that have been going on for 31, 35, and 37, and a couple of quicker ones. One that was going to go into a full-blown deal very quickly. You know what the one I'm talking about. It was a big one. But they don't even write about that. No matter what I do, no matter what, and you know, this is not anything to do with you. It's probably to your advantage in a certain way. But no matter what I do, no matter what deal I make, from my standpoint, you'll come out good. Maybe President Putin will come out good. But they'll say, Trump was absolutely horrible. It's just it. And I've lived with that for a long time. I've lived with it since just before the first election. I used to get great publicity. Now I get the worst publicity anyone's ever gotten in office, but I won in a landslide, so that people understand they're the only ones that count ultimately. But I've also had great reporters. I've had journalists that are very good. But it's very sad when you do the right thing. As an example, they said, because of the fact that Vladimir Putin came to American soil, this was a tremendous defeat for Donald Trump. No, it was really wonderful that he did it. It was a hard thing for him to do, to be honest with you. It was the opposite of what they said, but they said it. Now, if he didn't come, they'd say that was also bad for Trump. Yeah, there's no way. And there's just a great dishonesty of the press, and I think that's why it's lost its credibility. You know,
Dude, the mainstream media has lost literally all of their credibility.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know anybody who like says, yeah, I get my news from CNN or MSNBC or ABC or CBS or any of these like major.
Still do.
I was going to say, yeah, if they're like 65 or older. Then.
But they're all starting to die off now, and from Gen X downwards, like no one cares about MSM. Trump literally broke them. Like they just had to go full mask off propaganda mode in his first term. Along with all, like, Australia's the same, like the MSM here. Like, Trump literally broke the MSM all over the world. Like, it's crazy. I don't know about Asian countries and non-English speaking countries, but, like, just in the English speaking countries. Like, because they all just went so feral, rabidly anti-Trump.
Yeah.
Good. I hope they die.
And when he does good shit, people who used to believe what they said are going to see that he's doing good shit, and when they start talking bad about him, it's going to take away from the bad things that they talk about, right? Like,
the blue cried wolf on him.
They're losing, dude. It's crazy to see all this shit happen.
Credibility is at an all-time low. We have a thing going on right now in D.C. We went from the most unsafe place anywhere to a place that now friends are calling me up, Democrats are calling me up, and they're saying, sir, I want to thank you. My wife and I went out to dinner last night for the first time in 4 years, and Washington, D.C. is safe, and you did that in 4 days. I'll tell you, it's safe. I had another friend of mine, he said,
that was so necessary, bro. Federalizing our capital. Like, look, that was one of the most necessary things that had to happen.
I thought it was already federalized. That's the whole point of it being the DC, isn't it?
Well, so they had municipality governance, right? So they had a mayor, they had like their own independent governance of the actual like District of Columbia, but it wasn't under direct federal control. That's just where all the buildings were and everything. So when he federalized, he basically stripped them of their local governance, and now like Washington D.C. is under entire federal control. Like the the police have been federalized. It's the White House is what I'm guessing is they're probably going to be the ones that are in charge of like running D.C. as a city from here on out. They've essentially stripped like Bowser and all of the people who were in charge of the police and everything of their titles and said, go fuck yourself. You know?
Good. Bowser's a clown.
Yes, absolutely. 100%.
Same with Bash.
Oh, yeah, they're all.
Yeah, yeah. Well, see, you know what's funny is like Karen Bass. The funny thing about her is when he deployed the National Guard to the federal buildings in L.A., she kind of fucked Gavin Newsom over because he went down this line of rhetoric where he was saying that, you know, Trump is deploying the the National Guard on citizens who are just protesting and all that. And she fucked him because she came out and said, no, they're actually just guarding the federal buildings. They're not doing any law enforcement or anything.
So she actually told the truth.
Yes.
No,
Yeah.
One line will just completely BTFO Newsom.
Right. Yeah. I mean, he's a fucking clown, dude.
He's an absolute greaseball. He's American Psycho. That's what I think of when I look at him. Like those dead reptilian eyes, that thick blue green hair. Just the fake expressions and
reptilian eyes. This man's deep into the rabbit hole.
He just doesn't. Dude, he just doesn't have the talent of Christian Bale. That's it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Or the drunken rampage of Mel Gibson.
Son, who's a great.
Go ahead.
I just said Mel Gibson's based.
Yes.
He's a national treasure. We need to make sure
He is,
stays
bro.
alive.
Absolutely. 100%.
Golfer, he's on tour, and he came in fourth yesterday in the big tournament where Scotty Scheffler made the great shot. And he said his son is going to dinner in Washington, D.C. tonight. I said, would you have allowed that to happen a year ago? He said, no way. No way. He said, what you've done is incredible. And I think the people realize it. But the press says, he's a dictator. He's trying to take over. No, all I want is security for our people. But people that haven't gone out to dinner in Washington, D.C. in 2 years are going out to dinner. And the restaurants the last 2 days were busier than they've been in a long time.
So I walked around yesterday with MTG. If you can walk around with DC with MTG and not be attacked, the city is safe.
Yes.
What a bar.
That was, dude. He's right, bro. Because she probably is, I would say, Marjorie Taylor Greene is probably one of the most controversial women in politics that I've ever seen. Aside from like Hillary Clinton, right?
Wait, who say that again?
Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Oh yeah, she's based as shit though.
Yeah. But that's what he was saying is like, if you can walk around the streets of DC with MTG and not get attacked, your city's safe. That's funny as hell.
Thank you, Mr. President. Last week, you warned of what you called severe consequences if a 30-day ceasefire or any type of ceasefire were not agreed to by Russia. Will there be severe consequences? Does that change because of
I don't think you need a ceasefire. You know, if you look at the 6 deals that I settled this year, they were all at war. I didn't do any ceasefires. And I know that it might be good to have, but I can also understand strategically why, well, you know, one country or the other wouldn't want it. You have a ceasefire and they rebuild and rebuild and rebuild, and, you know, maybe they don't want that. But if you look at the 6 deals that we made peace and you know, long-term, long-running wars, I didn't do any ceasefires. Would I like the concept, you know, I like the concept of a ceasefire for one reason, because you'd stop killing people immediately, as opposed to in 2 weeks or 1 week or whatever it takes. But we can work a deal where we're working on a peace deal while they're fighting. They have to fight. I wish they could stop. I'd like them to stop. But strategically, that could be a disadvantage for one side or the other. But
it would be a strategic disadvantage for Ukraine because Russia has the capacity to manufacture artillery shells faster than they can fire them.
Well, that's not true. It'd be a disadvantage for Russia because Russia, if they did a ceasefire, they would no longer be pushing in, and they've taken over a lot of land recently. I'm not sure if you've seen their summer sprint, but they've taken over quite a bit of land. And if they did a ceasefire, well, what does that do for Russia? They've lost all these men while Ukraine is just throwing at what U.S. money, you know, UK money at it.
Yeah, but all the while they can rebuild everything and they build up because, you know, like Russia's 2 main military tactics. The first one is it's the way they beat Napoleon. It's the way they beat Hitler. It's when they're being attacked. It's their defensive strategy. They just burn their crops and all of their resources, and then they move towards Moscow, right? They gather their troops, and then they come back in full force. That's how they beat Napoleon, and it's how they beat Hitler, right? So their second, which is their offensive, is they literally like carpet bomb an area with artillery shells. And Russia has the capacity to make these artillery shells faster than they shoot them. So if they can get a little break, they'll fully replenish their...
They can produce more artillery shells than the entire manufacturing base of NATO.
Yeah.
Just Russia.
Well, it wouldn't matter even if they had a ceasefire by that logic, lower class, because if they're making them faster than they can shoot them, that means they have excess.
Fair. That's fair. That's a good point. That's a good point. But it also give them time to, you know, it would give them time to, what's the word I'm looking for? Bring in more tanks, bring in more soldiers, bring in more things, you know, up to the front line.
More North Koreans.
Right, yeah. Yeah.
Meat, what is it for cannon fodder?
That's right, meat grinder.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Like the South Park thing, just strap them to the front of the tanks.
Right.
That's right.
You're going to be Operation Human Shield. All right, you guys, you're going to be Operation Get Behind the Darkies. Try not to die. Try not to die, for God's sakes. You know.
I love it.
That's one of the best South Park lines ever written, bro.
Dude, that whole movie is just something else.
What'd you say, bro?
Dude, that whole movie is just something else. I remember when I was a teenager, my parents took me to see it in theaters, and it was like the coolest thing that they'd ever did for me in my entire life.
Yeah. No, it really was, man. That's fantastic, dude.
I made without even the mention of the words ceasefire.
President Zelensky, can you explain the decision to offer Ukraine Article 5 like security guarantees, but stop short of pushing?
I like how, did you see how Zelensky was looking over at one reporter trying to get his question, and then he realized, oh, it doesn't matter who I look at. All that matters is who Trump looks at.
Like, I'm not in control here, you know.
Yeah.
Daddy Trump.
Look at the difference in their postures too. His shoulders are down. He's kind of hunched over a little bit. Trump, he has his shoulders back. He does have his hands on his thing, but like, I mean, just look at the laser focus from this guy.
I think it's just because his last line of coke is running out.
Yeah, fair. Yeah.
Look at that dead look in his eye. I've seen that before.
Comrade, do you have a bathroom I can use?
No toilet breaks.
In liberal Ukraine, cocaine does you. You know what I mean?
For their full membership.
Yeah, well, we haven't done anything on that yet. If you look back and you go back long before President Putin, it was always a statement.
Ashton Allwine, good to see you, brother. How you doing today, man? How you doing today? Jump on up with us if you can. Sorry, I didn't see that, man. I didn't see your first comments. I apologize, bro. Welcome in, bro. Always good to see you.
That they would never allow Ukraine into. That was a statement that was made, but we haven't discussed any of that yet. We're going to be discussing it today, but them very good protection and security. That's part of the people that are waiting for. They are. I think they're very like-minded. They want to help out also.
Thank you, President. Thank you, President Trump. The United States has already given hundreds of billions of dollars.
Bro, do you see that? Peter Doocy fucking he bulldogged him. That was amazing.
To this war effort in Ukraine. At best, it is a stalemate, and the killing continues. So, President Trump, how much more is the United States willing to give Ukraine? And President Zelensky, how much more do you want?
Well, I'll start off just by saying we're not giving anything now. We're selling weapons. This is something before, I guess the number is well over $300 billion. That was under Joe Biden, a corrupt politician, not a smart man. Never was. By the way, go back 40 years. He was not a smart man 40 years ago either. But now he's in particular bad. This was done by a corrupt administration that shouldn't have been in. And frankly, if the right results of the election were given, if I were president, this war would have never taken place. And he would have been very happy because he would have liked to have seen. I mean, they went through hell. He went through hell. This war would have never happened. And the people that were killed, a couple of million people, a lot of people with soldiers and everything else, and the people that have been displaced and forced into other areas and other countries because of what's happened, none of that would have happened. And I'm just saying that he was a horrible president, whether it was the borders or this. He was just a...
Answer the fucking question, dude.
He can't help himself. He's got to keep taking digs at Biden.
Yeah.
Even after the dude's in the ground, he'll still be ragging on him.
Isn't he dying of cancer or something now?
Oh, who cares? I mean, dude, I know that might sound bad. I don't give a shit. I'm sorry.
Nah, he's a piece of shit.
Yeah. Like, he straight up lied to the entire country so he could win an election. And he knew he was
celebrated the human trafficking of hundreds of thousands of children that are now missing.
Yep.
Like, that scale, that scope of like, yeah, he should be. I hope he suffers before he dies.
Oh, by the looks of it, buddy, it's happening.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. It's just it's just funny because he goes, "How much money are you willing to give, and how much money, Zelensky, are you willing to take?" And he goes, "Joe Biden is the worst president ever."
Yeah. He was an idiot 40 years ago. He's an idiot now.
Yeah.
Well, he started off. He did say he's like, we're not giving them anything. We're selling them weapons.
You're right. He did answer the question. Yeah, but
regardless of what anyone ever says, nobody can deny that Trump's probably like the most entertaining president we've ever had in history.
For sure, dude. Absolutely.
Horrible, corrupt president.
Mr. President, you want to? I can. Thank you so much. So first of all, we have possibility now to buy weapons from the United States. We are thankful.
You're welcome, motherfucker. You're welcome.
Right.
I hope you enjoy our tax money that puts you in a position to where you can buy weapons from massive fucking military contractors now. You're welcome. And he looks over at Trump and says, "Thank you, Trump." Go fuck yourself, dude. We gave you that money.
For this program and this opportunity. We're thankful for Europe. They pay for this. And through NATO program for Pearl and etc. We have some programs where we can have some money to finance this. And this is a part, I think, it's not a part for the war and to defend us. It also will be a part for security guarantees, to strengthen our army, to rearm Ukrainian army. This is very, very important. And it depends how much money we need to rearm. For example, the question of air defense, we spoke about it with President Trump, and I'm happy that we have now bilateral decisions and we work on it with production, American production. Nobody in Europe has so many air defense like Patriots, for example. We need it very much, and this is also about defending.
I think the good news, we make the best military equipment in the world by far. You mentioned the Patriots. How good are they?
Systems.
We have systems. They're literally 100% foolproof, and it's really like shooting two bullets. You know, two bullets hitting each other in the air in a space like this. The chances, 100%. It's 99 to 100%. So we sell the equipment to NATO. And NATO does what, I don't know what the arrangement is that you have with, but I know that they want you to have the equipment. And we're getting the best equipment in the world, but they pay us for the equipment. Under Biden, it was just crazy what was going on. I believe the number is over 300. I think it could be $350 billion worth of equipment and money and everything else. And we've made more progress in settling this war in the last 2 months than they made in 4 years. This should have been settled a long time ago, but it should have never happened. Yeah, please.
You pushed out on social media.
All right, Brian, go first.
You pushed out on social media about doing away with mail-in ballots and potentially electronic voting machines. Can you expand on that and how important?
Well, that's a very off topic, just really quickly. Mail-in ballots are corrupt. Mail-in ballots, you can never have a real democracy with mail-in ballots. And we, as a Republican Party, are going to do everything possible that we get rid of mail-in ballots. We're going to start with an executive order that's being written right now by the best lawyers in the country to end mail-in ballots because they're corrupt. And you know that we're the only country in the world, I believe, I may be wrong, but just about the only country in the world that uses it because of what's happened, massive fraud all over the place. The other thing we want change are the machines. For all of the money they spend, it's approximately 10 times more expensive than paper ballots. And paper ballots are very sophisticated with the watermark paper and everything else. We would get secure elections. We'd get much faster results. The machines, I mean, they say we're going to have the results in 2 weeks.
So you didn't know this video was relevant to the topic.
Most people, many countries use paper ballots. It's the most secure form. So between paper ballots, very, very important, paper ballots, and I think maybe even more important, the mail-in voting. We're going to end mail-in voting. It's a fraud. If you have mail-in vote, even Jimmy Carter with this commission, they set it up. He said the one thing about mail-in voting, you will never have an honest election if you have mail-in. And it's time that the Republicans get tough and stop it because the Democrats want it. It's the only way they can get elected because with men and women's.
Is the video lagging, guys? I see you in there, Stammy. Oh shit! You want me to
I
back
was
up a
there
little
for
bit?
a second.
Sorry, dude. I don't know what, bro. I paid like $120 fucking for my internet, and it's a gig, and it sucks.
Holy shit!
Do you have an all-in-one
per month?
modem router?
Per month, yeah. Yeah. So I have, well, I have a modem and a router, but.
Are you able to hook it up directly to your PC?
I already have it. It's
hardwired
directly.
It's the actual line that's cooked.
Yeah, it's an Ethernet cable goes straight into my motherboard. Yeah.
Legend.
I just, dude, it's this fucking Spectrum in Birmingham, bro. They suck, dude.
Yeah.
Terrible, bro. I don't know why I pay for this fucking internet, dude. It's crazy.
And with transgender for everybody and open borders and all of the horrible things. And now the new thing is they love crime. They're fighting me on the fact that I've made Washington, D.C. safe. We're not going to get mugged, beaten up, or killed like all the people you've been watching get so badly hurt. I'm glad. I hate to take your time with this, but I'm glad you asked me that question. Sorry. We're going to stop mail-in ballots because it's corrupt. You know, when you go to a voting booth and you do it the right way and you go to a state that runs it properly, you go in, they even ask me, they asked me for my license plate, for identity. I said, I don't know if I have it. They said, sir, you have to have it. I was very impressed, actually. But it's very hard to cheat with mail-in voting. As you know what happens in California, it's so corrupt where some people get 5, 6, 7 ballots delivered to them. Now, we got to stop mail-in voting, and the Republicans have to lead the charge. The Democrats want it because they have horrible policy. If you have mail-in voting, you're not going to have many Democrats get elected. That's bigger than anything having to do with redistricting, believe me. And the Republicans have to get smart. We're not going to have a country. I said for a long time at rallies, you need borders and you need free and fair elections. Those two things, otherwise you don't have. We have strong borders now. In 90 days, Mr. President, we didn't have 0 in 3 months. Not one person came in illegally into our country. In fact, even I find that hard to believe, but it's run by a little bit of a liberal group that put out the numbers. So I guess it's 0, 0, and 0. You go back a year ago, 2 years ago, 3 millions of people poured into our country. It was terrible. Thank you very much.
What security guarantees do you need from President Trump to be able to make a deal? Is it American troops, intelligence, equipment? What is it?
Yes, everything. And really, it's.
Did he just say everything?
Everything, yeah.
Get this motherfucker out of the White House. What are you talking about?
Lead him back to Ukraine via a cannon.
I wonder if he's dressed for a funeral because of his country's gone and his leadership as a whole is just dead.
That's what I'm saying, bro. Like, he needs this war to keep going. Once the war ends, he's got to leave Ukraine, dude.
He can't keep it going. I just looked up some numbers, and the Ukraine only has an active military force of about 800,000, and they've lost over 400,000 troops. Russia can call on up to 25 million troops with prior army experience, and they have 2 million active personnel, and they've only lost about 800,000 to 1 million. So they've still got, like, they could keep going. They could keep this fucking grinding war going for years. And Ukraine's basically at the point where they don't have enough troops to actually shore up the entire front. So, like, Russia just starts pressing in one area, then they shore troops to that area, and then they'll just move and they'll just push through somewhere else. That's how they've been taking this, like, all this land lately. Because the holes are just going to keep getting bigger and bigger. If this war doesn't stop, Russia will just win.
Yeah, they'll never win the war of attrition.
Yeah, no one wins a war of attrition against Russia. Like, no one.
I closed out a few tabs because Stamy was saying that it might be my tabs.
So
I'm going to give that a shot. We'll see how this works from there.
I was going to say, you didn't realize this meeting was going to be relevant to what we were just discussing earlier, did you?
It's fucking crazy.
You could try reduce the video resolution to 480p too, as opposed to 720. Oh, it's 1080 yeah. That might help.
We'll go to 720. See how that does.
Really, it includes two parts. First, strong Ukrainian army. That's what I began to discuss with your colleagues. And it's a lot about weapon and then people and training missions and intelligence. And second, we will discuss with our partners. It depends on big countries, on the United States, on a lot of our friends.
And Mr. President, are you willing to commit American troops to that NATO-like protection in order to get President Zelensky to a deal today?
Well, I don't know if you define it that way, but NATO-like, I mean, we have people waiting in another room right now. They're all here from Europe, biggest people in Europe, and they want to give protection. They feel very strongly about it, and we'll help them out with that. I think it's very important. I think it's very important to get the deal.
You've been involved with the peacekeeping in Ukraine since your first day in the administration. What would you say to the Ukrainian people right now who are suffering under the Russian attacks and hoping that the American people will stand with them?
Well, I know Ukrainian people. I've known many over the years. They're great people. They're smart. They're energetic. They love their country. I mean, they love their country, and we want to get this war ended. That's all I can do. I love the Ukrainian people, but I love all people. I love the Russian people. I love them all. I want to get the war stopped. Very important.
Mr. President, was there any aspect of your discussion with Vladimir Putin that left you disappointed?
Look, we just spoke.
I'm sorry. The French accent just sounds so fucking dirty to me. Like, am I wrong?
Sounds like the cuck accent to me.
Sounds all right in French, but not in English.
Yeah. It's, ugh.
I think of French, I think of Canadian. They can take a hike. It's a $25,000 fine in their own country. I don't give a fuck what they say.
Yeah. Ugh. It's gross. I hate it.
It cracked me up when there was an Indian reporter. It was a couple of months back, I think. And Trump's just like, I don't know what the hell you're saying. Next. Just like,
hell yeah, dude. That's what I'm talking about, bro. We need more of that, dude.
If you can't speak perfect English, get the fuck out.
Right, 100%, dude.
I was just telling the president, I just spoke to President Putin indirectly, and we're going to have a phone call right after these meetings today. And we may or may not have a trilat. If we don't have a trilat, then the fighting continues.
Wow.
And if we do, we have a good chance. I think if we have a trilat, there's a good chance of maybe ending it. But he's expecting my call when we're finished with this meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Brad. Let's go.
All right, that's it. That was the end of it. That was good. Oh shit, boys.
Oh, so we did it. We successfully swapped you over to the election was stolen side.
Yeah. 70-30. There was some really that first video was really like the building block of doing that, because I didn't realize it was like that. You know what I mean? I didn't realize it was to the point where there actually were like people who weren't citizens of the country voting.
Yeah, 1 in 7 voters that we could actually prove. Yep.
That's insane, dude.
That's a minimum. That's insane.
Yeah, exactly.
1 in 7 is the minimum illegitimate vote.
Yeah, because they're still hiding a bunch of that data. They won't even let anybody look at.
Yeah. Oh, well.
Madness.
The more you know.
Yeah.
The more you know, the more
take it back.
You guys want to do another one of these?
What kind? Like, what do you? What
Deep dive on the 2020 election.
Oh, another deep dive? I mean, yeah,
Are we going to push you to 80 or 90%?
Huh?
I think the louder with Crowder's stuff would probably push you over to about 80, 90.
That stuff was that. I was watching that in real time on on
The
election
night that it happened, same
yeah.
here. Yeah, shit was wild.
Because I was in Australia, and I think it was like 6 or 7 or whatever when the vote dumps happened at 3 a.m.
I just had my my mug club with me, but I just gave it to my wife because it was full of ice cream and blackberry cobbler. So
that sounds delicious, bro.
Oh, it was homemade, all of that.
Nice, dude. Well, boys, about 7:30. Oh, what up, Michael Hatch? Welcome in, dude. Good to see you. Good to see you. Glad to see you back in, man. Yeah. Sorry, you're just getting here, man. It's about 7:30. I need to go walk Charlie, boys. And I need to get some food. And it's about time for a beer run. You know what I mean?
Heck yeah. No
Have a great night, okay? Never Lucky Rubber Ducky, Mr. Fista. I appreciate you guys coming in, man. Always good to see y'all. Thanks for jumping in the panel.
Glad we could do this. I know you wanted to do this for a while. Sorry it took so long.
It's cool, man. Michael Hatch says, y'all wrong, but I'll check out that video you watched. It's all good, man. It's great to see you, bro. All right, everybody, who's live right now?
Yeah.
Who's live? Charlie, hold on, Bubba. He's bugging the shit out of me. He knows.
I see nobody.
Oh, bro, JS is live.
Oh, I'm gonna go walk my dog. I go fix my car.
All right,
go drive up and buy some piss.
Let's get a raid JS. Oh shit! Hold on, wait.
Nice talking to you guys. I gotta go make dinner. So
yeah.
You good, man? Here, I'm gonna throw up the.
Duck is live, apparently.
No, I'm not.
The other duck.
Oh, that duck. Gotcha.
All right, guys. Hey, JS Urban Adventures. He's live right now. Link is posted in the chat. Mr. Fista, Amagad, Never Lucky Rubber Ducky. Thank you guys very much, man. Y'all have a great night. Hope to see you again soon.
Thanks for having me.
Please, if you can, guys, go over to JS, give him a sub. Fucking great dude, man.
Yep, good night.
Hey, Nuke Smith, there you go. I can't do actual raids. I got to do ghetto raids right now. Once I get monetized, I'll be able to do real raids. But Charlie, relax, buddy.
284.
All right, guys. I am calling it a night. Y'all have a good night, all right?
Later.
Peace.